Good morning, everyone. This is Best Spy live trading. Today is February 10th, 2026. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the real direction, trend direction, and more. Time is 9:23 on the board, and the market is opening in 7 minutes. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only, and I am not a financial advisor. Market is opening in 6 minutes. I'm doing a major repositioning on market open. Let's see. 'Market is flat, bullish. Disappointing holiday seasons. December retail sales were flat. Stock futures turned flat after the Dow hits new record. 50,000. It's the news of the day. $193.91 yesterday's close. Alrighty. 1 second, I gotta do something. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. and everyone in the WhatsApp group as well. Good morning, Donna. Yeah, we had a person named Claudio join the WhatsApp group and request to join the alert room, and I said, please stop requesting to join the alert room if you are not interested, and he left the group. So, people are who they are. You gotta just know what kind of person you are. What kind of rat behavior is that, right? Someone asking and begging, please stop requesting to join the WhatsApp group if you are not wanting to join the alert room, and they just want to join for free. Crazy. Life, man. They want to live how they want to live life. God be. I said, LOL. Why would you do that? And he said, fuck off. People are crazy, dude. Weird. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Just weird. Market trying to be bullish. I've repositioned and I'm no longer in SPY and QQQ. IWM is at 270, 267. Nvidia is again above the purple box, showing bullishness today. At open. Gapped up open on SPY for now. At market open. Nothing. Mixed. On SPY and QQQ.
Dan Ives is here, star analyst of Wedbush. I mentioned at the top of the program that you moved a couple of really beaten down names into your AI 20, that being Salesforce and ServiceNow. What do you make of what Jensen said amidst all of this skepticism about that space?
I think the hearts and lungs of the AI revolution will be in software. Now, look, right now it's data center build out, GPUs. I mean, you're still in the early days of this.
Oh,
it's
shit.
going to be a 10-year build out. But software is going to be key to the use cases. I mean, it goes to our point. If you look at Palantir, and ultimately followed by Snowflake and Mongo, in my opinion, to say Salesforce and ServiceNow are structurally broken companies. To me, look, in my career, I think it's the most disconnected call that I've ever seen. Investors thinking that software is not going to play a huge part of the AI revolution.
It will. That's not to say that certain ones aren't being disintermediated in a extraordinarily large way, or there's a belief if they're not today that they will be tomorrow, right? As Brad Gerstner was telling me, you're not selling these stocks because you are so upset with what's happening today, but you now more than ever need to see some justification for the multiples that these stocks have commanded. Let's take that. What's the PE of Salesforce and ServiceNow? Can we show that? There it is. So okay, Salesforce is down to 15. The forward on service is almost 25.
Come on,
Is that justified?
Well, it's my view that like the monetization, because like when I look at the revenue for a ServiceNow or Salesforce, I could argue there's 20, 30% incremental revenue from where they are today. We're talking, ultimately tens of billions of dollars, when it comes to Salesforce, that are not factored into
market
the
trying to go
valuation.
bearish, slightly off
It's a
open.
headwind. Benioff, I think would be
is
the
the
first
one that
to
is
admit it.
bearish.
But to say
IWM
that
is trying.
Salesforce and ServiceNow,
Hover
given how
before
integrated they
PM
are
close
in
of yesterday.
enterprises, in the stack,
A little bit above.
you look at the hundreds of thousands of customers, as these use cases play,
935
you can see it today. But in the next 6, 9,
bounce
12,
shrine.
18 months, I think what Jensen talked about is exactly right. You
SPY
cannot
already has
paint
the
all of
floor
them
at
with the same brush.
935.
You can't just say an SMB pure play is
Volume is
gonna be
bullish in
impacted as
pre-market.
much
In fact, the
as
RSI is in
a
bullish
Salesforce,
territory
an
in the
Adobe,
pre-market.
a Workday.
I mean, not everything has traded miserably, but obviously so many have. I mean,
935.
when you look at all these companies, how do you know what justifies
Floor into.
a higher multiple versus ones that don't? We showed a pretty good discrepancy in the forward PEs of both of these names, which have equally gotten hammered. Can you look at a Salesforce and say, okay, at 15 times earnings, that stock has corrected enough that it looks attractive, but just because you can make that case for one doesn't necessarily mean you can make it for the other, but you are.
Because I view it as
IWM HOD into 935. QQQ and SPY.
So
Trying the floor.
relative to what
Here's
I
the
believe
floor
would
at
be the
935, 930 to
it's
935,
Salesforce.
pushing lower, trying.
Names like
We are now at
Palo Alto and
VWAP on
CrowdStrike.
SPY.
When I look at
It is barely
ServiceNow,
moving.
betting against McDermott has been the wrong move. If you look at that install base, now look, I could say they were early on in terms of AI, and now they're really sort of being viewed as they're going to be disintermediated.
One
But it's
direction
got,
is
like
south
I've
on
talked
SPY.
about 40, 50
QQQ.
CTOs, CSOs,
With the MACD and
IT
RSI in bull
managers
territory.
over the last week to make
But
sure
IWM is the
stress
only
testing
thing
trade
that will
I'm
not
looking at wrong, and I feel further conviction
reject.
in this
No,
sort
but
of.
can you just those? That's like asking people on the football team, hey, how's the team? Everybody's like, hey, we're great. Everything's great. Can you trust that you're getting the best opinions on what's really happening by asking the people who are at the companies where their stocks are declining? Aren't they all trying to?
Well, I'm talking about the buyers. I mean, the buyers of Salesforce, the buyers of ServiceNow, the buyers of cybersecurity. I come away viewing this
Buyers of
as, I mean, I'd say
cybersecurity.
it's a generational
Nice.
type
Beautiful
of
morning
opportunity
already
in
for
terms
me.
of what's happening in software.
Okay.
Beautiful
Let me
morning.
ask you this. Microsoft got downgraded today.
Cybersecurity.
Which says, quote, Satya lost the AI
Cybersecurity. Let's
narrative.
fucking see it.
I know you're
Cybersecurity.
going to counter that.
Cybersecurity.
Doesn't the
Love it.
stock kind of
Cybersecurity.
worry that Melius is right?
Wow.
Yeah, and Ben, an analyst, who I have huge respect for. I think,
Is there a
but the
Oh
AI
my God.
revolution
Oh
is
my
not going
God.
to be successful.
Oh
unless
my,
Microsoft is
baby,
because of how
like,
integrated
oh
they
my
are
God,
in
so
enterprises,
many
in Azure,
eyes.
in the backyard of, ultimately really the
Oh
core
my God.
enterprises movement to AI. Have they
Oh,
hit
baby,
some sort
like,
of
oh my
perception
God,
soft
so
spot here relative to
many eyes.
Azure,
Na,
relative
na,
to CapEx in
finally.
terms of
Na, na,
that
na,
not
na,
all
na.
being allocated to Azure? Yeah, but I think this is one where when I look at Microsoft, I think it's a stock that has a 5 in front of it, and 6 in front of it over the next 12 to 18, 24 months. I just think near term, right now it's a guilty
my
till proven
God.
innocent.
Well, I mean, how do they prove themselves to be
Mine is
innocent?
940.
Melius suggests today that they need to increase their capex markedly. That's the word that they use, not me, to keep pace with what Google and Amazon are doing. So their free cash flow, at least in the near term, is going to take a big hit. Isn't the market, aren't investors going to have a problem with that?
I think investors clearly, you've seen that since the quarter, right, in terms of the sell-off. My view is that when it comes to Microsoft, they're not going to have to increase CapEx maybe to the level that they're talking about, as well as also when it comes to the enterprise.
930,
the monetization,
940,
they've only monetized 5% of the of their
935,
enterprise customers.
940.
That's why I'll bet on the Della and Redmond to navigate this. Look, right now, it's, you know, there's obviously very negative sentiment, and I get the call.
Wow, MACD is actually growing. MACD growing, trying to go lower, or it did, is now in neutral territory, or is in bearish territory. It could curl up and neutralize. Floor is 940. 940 is bouncing. All right, morning cycles are super fast. This thing could be a bear trap. This thing could be a cycle creating. It is indeed a cycle creating at the minimum on all things. IWM did not break the floor. IWM did not break the floor.
It's Jay Woods, Chief Global Strategist, Freedom Capital
When we
Markets.
talk rotation,
so,
Jay
one of
Woods,
the things you've been paying
it's
attention
healthy.
to is the
Gotta hit the like button on that one.
rotation. What does that tell us about
My
where
bald
things
boy,
stand in terms
Jay
of
Woods,
this bull
gotta
run
love
we've
it.
been paying attention to?
Yeah, it's healthy, but it's not going to really take us to the heights that we were hoping for. When you look at the headlines, what are making headlines? It's always those Mag 7 names, always the tech stocks. And what were the laggards last week? Well, communications, discretionary technology, and those are the biggest weightings in the indexes. So when we talk rotation, it's healthy. We have over 68% of the S&P 500 above its 200-day moving average. Check, that's a good sign. We have 17% of the S&P 500
Check,
making
that's
new
a
highs
good
as
sign.
of last week versus
Last
3%
week.
making new lows.
30% making
This
new
is
lows.
fantastic. You would think
Fantastic.
the market should be
Love it.
skyrocketing. The S&P 500,
Fantastic.
7,000 has become that ceiling
Fantastic,
for now,
baby.
but the Dow,
Whoa,
50,000.
615 is rejecting from
we
yesterday's
had
high.
A third of those components
On
making new highs,
QQQ.
only one making a new
Pre-market
low.
held
And guess which one it
616
was?
as well.
Salesforce, a software
QQQ
stock, and
is
software
rejecting
has
6,
unfortunately
6,
become the story to the
QQQ
downside.
Okay,
is
so I'm going to
rejecting
get
6,
into the high
6,
first and then the low. So
IWM
that Dow 50,000,
trying to break the
you were here when it happened.
Got a hat, yeah.
Yes,
IWM
I know.
trying to break the
we can write home about that, both of us.
Nvidia
So Dow
at the top of the
50,000,
gray
great
box,
milestone.
purple
The
box
S&P
on
500 has trouble
Nvidia.
hitting that the 7,000
Beautiful
milestone.
fucking
What's
day.
that? How much does the Dow
SPX is inside the
50,000
purple
milestone
box from
matter?
yesterday.
Well,
We are
you
making a
know,
head and shoulders
it's
inside
a
the
big
SPX
round
purple
number, but
box
it's a
from
new high.
yesterday.
The
Trying
transports
for
and the
now.
Dow are making new highs. So the things that make the things that take the industrials and transports, that is the essence of Dow theory. That just verifies a really strong secular bull market. Now, during these secular bull markets, you have ebbs and flows, and the flow is coming out of some of those tech names. We had some great earnings. Earnings growth continues to be the story, but stocks following through on that. Meta still stumbling after a solid quarter. Microsoft didn't deserve the beatdown it suffered. The earnings were solid, but it stumbled. We're seeing that Palantir, another great example. Software stock and tech stock.
Birdie Bears! Wow, I'm up
it
20%
got
on all
destroyed
fucking
after
Nvidia
earnings,
contracts
and
now.
the earnings were
Holy
the best
fuck.
they've ever had. So this for another few days. One in particular.
Oh my God!
After that.
Oh my
but
God!
The growth continues there. The economy
Oh
is
my
rolling
God!
along pretty solidly. We'll see.
Woo!
They were flat.
Watch employment jobs number Wednesday, CPI inflation data on Friday, and now back to focusing on the Fed.
616 rejection. Today is the day. Let's get it done. Let's fucking get it done. Make the head and shoulders, baby.
Salesforce. So this week, Wedbush put
not even in SPX
Salesforce
anymore. Fuck this
on its
shit.
list, on its AI ambition, swapping out
Hell
one name
yeah.
for
Hell
that
yeah.
one. And they added
Hell
ServiceNow as
yeah.
well. Now, Salesforce
Wow.
has been really beaten up. Part of this SaaS apocalypse that, AI is going to just destroy the software names. What do you think about all of that?
SaaS apocalypse.
Yes, I know.
945.
Yes,
should
it's
get bounced
the new,
right
it's
here.
the new phrase this year.
945.
Sassy, these stocks.
Yeah.
What do I see? Well, you have to look.
Yesterday's
individually.
close
right now,
on
everything is
Nvidia.
getting beaten down within the sector. But you look at Salesforce, you look at Adobe, and you're like, okay, is AI coming for what they produce? And in some cases, you can make the argument, yes, AI is starting to replicate some of their advancements, and
There could
it
be a
become
cycle here,
generic, if you will.
based on this purple
So
box here,
there are
based
going to
on
be
the
winners
4
and
p.m.
losers,
close
and
from
right
yesterday.
now, Salesforce
But the
and
market
Adobe
is
have been
deciding
the
what
two
to do
poster children for
with the
losers. Oracle, another one
floor broken,
that has been
with the rejection
decimated.
off of
Let's see if they
616,
can come back.
and with the head and
There are
shoulders
3
formed
earnings
in
to
the purple
watch,
box from
in
yesterday.
particular, AppLovin, Unity Software, and
Gap
Datadog.
filled
Those
after
are
they
also
gapped up
3 big
open
software names. They come out later
tiny
today,
bit.
tomorrow, Thursday. So
Oh my God.
I think the individuals within the sector are going to have to differentiate themselves, and they're going to have to do that through a guide. And you know, we'll see how it shakes out. But right now, no one cares. They're selling software. They're rotating into some of these hardware names. You look at something like SanDisk, Micron, acting phenomenal. I think Nvidia, Broadcom can do the same when they report in 2 weeks.
What do you need to see from that group? You mentioned Datadog,
I'm getting fucking angry. Come on.
to see signs of stabilization. Is this a chart story or is this an individual company story?
Right now, it's a
What a
it's a
fucking
chart
rejection
story
off of
because the numbers
616.
have been there. The momentum is out of it. So what you just need to see is a guide that kind of assuages
What a
some of those
pre-market
fears
looking
that we
bullish.
see in these stocks where the
They popped
momentum
this
is
shit up too in
clearly
the
out of
video
them.
too, man.
Right
Oh
now,
my
the
lord.
rallies that we're getting are relief rallies.
They
meaning
popped this
they
shit
are
up from
coming into
yesterday
pockets
close,
of
and I was
overhead
talking about
resistance.
this in
And then
my
I'll give
alert
you
room. I
another
was like,
one
I
outside the
want them
sector,
to
but
pop it
acting
up.
the
I
same way.
want a bouncer
Robinhood,
too,
Coinbase,
and I want to see what happens.
crypto-related
Wow.
stocks. Robinhood will trade crypto
Played out
on the
so
platform.
fucking good off
The stock
market
has
open,
been
bro. Oh
crushing
my
it
God.
fundamentally.
Oh my God.
Technically, it's
Oh my
disjointed.
God.
I can't wait to see their numbers and their guide coming out later, I think Wednesday after the close.
Damn.
That's a stock that has everything going for it right now.
News
You
haven't
talk about
changed.
these accounts,
Still, stock
these
futures tick
government-funded
higher,
accounts that every child
or stock
formed
futures
between
are flat.
2008.
It is
They
flat.
couldn't do this 2000.
There are setups going on, however.
But they're going to get $1,000, and these are
This
free
thing is a
accounts going on
huge
the
setup.
Robinhood
We're about to
platform.
find out
Talk
if they want to
about
go lower.
long-term
It looks like the
sustainable
bears are
growth.
trying,
Oh
but
my
there may
God,
be
they
a
were just
cycle
handed
here
a
too for
gift.
30 minutes,
So
20
let's
minutes,
see
because of
what
all
that
the zero
means for
DT bears.
Robinhood
These are
and,
humongous red
that
candles.
platform. But
Humongous
it's
red
about
candles most
momentum,
likely end
and
up being the
crypto-related and
end up most
software-related
likely
are
end up a
not
part of the
getting that
two-third,
momentum.
three-third.
Yeah,
So
and it seems like crypto
we'll see.
related is
QQQ still
maybe
bearish.
not as much in the
IWM
woodshed
still
now,
bearish.
but still at least
Nvidia
close to
still
the
bearish.
woodshed.
Market is still
I want
bearish.
to go back to the point you made earlier about the industrials, things that make, things that take. When you look at that and kind of the broadening out, is that
All right, everything is
do you
still
see that
bearish.
as sustainable
Wow.
and durable?
Yeah, I think boring is
Damn.
back, and you look at stocks like Coke, which reported down 4% in the pre-market, but over the long term, major
Jesus
breakout.
Christ.
Pepsi had good results last week. The industrial companies, is anyone talking about DuPont earnings? Have you covered it yet?
Not yet.
DD, old Dow stock breaking out to new highs. That is boring. It's not going to generate headlines, but if you want your portfolio to be safer, I think now is the time to say look for some of those
Oh
names
my
that pay a
God.
nice dividend.
Crazy
ExxonMobil,
ass moves.
energy, that stock
Look at
broke out
Nvidia,
above 120.
crazy
We
ass
talked
moves
about it
today.
here. Now at 150, still a great dividend. These are safe
Insane.
places to
This
play
thing has been
while
moving very,
some
very
of
violently.
The,
Right.
dust has
Most
to
important
settle
watch
in
today,
these names that had gone
SMH.
parabolic in an
All
hour,
right, what
coming
is
back to earth
SMH?
in software.
Van
Quick
Eck
thought from you
Semiconductors
on Coca-Cola,
ETF. This thing,
the reaction to its results.
nobody paying attention
well,
to. But
flat
Van
this
Dyke's
morning,
SMH today is the
pressure.
most
Meanwhile, it was
important
popping,
watch
it was
of
13,
the
14%
fucking day,
going into
along
Yeah,
with
it was.
So I
QQQ,
think this
right?
is a
Van Eyck's
natural pullback.
ETF,
Look for
what we
the
talked
stock
about
to
in
pull
the alert
back
room
probably
yesterday.
Another few
Today.
points. You want to buy it, you want to put it away
QQQ.
long term. It's something I've held
Is
for 20
bounced
years.
trying
And it's just safe, slow,
off the
steady
floor of
growth.
940.
You're never really looking at the tape.
Not
How's
really.
Coke doing today?
Okay.
SPY
But
is bounced
it's
trying.
a good
IWM is
portfolio
going
add,
through the floor.
especially in some of these more uncertain times.
Any final thought you want to leave us
Bounce
with
is
on
weak.
Cisco or any
SPY
other
is the only
company
thing
you're
bouncing.
watching?
Cisco,
QQQ
another
is
stock
going
making
lower.
new highs.
IWM
Old
is going
technology,
lower.
Watch 85. If you look
Nvidia
at
is
this on
going
a
lower.
30-year chart, Kevin, look at this.
SMH is
AKG,
going
look at this
lower.
one later.
Everything
It
except
is a breakout
SPY.
above its .com era
Right.
high. Yes, it's
Slow
it's
as
a,
fuck.
It's a stretch
Slow
looking at
cycle,
that chart.
no
But,
volume too.
Cisco
Barely
has
any
been a
volume,
silent
but it's
assassin
tiny,
coming
tiny
back,
bearish.
doubled since the Spark
Bearish
deal
leaning,
went through.
bearish leaning on
And
SPY.
it doesn't make the
Wow,
headlines, but
IW
slow,
or no,
steady,
fucking
stable
Nvidia,
growth.
full bearish
The
control.
stock should be a
GG's.
triple-digit
All right,
stock
Nvidia,
within the next quarter or two.
IWM,
All right,
QQQ.
thank you, Jay.
You got
all
it.
Point to leave
following
it on.
each
That's
other.
Jay West, Chief Global Strategist of Freedom Capital Markets.
God did. All right, now's the fucking time to say God fucking did. Crazy. Crazy. I am far as fuck expiry, but I am up almost 30 fucking percent on something, man. Definitely not SPX. This thing fucking bouncing. IWM. QQQ. Trying the floor 616 rejection. Time is 9:50. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Today is a amazing and cool day. Today is an amazing and cool day. SMH. Semiconductors ETF, right? Crazy work. Crazy fucking work off of market open. Crazy work. Wow. Well. Well. Um. GG's. GG's. GG's in chat, man. What the fuck is this today? Oh my god. Oh my god. Time is 9:50. Time is 9:50. Q, Q, Q. Big bounce coming. Trying. IWM. Trying to bounce off the floor of 950 as well. SPY is bear trap trying. SPY is bear trap trying, looks like. Man, I sound like fucking Mickey Mouse, huh? What the fuck was that? Oh, lordy. 5-minute bounce from 945 into 950. SPY is holding some sort of a weird ass cycle since 940 and bounced into 950. QQQ is bouncing off of 950 into 950. IWM is bouncing from 950 and into 950. They are slightly bear trapping with SPY and they're cycling. They're at the 0.5 midpoint to VWAP. So this is about 50-50 bulls and bears on SPY. QQQ is slightly leaning. I don't want to say bearish. All right, 50-50. With the cycle already played out from morning open. 50-50. Justin said Bitcoin back at 68K. Okay. Coming in with a V on SPY. All right. Everything was bearish more except SPY. SPY is the one that wants to not go super lower fast today. Looks like. Looks like to me. Man, I have a hit and run that I reported to the insurance, and I'm waiting until Friday until they give me a decision. If they deny me, I have to go to small claims court, but I can't wait because it's about a couple of $1,000 that guy's owing me, man. Just for denting the back bumper and the side fender or something on the old piece of crap car that got literally into an accident a month ago too, because someone slid off the snow and hit me. So hopefully things go well, man, but things aren't. Trying to be good in life, I guess. I'm just trying to be patient about it, if that makes sense. Man, IWM is bouncing. QQQ is, as soon as I say that, it's rejecting. QQQ is bouncing. No rejection yet. Man, what the fuck is this? 950 rejection. 950 bounce. 950 rejection on IWM. So maybe IWM is still bearish, but it's tricking out now, right? Divergences in the indexes. SPY is still looking bullish here for some reason. With QQQ. Time is 9:55. 950 is going higher into 955. The bulls are in control from 940 or 950 into 955 at the minimum. Testing the roof. Roof test, roof hope. Morning cycles are going on. Right, 950 bounce to 955 bounce. Happened. IWM was rejecting. 950 bounce, 950 rejection, and time is 9:55. So they're algo ranging on IWM. They're algo ranging on IWM. They're roof testing on SPY, trying to be bullish or to look bullish. From looking bearish at market open. HOD is trying to rip off here. I don't know why Nvidia is not curling up with this yet, but maybe Nvidia might bear trap everything down here and test 193, 194, 195 today again somehow too. That is a possibility. But Nvidia is not coming back up with market for some reason. That's kind of interesting. In the purple box. Tamed little beast. Tamed little beast. There's probably some sort of a box here on SMH2, but I have not drawn it, and nor will I draw it because I don't know too much about SMH. All I know is I saw what happened last night into yesterday. From there you go, and now things are happening. So HOD is testing on QQQ, trying to go here or break it, showing IWM is the one cycling. SPY already broke the roof, so this is bullish control off of 950, 945, showing a divergence in SPY and QQQ into 955. There's no confirmation rejection, so they could go higher. A little bit more or more and then cycle. But this is the roof, or they could reject here and cycle too, but this is the 3/3 bullish cycle off of 945. Divergence floor they made too. Just like it was a bearish cycle from 930 into 945. There's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 playing out differently. One-third, 2/3, 3/3. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Time is 10 a.m. in 26 seconds. IWM is now trying to curl up, trying to bear trap. Nvidia as well. They coming in almost flat or flatlishly bullish trying off of yesterday's 4 p.m. close level, which is 693.91 here. The MACD volume is bullish on SPY, Nvidia, QQQ. 616 is now testing again after rejecting trying. 616. Wow. Created some sort of a head and shoulders and then reverting that shit to, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're going higher, maybe they're not, but it's coming in as a squeeze candle too. On the 30-minute. 1 hour. Wow, they're squeezing higher for now on SPY, QQQ, and IWM, maybe everything together now. 10 a.m. 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 is extending from 9:55 to at least 10. Time is already 10, 9:58. All I want for my birthday is a big birthday cake. All I want for my birthday is a big cake. $6.16 HOD did not break. There's a divergence at the roof on SPY and QQQ. QQQ. All I want for my birthday is HOD at 10. 6.16 rejection at 10. Why? Why the divergence at the roof? Probably to confuse the fuck out of everybody in some way, shape, or form. Why? We're near the all-time highs. We're at a crossroads point. Usually when these things happen. Usually when these things fucking happen to confuse out the most, and then the deductors come in. Ah, lordy. All I want for my birthday is a birthday cake. A nice one. Everything is trying to reject except SPY. GQQ maybe not. IWM looks like it's algo trying to trap, but it's not confirmed. The confirmation comes when 950 breaks. You could cycle for 40 minutes, 2 hours until it decides to do that or not. The confirmation is actually no confirmation on IWM. No confirmation down, no confirmation up. It's just a squeeze 1 hour candle. The market is hovering and deciding and waiting for the cycles to create almost. Even though it looks like it could do one or the other based on one or the other, it's really not yet. So time is 10:05 in 41 seconds. Chopping at the roof with the divergence. Statistically speaking, they chop, and break out a little bit as possible to clear the 3/3, clear the divergence, and make it look more bullish before anything. However, the cycles are a little bit different every day. So maybe this is throwing some things off. It gapped up on the 1 minute and then it gap filled at 9:57:10 and then 10. So SPY is doing that chop bullshit today again. Slow chop bullshit no matter what. No matter down or up. I don't know how it has the momentum to consolidate and do chop little cycle like that and then do a little direction and chop cycle little direction, but that's what's going on. That is what is going on. Not even today, not even yesterday. I'm not talking about this part. I'm talking about chop Chop, 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 chop. I'm talking about that part. I'm talking about chop, 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 chop. So, choppity chop. Here they chop. It's like, wow. Choppity chop, choppity chop, chop. It's my birthday. Oh, oh, it's my birthday. Go party. It's your birthday. Shit. Should I start singing 50 cents? Fuck. Many, 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 many. Wish that upon me. Da na 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 na. Many, 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 many men. Wish that upon me. Shit. 50 cents so fire, bruh. I ain't going front. I want to start blasting music on my YouTube stream, bro. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not, but fuck. I've seen some people do it. People with smaller channels. It's very loud. They turn like classical music on. Today is not my birthday. My birthday is in November. Today is not my birthday. Everyone's saying happy birthday. It is not my birthday. I just feel good. I just feel good. That's about it. Shit, I feel like it's my birthday. Right? I feel like it's my fucking birthday. Bearish rejection is trying. 616 maybe. This is bullish though. This is not bearish. This is bullish. IWM looked like maybe I thought it was gonna algo range trap bulls, but yeah. Maybe the IWM did a spike red and then red or green, but this shit is not bearish. Divergence clearing, right? Chop, 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 and then divergence clear. Oh my god. Roof breaking up. 616 broke up. Now this is showing to the entire world and on QQQ. Bullish. IWM bouncing. Nvidia could even trap off this here too. We'll see. 616 flipping up is super bullish showing. Alright, we're talking about this yesterday. If they ever flip 616. And we're at 696. Jesus Christ. 696. Oh my god. This is actually all-time highs territory, right? 6,983. This is all-time highs territory, folks. Market is fucking squeezed back to the all-time high yet again. Yet again. I mean, this played out though. 616. Just chop something weird shit. I was like, that's not bearish, but just bounce up. Just trapping on SPY today. Again, they trapping on SPY today. Man, SPY too scary. Because last time it was at all-time highs like this, and I shorted on the way up. I realized there's like people like me in the world, and there's so many fucking goddamn bears. They could just extend the bitch 3/3 up and up and up and up and up. And sometimes I get impatient too. But like honestly, that is what they're doing. What kind of bullshit is it that every time we go to 690, that we go to 696 somehow? Can someone explain to me that every time we go to 690 in the last fucking 4 months, 2 months, we go to 690 to 694 to 696 in a heartbeat, intraday, within 1 day or a day and a half? That shit tells me they fucking bring in 7,700 SPY back every fucking time. Every fucking time they do something. I'm not saying 7,700 isn't gonna break, but all I'm saying is the SPX put to call ratio and SPY right now is stacked to the max at 707,000, and it is getting cooked every fucking time. Every fucking time, man. Every fucking time. Unbelievable. It's scary as shit. All-time highs. I'm trying to even think it downward because nobody knows where the fucking high is. This thing goes for 696, 697, 694, and it's like everything basically the same shit at all-time high territory. It's just, bro, this is a 50-point move, 40 points move, and this 40 points gets us 20 points in range of 7,000. We're already above 7,000 on ES. This is 700 SPY, 7,000 SPX again. Again. This is higher than yesterday, so this is the 3/3. Cycles are extending into today at the minimum, right? That's what's going on. Cycles are extending. Nobody knows where the fucking high is, but it's extending, and it's fucking 7,700 hoping again. Above 616, the market is. I guess it was doing it with time. It's just going up, but this was the goal for them. It's just they don't want to fucking do it like that, I guess. Supposedly QQQ was coming back up, and now it's strong too, so supposedly. Man, what a fucking day already though. Morning open and we're at all-time highs territory. At this point, it's better to fucking wait for SPY and QQQ to actually cycle confirm and create a 3/3 and try to show at this point, right? That's why I left into next week and SPY and QQQ today. I was like, fuck this shit, I'm not doing this shit. And they're gonna fucking grind it back to all-time highs again. They're gonna lose fucking 40% again in one fucking day. And it's just gonna be cheaper in 2-3 days, 1 day anyway, today. So I might as well fucking just wait it out on SPY and let other things, like other setups, take care of other things while the market takes care of this all-time high choppy bullshit pummeling up situation. And I'm very glad I made that decision in the morning because I would have been fucked. I don't even care if I didn't get to leave down there because the shit was cooked anyway into close. I don't even care. But all I know is shit. Let's see. All I know is shit. Let's see. SPY looking like it's trying to curl down with no cycle confirmation. I mean, sure, it does look bearish, but I mean, it's one cycle, so one cycle could be flipped up any second and it could look bullish in the next actual cycle. 10-10 pushing lower into 10-15. 10-15 is here in 2 seconds. someone said I'm monkey brain. Monkey brain must, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? The video going lower. That's funny as fuck. Someone said monkey brain must. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yo. That's crazy hilarious. Cycle is creating 10-10 to 10-15. This thing could bounce at 10-16, 10-17, 10-15, and then create a cycle into 10-20, and then decide what to do. If not, it wants to go lower. Oh my god. 6-16 trap, 6-16 trap, 6-16 trap, bull trap. Alright, this is a bull trap. Bull trap. Everything bull trap. Bull trap. Oh my god. Wow. What the fuck? Damn. What the fuck? 10-15. Now they're fucking ranging in the middle. Anything above 6-16 just got trapped on QQQ. Alright, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 trap now too. Fucking big ass candle. Back into the algo range on IWM. There's a 1 minute gap here. That's weird. I don't know why there's a 1 minute gap here. 10-10, 10-15. 10-15 is bounce trying. Alright, SPY. IWM is trying to show bullish still. Okay. SPY and IWM is still trying to show bullish. They're faking out maybe. IWM gap open happening right now. This is either going to fill or it's going to hope and go lower and then maybe decide to fill later. QQQ is bearish here. Nvidia is bearish. SMH trying to turn down. What the fuck? This SPX looks crazy. Wow. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 happening down south. All right. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 happening down south. Wow. Crazy work today. Crazy work. Let's go. Let's go. Lol. 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 Life is good. All the time. Lol. IWM gap hope for now. 10-10 rejection. Into 10-14. 10-14 bounced. Into 10-15. 10-15 rejected. And now time is 10-20. Gap hope for now. Bulls are getting trapped on IWM. Bears are in control. Market's still flat. What a cycle. Is a bullish cycle coming? I don't know, but it's turning into a cycle now. Nvidia looked like it could 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bear trap too. But I mean, for now. Wow. Fucking candle just coming in like crazy, bro. Every single time they need to go back to 616 or reject off 616. It's coming in nuclear mode. We are at 616 on QQQ, right? If you are confused on what the market is doing, it is most important to watch the chart on QQQ today like this, as well as other things. But man, let me tell you something, all right? I'm very glad, right? I'm very glad that people that left and decided to do what they want to do did what they did. I'm very glad, because let me tell you something. I felt a lot of fake love, a lot of fake bullshit, but it's none of that, right? Why the fuck does it matter when, like, what changes when I said what I said, you know what I mean? But I can clearly tell you, 20 to 30, 35 people, man, those are the people that were saying good morning in the WhatsApp group one time every morning, and then saying, oh, that means I'm active in the YouTube, and that means I'm active, and then that means I don't need to do anything, and that means I get to be, like, dude, I don't think you understand. That's not fucking how life is. I don't think you fucking understand when I was saying, like, oh, be active, and, like, you know, we could all say good morning to each other and good morning because it's good morning, but, like, just to use that as an excuse to be like, oh, now I'm seen as active in the WhatsApps. I'm good. Like, dude, I don't know what the you think this life is, but life is actually harder than that shit, man. You gotta be trying fucking 24/7 on the market, like the fucking machine. But I guess that is the way it seems off for people. Is different, but I've been there where I thought, life will change and things will be easier if I get to step on this and get to the next step, and then, that step will elevate my life once and for all. But it's none of that. It has never been like that. It is none of that bullshit,
All
man.
right, let's get you ready.
It's actually using the step to get to the next step, 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 every single fucking step, every single fucking day.
And now Sam Stovall,
that has nothing to do with,
the volatility, the economic reports. Sam Stovall, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA. I'm so glad you're with us. It's great to see you as
it says
always.
We will be rewarded by
to ask you,
H word amid volatile markets.
I know it's a nice
That's
round
what this
number,
dude is saying.
and it was the best
SPY
day
and
since
QQQ
and
today.
but
Can't lie.
It
looks more bullish than not, since we are at 616 and we are recovering, or we're regaining, or we're going above 616. Anything above 616 is bullish. Anything below 616 is bearish. Is the reason why we're doing this pop. Big ass rejection, probably liquidity building. So,
absolutely. But first
right
off,
now,
Nicole, it's always a
IWM
treat
gap
to speak
filled.
with you.
That's
and
crazy.
Yeah, I guess the question is,
IWM gap down here didn't fill it for 3 minutes, and then looked like it was gonna go lower, and then it fucking bear trapped.
Had said that that's what his target
That's
is
crazy.
by the time
I don't want to say this is fully bullish, but it's maybe on SPY, on IWM,
basis, that's
on
a 26%
QQQ.
annual return.
Maybe it's leaning 60-40 bullish, trying to look with this bounce, but I mean, it's only one bounce too, it's only one cycle too. HOD hasn't broken yet. True, but
the longest stretch,
I mean, this is how they did it yesterday too. Let's not lie. With the fucking already bullish 1 day, second day, running up, third day, trying to
anything is possible.
So risk is there for sure. Everyone in the world trying to guess the fucking top, as they say.
And then a less big year.
On SPX and SPY, fucking especially. So,
it doesn't have to be double digits. It could
Ochoa said IWM on some BS today. Yeah, it is on some BS, but to be honest, this is some shit that I've seen countless of fucking thousands of times. IWM gapping down and filling, or IWM gapping down and looking like it, and IWM going down and filling. So this for sure is bullshit, but at the same time, it's set up, because when it's going down in the second or third red candle, you see this 1 minute gap and you're like, oh fuck, the risk is there that they come back, and the risk is probably they're gonna fill today than not. So the risk is fucking 50 fucking thousand and 3/3, and then but I mean, those are like higher advanced level shit.
if
but
you look at a
I don't know if I talked about IWM
you know,
yet, but I mean, yeah,
basically
I do
compounded
have my own rules on
return day by
IWM.
day
They're not
throughout
like
the year, you'll tend
solid.
to find that
They
we
are
end up in
also
a soft
solid, but
patch
they're
in
like
the late February period of midterm
there are
election
rules that
years.
I have in
We
the back
then
of my
see an
mind that I
advance
don't
toward the
rely
end
on,
of
but I know
April.
they
Then
exist
the
because they're
sell in
actual
May
rules.
kicks
But
in,
like I don't
and the
fucking
market
try to
takes a
fight
deeper
it,
dive
nor do I hope on
traditionally
it, nor do
into the
I
late
play it as my
summer
only deducting shit.
before
If that makes sense,
rallying into
it's
the
all I
end of
know
the
is that it's a
year.
part of a
And
setup.
remember that
It
from
is
October
used to
31 of
make
midterm
bulls and
election
bears
years
hope from
through
that
October
exact
31
moment
of the
to whatever
year
cycle they're
after,
showing
the
up or
market has
down.
never
And for
declined since
later, they hope
1945,
both sides, and then
and we
for
have seen
later,
an
it
average
could be used as a
16%
setup or
gain.
not.
So
That's about
yeah,
it.
the volatility for
It could
this
be used.
year,
So,
but we will be rewarded by
that's like all
holding on.
setups, right? It could be
So
used.
what
Is
did
it
you
playing
think
out
of what
right
we've
now and
seen
then?
here
That's
for
the real
tech
question.
in particular? You know, and also we've had some
Time is
XAI
10:20.
news too. Apollo nears a $3.4 billion lending deal for Nvidia chips to lease to XAI. XAI burned over $1 billion
Nvidia
monthly
chips.
last fall, according to the information. I just wanted to get that
Good
news
day
in there.
today.
Tell me about tech overall. Is the AI trade still alive?
Oh, I think it is,
Not even
and I
fucking
believe
looking at
that
the
tech
fucking
basically
chart,
just
man.
got ahead of itself at the
That's why I
peak
said
on
60,
October
40 bullish
29th for
because
tech,
everything looks like
the
bullish, but
last
like I
all-time
don't really
high for
fucking
that
know
sector.
until whatever they do. But I
We
mean,
were
this is
trading at a
crazy.
62%
The
premium to the
gap,
average
and then bull
20-year
trap too.
PE,
So
and
what
this
is this?
was a
What
PE on
the fuck?
forward estimates. However, that
SMH
number
coming
has
in,
been
bull
cut in
trappy
more
today.
than in half, now at
SPX coming in, trappy
27%.
on all sides
And some
today.
people look at only a 5-year
Morning open
average
up,
return,
down,
mainly because they figure that
trap
AI
bulls,
has been
trap
driving
bears,
the
trap
market
bulls,
for
trap
only the
bears,
last
trap
5
bulls.
years. And in that case, we went from a
Oh,
17% premium to an
crazy.
8%
All right.
discount. So today,
If
we're
this
actually
breaks the
trading at an
10-15 low,
8%
it's the
discount
3/3,
to
but they do not have to
the
break this
average
now. They
5-year
could
PE ratio.
cycle.
And with earnings expected
IWM
to
has to
be
break
up
950 for
by more than
anything.
30%
Anything between
in
10, 10, 10,
2026
20, and
and then another
950 is literally
20%
50
in
50.
2027,
Scary as
I
shit.
think that bodes favorably
I guess
for
IWM has
investors
to
who
do
stick
something or
with
the market
the
has to
tech
do
trade.
something for it to create a
Tell me about
clear
the jobs report
directional
this week.
cycle
I was so excited to
with the
get it
floor
on
breaking or
time
some sort
finally,
of
and then we had the
cycle low
partial government
breaking,
shutdown that got pushed
signifying
back.
something.
What are
But
your
if
thoughts on
not,
the job expectations?
then they
and,
do not.
the challenger
Nvidia looks
print,
bearish
where we
still,
saw
but it's
layoffs
scary as shit.
up
This is the
200%
3/3.
last week, right?
3/3 from when?
Is that a
3/3
one-off?
from
Are we
yesterday.
expecting any correlation
All right,
to
that's
this
what's
jobs
going on
report
right
this
now
week?
on Nvidia.
Well,
Highs of
this week
193
expectations are
is
for
1/3,
55,000 new
2/3,
jobs to be
3/3
added.
into right
That's
now,
compared with 50,000 for
188.
last
This shit
reporting
could bear
period.
trap fucking
Unemployment
everybody
rate is
here.
likely to stay
1/3,
at
2/3, 3/3.
4.4%, and the wage component will likely come down by 0.1%. So
Market showing
that would
bullish though
bode well in a
on
sense from an
SPY,
inflationary
QQQ,
projection
IWM.
perspective. And if you look to CPI data that's going to be coming out on Friday, inflation is likely to be coming down as well, both on a headline year over year and a core year over year. So with the Fed's remaining data dependent, focusing on employment and inflation, possibly both of those numbers could still be
All right,
encouraging
if the
for the
lows of
Fed to cut
10-15
rates once or
somehow
twice
breaks
again this year.
and
Yeah,
IWM
let's talk
breaking
about that.
here or
The
some shit,
CPIs on Friday, you expected
QQQ breaking
wage inflation to
10-15
come down
somehow,
by
then it is a
0.1%.
3/3 bearish cycle. Until then,
What are your
it is
expectations
pivot
between
point.
now and
It is
May?
3/3 bullish cycle,
Wash,
as well as a
what kind of conversations?
It's
How many
not even a
cuts, when
2/3
and
bearish
why?
cycle. It's a 1/3.
And
It's
all of
trying
the
to go
above.
to the
That's right.
2/3 and trying to
Well,
break the
essentially,
2/3
as
to
I said,
confirm the
the Fed
3/3.
will be data dependent. So they will be looking at the employment data. They'll be looking at the inflation data. They might not feel a great need to be cutting rates between now and May, or actually June, in our opinion. So there is a good possibility of a June rate cut of 25 basis points. And then, probably another cut sometime in the second half. So that would be consistent with the dot plots. But, some are also projecting possibly 3 cuts. But in that case, I think we would have to see the unemployment rate work its way up to 4.5% or more. And we would probably have to see the inflation rate come down more than the 2.4% that's expected for the end of 2026.
And at this point, last but not least, when you're having conversations with folks this weekend, were they thinking more headwinds or tailwinds overall?
I think they were breathing a sigh of relief based on Friday's surge. I mean, when you look at the 1,200 point move in the Dow, we look at the 4% jump in the technology space. We see that essentially 90% of the 155 sub industries in the S&P 1500 were positive. We also saw 30 sub industries, 30 of those 155 sub industries move back above both their 10-week and 40-week moving averages, which shows that there is growing participation of the areas within the overall market that are doing quite well. So I would tend to say that it put another shot in the arm of those people who are still thinking of buying on the dips.
And look, unlikely to get the 26% annual gain that you were talking about. Let's talk about what your targets are, let's say by year end, around, where do you think the S&P could be in December?
Sure. Well, I look at target prices as more of a weather vane than a laser beam. Right now, you just want to get the direction correct. I think that the market will be higher by the end of the year. I think it'll be a good year overall, but not a great year. We're looking for a sub 7% gain for the full year to 7,400 on the S&P 500. It's consistent with the second year of Fed rate cuts, which averaged 6.2%. It's consistent with midterm election years, which usually go up only about 4% since World War II, rising 55% of the time. But I think it'll be a tough road because the average drawdown in midterm election years is 18%, the highest of all 4 years within the 4-year presidential cycle. So a challenging year, but because of earnings growth expectations, it'll probably end up being a good one.
10 seconds. Just what are your favorite sectors that you think may be best bets for this year? 1 or 2 sectors?
Well, areas that are starting to come back, healthcare and energy, are looking pretty good at this point. I think that the underappreciated defensive areas are showing improvement once again. The January barometer,
Still
as
chopping.
goes January, so goes the year, holds
Sad
for
as
the
shit, but it's
sectors
eating
as
bears.
well. And we've taken sort of a
Bears since
defensive
10:15,
lean
10:25 at
based
the
on their
minimum,
January performance.
9:45.
January effect and Dow
It's a
theory.
3/3
We had the
bullish cycle,
confirmation because we had, Dow Transport
as
hit it,
well
and
as
then you
a
had the confirmation from the Dow Jones Industrial Average, as
1/3.
pros like you know and watch for.
2/3.
Sam Stovall, great to see you, Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA. Have a beautiful day.
Is this better?
Thank you.
Is this
Appreciate it.
confusing?
You're on with us today. Thank you.
Does this make sense or no? All right, this might be a lot easier to see. It's sad but true. There's a divergence at the roof. No, there isn't. It's sad but true. Bulls are showing 616 so fucking hard, even if they aren't going higher. That puts us in reach. It would be crazy as fuck to see it go back into the trend line, but I mean, that's what they're showing on SPY and the Qs. Nvidia is now trying to turn up inside the purple box. Very interesting. Very, 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 very. HOD broke. All right. This is a 3/3 bullish cycle to extend the 3/3. There is no cycle confirmation, rejection. So let's see what they do with the new roof. All right, this bearish cycle got eaten. All right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 inside the bigger bullish cycle for now. All right, I'm removing the smaller cycle. This shit is scary when SPY is at the roof, man. All-time high. Would have never believed 2 days ago we would be here doing this shit, but I mean, 2 days ago was Friday. So yeah, I would have never fucking believed. Free market wind direction south into 945 from free market. 9:30 into 9:45. Wind direction is north from 9:45 into 10:30. 10:30, there's a divergence at the roof. IWM is bear trapping and flying. This shit is so dumb. IWM has some sort of a bull magnet right now. What the fuck? Like the MACD on the 1 hour bearish too. That makes crazy sense. 2 hours so bullish still though. It's looking kind of like Nvidia but stronger. Or actually opposite of Nvidia. This shit is the exact fucking opposite of Nvidia right now. Fucking nuts. It's nuts. Why is that important? Because Nvidia and IWM, along with QQQ and SPY, but IWM and Nvidia, Tesla 2, Palantir 2 did the exact same fucking move from Friday into yesterday or today. Market open. And then market open, IWM, Nvidia with the 1 hour, 1 hour, MACD looking the same, did the exact opposite. IWM did go lower and then bear trap. So I don't know what the shit is this, but Nvidia could have done the same fucking thing, I think, but it did not do that yet. So that's something telling. Got Palantir upgrade.
Right,
Looks like.
Let's get to our next guest and look for the first moves of the open. We're going to be joined by Diane King Hall, the co-host of Fast Market with me. Diane, we're talking some names that are moving post earnings. Coca-Cola. We talked about this yesterday on our show. The bar was really high. It was just kind of mind-boggling how much the staple had gone to all-time highs ahead of earnings. But we're seeing a pullback here today.
Yeah, indeed. And so that probably lines up with some of the data that we saw from like Folio. It was actually a mixed quarter for Coca-Cola.
All right, let me say this over and over again. I don't care if people don't join. All right? I'm literally here live for free, doing the same fucking shit, streaming the market every day. Nothing really changes. It's for people that are in a position of life where they feel financially stable enough to take the next step, whatever the next step may be. However, I do not want fake lovers, fake haters, and whatever the hell they do want to do on their individual selves impacting me. So God did, and God bless everyone that is here. God did, and God bless everyone that left.
They did beat on the bottom line, but top line
That's how I really
came
feel.
in a little lighter than expected.
God bless
Earnings
everybody.
On an adjusted basis
God
were
did,
58 cents per
and
share.
hope
so that
to
was
God.
The Street was looking for 56
Shit,
cents.
I hope to God I'll be fine. But I mean, yeah, hope to God everyone's fine, man. Life should be loved.
More than $12 billion. So, and they also issued a modest growth forecast. So that's weighing on shares right now.
Thing.
Off a little bit more than 8%, but they were indicated lower than this in the pre-market. So not doing as bad as the indications were in the pre-market. It seems like investors are focusing on the softer revenue and signs that consumer demand may be under a little bit of pressure here. When you look at how organic revenue growth, the forecast, they're forecasting between 4 to 5%.
So scary.
EPS growth forecast.
It broke out the 3/3.
Projecting 7 to 8%.
There's no
so
1/3, 2/3 from 10:30, but there's
so that reinforces these concerns
trying
about
from the roof.
slower consumer
With no
demand.
cycle confirmation.
There's some
The
trends
MACD
that
volume trying to
analysts
go
have been
bearish.
looking at. Budget-conscious shoppers.
QQQ is at 616.
So that
chopping
hits Coca-Cola,
with no volume.
obviously,
IWM is chopping at the roof with volume.
Their total volume for the full year of 2025 was flat, hence how the shares are
And if they turn down IWM, that would be
that
crazy. SPY would actually go, but IWM is the only thing that looks crazy not like the market right now.
Standouts in premium brands, and I think
I guess someone could argue QQQ is strong too, 616 holding. So, but IWM is actually the thing that's not holding. It's like trying to break apart up, ranged up.
Right. So she talks a lot about the vanity trade.
Right.
So people are buying
range
smart
did
water,
not break
they're buying
up.
body armor, they're buying
Range bound on SPY since 10, but IWM is the only thing trying to break the range upwards.
Or premium brands and the water, the sports drink, the coffee, and the tea segment, that actually increased, volume increased there by 3%. North America
they're
volume
going
was up
lower
just
from 10.
1%.
Oh my
Latin
God.
America volume was a little higher than that,
I
but
don't
just
know
by
anymore.
2%.
Right, this is looking like a bull trap to me, but
that is though does
until
signal
VWAP
some
flips, until
stabilization
10-15
after
breaks,
some
nothing is
recent
cycle
softness that we saw
confirmation
in
at
those
the minimum.
markets.
But if they do,
Europe
this
is
is an
being flagged
extension
as an
cycle
area
to
of
create a
continued
3/3
pressure for
roof, and then
Coca-Cola.
1/3, 2/3,
But
3/3, and
again,
destroy
where
the
you're seeing
1/3,
some of the
2/3, and
strength,
then maybe
more
bear
of the
trap
strength is
everybody at the
in
floor too.
what's
But for
perceived
now,
as healthier. In
we are
fact,
above
Coke Zero
VWAP. For
Sugar,
now,
you saw
none of that has happened.
volume
For
growth
now,
there,
market is deciding with this
13%, Tom.
spike down. This spike down
Yep,
could be the
maybe
trap
a little
too.
bit
Why?
of
It's a
selling,
big ass
maybe,
fucking candle.
maybe some profit taking after that massive rally that we've seen in this.
We'll see what
name,
happens. It's a big
also,
ass candle.
but it is
Any
off
big
of those,
candles
pre-market lows.
yesterday, any big
at
candles
this point,
was
next
almost a
one we
trap.
got up here, Diane.
The candles
on
are big
semi,
today, so I guess
stocks actually rallied.
it's not
It's
too
been
big of a
pretty
candle, but I
volatile
mean, I
since
would count that as a
releasing,
big
those
candle from
earnings.
10:30,
It seemed like it was a
10:35,
decent
and
report,
waiting
but
from
maybe a little bit
10:35,
light on
10:40 that comes.
guidance
Like
here.
that's a big ass candle for
Yeah,
me.
indeed,
in my
and that
opinion,
was one of
based
the
on
things we
candles.
saw
So.
the stock initially get dinged off the back of its results indicated in the pre-market. It was actually indicated under pressure, but right now, as you mentioned, it is higher today, so it's adding to its
Let's
gains
do a poll.
year to date.
All right.
And so I guess
Based
investors
on
are
today's
kind of
move
shaking
so
off
far,
the worries that they have about this.
in your
They did
opinion and in your
report a sharp
opinion
drop
alone,
in the fourth quarter profit in terms of how
this
it
is and
did
today is bullish or
on
bearish.
earnings versus expectations. Adjusted EPS was actually a beat at 64 cents per share. The street was looking for 62 cents. Revenue coming in essentially in line with expectations at 1.53 billion. Now revenue did fall 11%. There was a bright spot in their smaller intelligent sensing unit. You saw year-over-year growth there, but you see these big declines in power solutions, down 11%, analog and mixed
I mean,
signal
the answer
down
should be
9%.
mixed almost. But
Intelligent
based on today's move
sensing,
into
although it's
today,
down, it
this
was
is bullish or
better
this is bearish?
than it had been previously, so and better than what the expectations were. So there
we have
are
1, 2,
management
3,
tone in terms of their
6 people that is
post-earnings
bullish.
call,
This
where
is
they say
bullish
there's
into today
increasing
based on
signs of
today's move. We have 1,
stabilization
2,
in key end
3,
markets. So they try to kind of point
7
to
people
where
that is bearish
the
based on
positive
today's
may be.
move.
And
I'm
to
voting
some, that essentially suggests maybe the
8.
worst in terms of the
So 8 to
semiconductor
9
downturn,
to 7,
maybe moderating, and hence maybe
9
why
to
we're
7.
seeing a little pickup right now in those
This
shares.
is bullish. 7.
Yeah, and we're also
This is
seeing a little
bullish.
bit of
8.
a pickup here in our next stock that we're going to talk about, and that's Palantir. I looked
9
at this
to
report out of
11.
this Daiwa analyst,
This is
Diane,
bullish.
and I'm going, hey, where's
9.
this guy been?
This is bearish.
Even
11.
though the stock's pulled back about
Into
30%
the end of the
from
day
those
today.
record
This is
highs
not
we
now.
saw a few months ago.
Not
Yeah,
now.
we got an upgrade here in Palantir.
It's true. And listen, they had strong results. I was talking to Jay Woods earlier about this at Freedom Capital Markets. And, he talked about how investors have reacted despite strong results for Palantir. But Daiwa's upgraded it to a buy from neutral. So they're coming off the sidelines of this. But this is an interesting one in terms of where they see the price target. The price target they have is 180, which does obviously signal upside from here, but it's down from their prior price target. So overall, it does signal that they see some greater confidence in the growth story here for Palantir. But it's interesting to see, kind of that double-handed approach to this, upgrading it to a buy, but trimming their price target here on this one. They highlight the U.S. operations as a primary driver, and then they point out strength in both government and commercial demand. So they think that its analytics platform is just gaining deeper traction, Tom.
Yeah, the battle continues, Diane. Valuations versus that growth rate of 70% last quarter. So, yeah, battleground stock becoming the theme here in Palantir. All right. Thanks to Diane King Hall for joining me. She's the co-host Fast Market with me.
I'm still about 22% up on my shit, but to see this shit on SPY is kind of nasty. To see this shit on SPY would have been fucking destroying into next week, and I had almost all my profits in dust and fucking SPY and QQQ next week, and I was like, yo, I can't fucking do this shit. Yesterday, my profit went down last week about 50%, and I was like, dude, this shit is actually something. This shit is actually something. So, fuck that. They go to 700. I could give a goddamn rat's ass. If they go to 700, I will literally be like, whoa, 700 SPY, 7,000. But like, I don't give a rat's ass if they go to 7,000 or 700, because at this point, who the fuck knows from February 10th today is, I'm thinking by March 10th, shit is not gonna be like this. Like, this shit is not gonna be like this. But wow, I mean, the times are getting, shorter and shorter into March 10th. But we're going higher and higher right now. Shit. We're going higher and higher right now. QQQ. Look at where QQQ is right now, okay? This shit is the most insane shit. If we look at it on the daily time frame, look at where QQQ is. Okay, we're going to talk about how many months this was. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. I don't care what anyone tells me. This has been since fucking October. October, November, December, January, February. Probably missed a fucking month, but I mean, this is right in the middle. Right in the middle of what? Everything. It's in the middle of fucking everything. Why is my line up there? Okay, my pink line is at 616 right here. I don't know why that other pink line is up there. Ay, ay, ay. These cycles up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Like, the bears are trying hard, but the bulls are trying extra hard to stay at 616 or whatever. To not go down below VWAP. Like, can't lie, the 1010 to 1015 was strong, yeah, but the 1015 to 1020 to 1025 to this shit is equally strong. As equal, yes, yeah. I don't fucking know, man. This shit does not look bearish or bullish to me yet. This shit looks almost fucking everything. Bullish and bearish. Hell is this?
America's Gold and Silver Corporation on a massive joint venture to construct a state-of-the-art hydrometallurgical processing facility in Idaho.
No way. Is gold going higher on this shit?
Control over
There's some
three
bullish
key
news
critical
coming out on
minerals
gold.
for the United States: copper, silver, and antimony.
Okay,
Joining me now, the two leaders behind
look
it
at that.
all.
Gold
Here's
is trying to
Antimony
pull back off
Corporation
market
Chairman and
open
CEO
too.
Gary
That's
Evans,
interesting.
and
It
America's
pumped
Gold
up
and
into
Silver
930,
Corporation Chairman and CEO
935.
Paul Hewitt. Great to have you both. Congratulations on this project.
Thank you. It's great to be here, Maria.
Well, it's great to see you both, and it's certainly important. We understand these are national security issues. So, Gary, kick us off here. Tell us about the partnership and why this is important.
Well, as you know, we're the only antimony producer that does mining to finished product. And we've been processing his product with America's Gold and Silver now for years, going through a plant in Canada.
Bear trap on Nvidia trying now.
Is circumventing
Bear trap
that
on
by
Nvidia
building
trying
our
now.
own hydromet plant, so we could put this plant right at his mine and use this new technology to make antimony at a cheaper cost and faster than what's been done in the past.
And remind our audience why those minerals are so important.
Well, his operation is copper, silver, lead, and antimony. And so this first phase of our project will pull that antimony out and allow us to take it into our smelter in Thompson Falls to make munitions-grade material to feed the U.S. government.
And Paul, what I'm really getting at is these minerals are important not just for devices and technology, but for the
David said March.
Yeah,
SPY and
absolutely.
QQQ will be in the
Listen,
800s. What the hell?
Producing this product
Okay,
for
bro.
The military.
I thought we were at
It's
600,
very
we're at
important for
800,
weapons
200
grade.
points
This is
up, bro.
important for us. People don't understand
Oh,
how
my Lord.
important antimony is. And
Man,
given
that's
that
the
we
last
produce
thing people
5
would expect.
critical minerals,
Fucking
as Gary was pointing
617,
out, it's
620,
extremely important
March
that this
1st,
mine
March
is
20th.
reactivated. And that's what we've done in the
That would
12
literally
months.
be the
We've
last
been
fucking
injecting
thing.
about $90 million of capital. We're spending another $90 million with over 300 employees. We're mining about 500 tons of ore, raw
bullish.
ore every day from the underground, bringing it
Market
to surface.
bullish.
Maria. We have a mill on
Nvidia
surface.
even
We crush
bullish
it.
trying.
We produce a concentrate.
One
In
third,
that
2/3,
concentrate, we've got
3/3 now
about
cooking off the bottom.
15 to 20% antimony. We've got 24% copper, 35% lead, and about 700 ounce per ton silver. So rather than ship all that up into Canada, we're going to be able to take off all the antimony here locally with this new facility with Gary's team. So we're very excited to partner with Gary's group. They're experts in the U.S. antimony. We're here, USAS, as articulated,
Wow.
I'm going to say it right on screen here.
Yeah.
We're excited to do this together so we can keep it domestically. We're producing
Look at this candle.
domestically.
Wow.
We're going to leave it U.S. made from the beginning
It's
to the
fucking
end.
going nowhere.
Yeah, that's right.
What
You can't
the
get a better one.
fuck?
That USA
Dude.
is our stock.
What is a small ass cycle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes.
30 days ago.
10,
We
50.
negotiated this huge joint venture with our lawyers in 30 days.
Wow.
We literally signed it at 10:30, 11 o'clock last night here at the hotel.
That's right.
That's how fast
Oh
we've
my
been
God.
moving.
Wow, congratulations.
Candle coming back
and
in
thank
green.
you for
Oh
joining
my God.
us on this program first to announce the details of this major signed contract that you have. But what fascinates me is that
Chaya,
you've been
I'm
able to
removing
do
your
this so
comments,
fast,
okay?
and you've
That's
been
what they
mining
want
since
to drill
12
into our
years.
heads.
President Trump is only
All right,
in
in
office for the second
2008,
time, just
in
over a year,
2000,
so you
in
can right to work on the new
2020.
president's priorities.
Stop
Yeah,
it,
look,
all right?
this mining
I'm
has been
removing
around
that
for a
comment,
while, but
actually.
It's under a new
Right, that's what they
management
wanna
team,
drill into
new
our
board,
heads.
new executive team. You're right. The last 12 months, we've revamped this entire facility. So, as I said, about $90 million in 2025. And we're spending another $100 million this year with 2 mines. We just bought a second one.
That's for sure what they're doing on the futures right now. Every night, shit. Every single time this bitch goes down, they're like, oh,
there is no doubt in my mind, none whatsoever.
T3 up using AI shit, and it actually works.
For a long time in the future, long after me and Gary are gone.
Oh my
But
God.
like you said, negotiating
If
this
10,
in such
15
a
breaks,
fast
this
time
is
frame, they
1/3,
were on our
2/3
mine
bearish
site.
cycle, or if 10,
The
40
first
breaks.
week of January, and
But
we
this is still weak
met
as
the
shit at
teams
best.
together.
616
We negotiated
chopping
the
right
deal, signed it last
Risk
night.
is
So
crazy
you
because
can't
nobody
move
knows where the roof
that
is right
fast in
now.
our industry, so it's quite impressive.
Well,
so.
you need a commander-in-chief in place who understands
What
this,
the
who
fuck?
actually can get the
IWM
regulatory
stopped at
burdens out of the way
10:45,
so that you
maybe.
can get to
Finally,
work. And of course,
maybe, I don't
President
know.
Trump launched this Project Vault,
IWM
a $12
always
billion
sneaks me
investment
out.
into
It
America's
always
rare
goes
earth
fucking more when I
stockpile and
think it
reserves,
goes
trying to
fucking
reduce
nuts.
the reliance on China's control of the critical minerals market. And I spoke with Treasury Secretary
Right in the
Scott
middle
Bessent on Sunday
of 10,
about
10,
this,
10,
about
15.
the importance, why this is a national security issue of building America's supply. Watch
Crazy
this.
cycles today. But
There's also a
I
big
think
move
on
in
Nvidia,
rare
this is
earth and
in the
critical
higher
minerals
time
as the
frame.
president
Right.
comes up with this
I said this
stockpile
in the
to
alert
compete
room.
against
All right,
China.
since
Is
my
that
guy is
part of
not
it?
on
What do you
today, I'll
expect
fucking
on
just say it.
Gold?
All right, in the higher time frame on Nvidia, when DT is into this week in danger, right? The bears from yesterday and the bears from today. However, higher time frame, this is a small cycle. That's what I said. We'll see. On the video, not SPY or QQQ. SPY and QQQ cycling small on their own, but yeah.
Looks like the U.S. is leading in solving this rare earth problem. Countries are not sovereign. You are not sovereign if one country
That's what
can
I see.
control your supply chains, and we are making our supply chains resilient.
The options chain on
Gary, we've
NVIDIA,
talked about this
191,
before
193,
because of your
194. There's a
incredible,
lot of calls.
position on
The thing
antimony,
could
but,
pop
you know,
up today
tell me
or tomorrow
about
or the day after that too at some point.
Bureaucracy that was and how President Trump's policies have removed that, because
More
you're a
likely
government
today than tomorrow,
contractor.
because if
The
they go down
permitting is
straight
so
today,
important. What can you tell
then
us?
they would destroy the hopes. So.
You mentioned permitting, and that's something that's very important associated with this project. The reason we were able to move so fast is America's Gold and Silver got all the permits necessary. That takes a couple years, so that's allowing us to do this project and within a year. But back to the vault situation, it's no different than strategic oil reserve. You know, I was in the oil and gas business.
Man,
38
people
years,
cry that it's
we've
rinse and
dealt with
repeat
that.
though,
Every
but it's
president
literally set up.
Put oil in, take oil out. Same thing is going to exist here. I think the Exim Bank's providing $10 million.
Look at the market right now.
Funding, and there's some private enterprises.
Complete
public
V.
companies that are
Look
gonna
at the amount
fund
of
the
bulls
other
that they
$2
fucking
billion.
destroyed at
We
the
would
top.
love to
And
continue
look at the
our
amount of bears
contract.
they
We have a
destroyed at the top.
$248 million
This shit is
contract
literally a fucking
with a
deduct this
DLA
world,
as part
nothing
of
else.
the
The market
BOW.
moving
And
200 points in
we're
fucking
fulfilling
one
that
day, a
contract
day and a
now.
half,
It
2 days.
probably needs to be $1 billion, $2 billion.
Market
It's
moves
not just the
100
United
fucking
States,
points
it's
down
NATO,
and 100
it's
points up in
Australia,
one
it's
day.
other countries around
Market
the world
moves
in the same
150
position as
points
the
down
US.
in
We
one
want
day
to
and moves
I
up
love
150
this.
points in
Oh,
2
how
days.
do you stand
Market
this
goes
out?
down 100
I mean,
points in one
what
day,
kind of
comes back up.
capacity
But this is
expectation
truly
do
on setup.
Yeah,
You
so
can't
we're quite
lie.
excited
This
about
is like
scaling
people
it
are
up,
looking at the
actually,
candles. They're
and
like,
just
oh,
comment
what
on
the
that
fuck was this
vaulting.
candle? Candle,
That
but I
vaulting
remember.
that the president
This
has
shit
done
right
is
here,
so important for us,
F1C,
and
man,
it
this
could
shit was
help
Google.
us
Blah, blah,
in
blah,
tremendous
F1C
ways
December,
with putting
right?
a
I don't
floor into
forget
this
shit.
stuff, rather than
remember
someone
everything.
coming in and dropping the prices down,
God,
us
setup.
having some kind of
Why the fuck did this do
agreement
this
where
like
we're
crazy?
producing the
Previous
antimony
all-time high
and the
liquidity.
critical minerals we need to having that
Hella
floor
funny
is
bears.
so critical for us. So That vault initiative is very, very important to us, and we're very happy
These
to see
days,
this
though,
thing
this
very
shit was
similar to the oil and
Bitcoin.
gas. But how do
This
we
shit was
scale it up?
Bitcoin
This
too.
is exactly what
SPX
we're good
puts
at. We're
were fucking
experts at scaling
crazy
it up.
on
We've
this
done
day.
it with
They
a number
rallied
of
to
other
the
companies,
roof
but
on
we're
it.
doing that right here in Idaho. We expect to triple production, triple it in the next 3 years.
What is this
That's a
cycle,
big
man?
step up,
5-minute
going
candle
from,
coming in with a
our
bullish
current
flag, but
production
chopping.
to over 300% by spending the capital to improve the shaft, putting in new equipment. We're buying all brand new equipment for this mine, putting in new excavations.
You guys
all
know what's
secondary
crazy right
egresses
now?
to make sure our miners are safe and they can
All right.
go home safely to their
Since we're
families.
talking about this, fuck.
So scaling it up is exactly what we do best, and we're quite excited to do it alongside with
Yeah, we
Gary's
were
team
talking
here in
about
the
this
future.
yesterday.
And as I said earlier, antimony
But look
and
what's
critical
happening
minerals
right
for a
now
very
to the
long
FINRA
time right
margin
here
debt.
domestically in Idaho.
Well, that's what I
1.3
wanna
trillion
underline here.
for the
This is
last 6 months.
happening in
It's been
America.
rising.
here.
Margin
What kind
accounts,
of
people that are
job
going into
creation
debt,
are we talking
going into
about?
debt
How many
even more,
jobs
even
does a
more.
project like this require?
It's not only the jobs. This project will probably have 30 to 50 employees.
Oh, this shit is a
but
bad chart to
his
show it.
company, because he's doing all this mining, will
All right, well, there was a
continue now
chart
to
that shows the
develop new
historical shit
employees as
since
well.
2008,
And
2000,
it's also important to note,
2000. We're not at the
all
levels of
equipment that we're
2000
going
and
to purchase is
2008, but
US based.
in
We don't buy
2008,
anything
man,
from China.
margin
We've
debt
made a
was
pact in our
fucking like
company,
double
nothing
of the
comes from China.
S&P
Thank you for
500.
doing that. Real quick,
And
do you
everyone
think
around the
US can
world,
win here?
not just the
Absolutely.
United
There's no
States,
doubt,
right?
no
People
doubt.
in Korea, people in India, people in London, like, you know, the UK, people in Europe, people in other Asian countries, man, they all got hurt big fucking time during 2008 on margin. And I say this shit, and I'm like, not even margin on options, but the entire fucking market was options. Not options, but margin. Stocks and options. So, crazy shit they're doing, but I mean, not crazy shit they're doing, but the chart is, you know, building a crazy chart. But I mean, that is the historical things that have happened historically in our human cyclical lives, right? And that is what's going on now. So that is to be known. And you know what else is crazy? All right, I'm gonna. All right, this is the craziest shit. While exact percentages vary based on market volatility, research and general industry consensus indicate that a significant majority of zero DTE's options expire worthless, with estimates often landing around 80% or higher, right? Zero DTEs only move with setup and big fucking market moves. That's the sad fucking truth. Like, couple of days it has been, right? But that's also true. Couple of days it has been, right? Big fucking moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row. We're slowing down yesterday. On the live stream, I said we're slowing down when we're at the top here, even though we were bullish, but we're slowing down, slowing down. Market does not do every single day huge moves. That is true, right? And they create cycles and create cycles to burn whatever they want to burn. But these zero DTEs, they gotta be. What the fuck is that? 1050. What just happened? Why is there a big ass 1 minute gap at 1050? Man, hold up. I missed something. Is this real? What's going on right now? Why is there a big ass gap on SPX? Oh my god, it's bearish as fuck. Oh my god, it's bearish as fuck. Bearish. Bearish as fuck. Small cycle. Still bearish. Still bearish. Oh my god. Wow, look at that fucking bit. Nah, this is crazy though. Look at this SPX 1 minute gap. This is the big ass fucking SPX gap. What the fuck is this? Look at this. Something just happened. What the fuck? Huge ass SPX 1 minute gap. They could use that as a setup for later to pop back into, but what the shit? Alright, they could trap this. Crazy. This is risky. Damn, that candle is disgusting. I don't know about that. What is that 1 minute candle? At VWAP. If they bear trap everybody here, they burn everything. somehow, but they're going down lower with the 1 minute gap right now. For now, I don't know why there's a 1 minute gap, but there is. There's another one. There's two 1 minute gaps now. There's two. This shit is most likely gonna fill 1055. Trap. This is a fucking nasty ass trap. Nasty as fuck. SPX 1 minute gaps. This is nasty. Nasty, bro. What? Nah. Look at the candle coding on SPY, man. Alright, cycle is building on Nvidia too. This is nasty. What the shit? Huge ass gaps being created. Man. I didn't even see this second gap, but in the SPX alert room, I said this thing could bear trap because of this gap here, but holy fuck, I zoomed in and I saw another gap here. That is gap filled. There's another gap here, so I can't erase that. There's two gaps, one above here, one down here. I'll go ranging at the gap. Look at the amount of bears and bulls right now on SPX. This is disgusting. 6,980, 6,975. That is not a coincidence. That is the nastiest setup and trap on all sides I've seen yet. That's the nastiest fucking trap and cycle. What I don't know what this shit is, bullish or bearish, but this is nasty as fuck. Is all I could say, man. I've never seen this shit before. I've never seen it like that before. All right, Nvidia is cycling, trying to be bullish too. Small cycle is extending off the bottom of the purple box. 190 now. All right, giving bulls hope again. There's a lot of calls on Nvidia expiring into this week. Wednesday, Friday, next week too. Oh my god, I can't even keep up with the SPX, but it's gap filling. SPX gap filled. I think the most important thing right now to do is to watch this on the SPX chart. So for right now, for 10 minutes, we will watch this on the SPX chart. Hopefully no one minds. Because SPY, I can't do it right now. There's no gap showing. Sometimes SPY shows gap, sometimes SPX and SPY does both, or sometimes SPX does it only. But SPX gap, I care about a lot. SPX gap, I care about a lot.
Ingenuity, this people.
There's the video over. I think this move is something on like gold or something. This is just so unexpected. Very fast.
All aspects of American life, and the General Catalyst Institute is playing a major role in policy between venture capital and governments across the world. General Catalyst is a leader in funding defense, technology, and healthcare startups, and bringing AI to new industries.
Right,
the
chart
venture
freezing
capital
if I
firm most
switch.
recently raising $75 million in 2 funding rounds for accrual to bring AI automation to the accounting firm. Joining me now, the woman
This is
behind
the
it all is
10-15
the
shit
General
going on.
Catalyst Institute President, Teresa Carlson. Teresa, great to see you.
Good morning.
Not
Maria.
10-15, not 10-15 shit, but 6-16 shit going on
AI to an
QQQ.
accounting firm.
Yes.
You know, it shows you sort of the broad range of what can be done. What kind of a reception are you getting from companies when you go in there and start talking about changing their business with regard to AI?
Actually, really positive. If you think about AI being as American as apple pie, AI is really where we need to be seeing this productivity. And if a company like Accrual makes a lot of sense because you're providing productivity to a very traditional industry like accounting, and it's not about taking away jobs here, but it's literally helping these CPAs be a lot more productive, doing work checking. And Maria, this is where humans side by side with AI makes a lot of sense. And we talk about all the cost in AI and what's going on. This is an example of real productivity
above the purple box on Nvidia for now.
And this is what people want, right? Not just the spending. They want to see
192,
how
188, 190.
That's why today people need to bone up on AI and ensure that they're ready for this big transformation. So what about the Trump administration and its efforts on this? I mean, President Trump gets it, obviously.
Candle coming in so choppy.
You know, put America at #1 in this. How do you see that from a venture capital standpoint?
Really great. I mean, this administration, I've been working with governments and public sector for over 20 years, Maria,
And President Trump and his administration has an amazing push in the U.S. and globally of saying we have got to be number one. He just announced this week, again, the AI data center effort. You see the PAC Silica. And these are things that really matter because on the AI data center front, he said, look, we got to move faster, but we've got to make sure that the cost of this doesn't get passed on to consumers with utility. So he's looking at those. Then you think about work skills. He's talking about work skills and what we have to do there. And side by side, we need a human touch along with AI.
9:30 a.m. open level.
So this administration is really pushing on all fronts to make sure that America is leading.
Well, I mean, look, Elon Musk wants to put, data centers in space. And, I just love this space story. We've done so much on space on this program. And Elon Musk's SpaceX is planning a blockbuster IPO.
Yes.
9:30 open AM level.
After he announced the largest private merger ever. He combined his SpaceX with XAI, valuing this merged company at $1.25 trillion. Today, the Journal writes about his go-to banker, Michael Grimes, back in action for the SpaceX IPO later this year, saying that Grimes is leaving his government position.
Gap is being used as a hope
at the Commerce Department.
for
now.
now.
Back to Morgan
It needs
Stanley
to break the low of 1055 to cycle confirm.
And what happens now? This IPO is certainly going to generate lots of interest and money moving, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, now you have this one. You have Anthropic and OpenAI saying they're going public this year. But this is, again, the administration, the public markets have opened up. They need more capital. So in order to get to more capital, they're saying we got to get to the public markets. So private capital is not as easy. There's a lot of private capital out there, but you're seeing a combination of these things. Another example, just this last week, Marie, you saw Amazon, their earnings were really good, 24% growth in cloud, but then
Palantir got a upgrade
spent
from the
$200
news.
billion this year on infrastructure. When we see these numbers, people are like, how do we get to that faster? And for Elon and SpaceX, let's go to the public markets if you're going to build data centers in space. And when we say we don't have enough room here on Earth, we're going to have to think about space.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, this is a national security issue with space, of course, because that's where our satellites are. But how do you answer the critics that say this is way too much spending?
I don't want Greenland anymore. I want the moon.
Every year on data centers and AI, and will the banks be left holding
I don't want
the bag?
U.S. land
Because
anymore. I want the moon land.
You're seeing all this borrowing. Look at Google. They're doing a 100-year bond.
Yeah.
MACD on QQQ is bullish, trying so hard with the volume not being there.
And they are creating these models faster than people can adopt, but we can't have China get ahead of us.
There are a lot of calls still in Nvidia, 190, 193X somewhere. They could pop it up and give it hope today somehow. But this is already hope enough in my opinion. We went to 188 from 192.5. We were at 193.5 yesterday high.
When I hear this,
that's about $4 or $5 down. They destroyed it, and now they're giving hope. So this is a small cycle for me. Yeet! Yeet! Desi Vanilla says LOL. Desi Vanilla, I always see you in chat, right? Only thing I see you in chat say is LOL. What is so funny? Girl, what is so funny? You tell me what's so funny. Let's LOL together. I'm in a good mood today. I feel like today is my birthday. Right? Let's LOL together. What are you LOLing about? All right? I'm curious. I'm curious. Oh my God. Bearish control, bearish control, bearish control, bearish control, bearish control, bearish control, bearish control. For now, 330.
How do we make sure that we're moving faster for the adoption of AI? Okay. But in terms of exit, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of companies and shareholders want
unless
returns.
someone is fast as fucking lightning here, risk is crazy. But they're going lower trying. If QQQ breaks 614.66, then that's how you know this shit is in a bearish cycle. But this shit is in a
pushing to implement this nationwide framework for AI and lead this global race. We've got to.
Desi said you're funny.
Thank you. 80% of Americans
You're funny
think
too.
that the U.S. priority for AI development should be focused on addressing domestic risks.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hitting the like button, folks.
They think that
you
we
so
should
much.
rapidly implement
From
AI.
the bottom of my
what
heart
are your thoughts on
today.
that? But really, the worry from your average person out there
And thank
is
you all
like
for
AI
being
can
here, man.
replace their jobs.
From the bottom of my heart today.
What
Stop
about
saying
how does the
happy
job
birthday like it's not my
market change in all
birthday.
of that?
Well, again, I'm not
Everyone
talking
keeps
enough
saying
about
happy
this.
birthday.
There's a
Like,
lot
what are you
of leaders
talking about? It's
saying
not my birthday.
You're going to have more humanities. Something
My
that
birthday is in
AI
November,
doesn't
man.
have, believe it or not, is imagination and ingenuity.
Shit, you telling me
This
it's
is
my
what
birthday
humans
right
have.
now?
Empathy. So we need
All right,
humans
shit, it's
alongside
my birthday.
that capability. And
All
with
right,
a lot
fuck
of
it.
our companies,
It's
Hippocratic
my
AI is an
birthday.
example where they do
It's my
agentic
birthday.
AI nursing, but they have a human
it's
alongside
my
of it.
birthday.
Dario from Anthropic has said, let's have a human alongside this so we can make sure we do
Chopping
have
at the
safety and
roof on
security with
the
AI
queues.
while we move fast.
Testing.
That makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, you can't, moving
55.
fast doesn't mean don't have humans.
Yeah.
It means let's make sure that we have the capabilities that humans have that AI does not have.
If
Man,
you
no
were
one's gonna say
starting out
happy
today
birthday
and
now
you're
when I say
just
it's my
graduating,
birthday.
What sector would you want to go into?
No one's gonna say happy
Humanities.
birthday now when I
For
say it's
sure.
my
What does that
birthday.
mean,
man.
humanities?
That means
Purple
what's
box
the
has
job?
reached
that means
6970.
understanding how people
3
think
third, 1
and
third, 2
operate.
third, 3 third. It could bear trap here.
Psychology,
HOD was 1030. Market
how
went
you
lower for 35
traditionally
minutes.
would evaluate and assess.
All right,
Because in
purple
the
box
world
has
of
reached.
AI
Market
we're
is
right
deciding
now,
whether it wants
we
to go
do have
lower. The
people out there
5-minute volume is not even
teaching
too
those
bearish.
AI models to be empathetic.
IWM went super a
trust,
little
how
bit
do you
low.
be a good
QQQ did not break the
human?
low
How
of
do you apply that
1035.
into the AI?
I like
if
that.
we let them just go crazy, right, we're going to have a lot more blinks with
no,
AI. So we
focus.
do have to have that human oversight.
I like
Wow.
that. Let's face it, AI
Spike
does
candles
not
are
have
coming. This could
bedside
turn
manner.
bloody
No, not
for
at
all
all.
sides.
It gets on
This
me
is not
if
full
I
on
say
bearish
that is
because of
not
the
correct.
1-minute
They'll say,
gap
"You're not
above
correct. You
at
didn't spell
around
that
here,
word right."
1050.
Teresa, great
This
to
shit is
catch
actually
up. Thanks
3
so
third
much.
playing,
Good
but the
having
risk
you.
is there.
Teresa Carlson here this morning. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
They're playing to go lower, but I mean the risk is there is what I'm saying because of the SPX 1-minute gap.
Sri Kumar, who is president of Sri Kumar Global Strategies. And covering the equity angle for us this morning is Sylvia Jablonski. She's chief investment officer of Defiance ETFs.
That's what I said in my alert room, man. They're going lower, but the 1-minute gap shows that there's a bit of risk, so it's fucking lightning speed if not. It's like a hot potato. This shit is the hot, and that's the potato. And this shit is the potato.
We had that big pullback off of
This
the
shit's
AI
the hot.
sector story in
This shit's the
equities,
potato.
and now I think a lot of
Hot
what comes out this
fucking
week will
potato.
impact where equities go from here, at least in the short term.
Wow.
So this
QQQ.
retail number was a
Trying
little
to
bit
turn
cooler
down
than we
maybe.
expected, right? We thought
Yes,
we were
sir.
going to 0.4%
Nvidia
there.
turning down.
But
This is
it's
bearish.
not dramatic. It still
I
kind
don't
of
want to
feels
say
like
it's
in
bearish
that
until
Goldilocks,
1055 breaks. This is trying.
era to me, and I think the
Goldilocks
job
meaning
This is
that
trying.
the inflation's not.
This is
the
trying.
economy's
SPY
not
broke
so
it, but
hot
that does
you're
not
going
mean
to see the
QQQ
Fed
will now.
put in the penalty box for
Does not
forever,
mean.
but not so
It
bad
actually
that it
just means this is
necessarily
really the 3/3.
mandates
They
some
can do
emergency.
anything they want.
Correct. Maybe they stay on track for those two cuts that the market has priced in. So I think for now we're kind of
Nvidia
par
bouncing
for the
trying.
course in terms of the market. I think we are going to get that recovery from the pullback in AI, but what happens with the jobs data this week will be telling because jolts weren't great, right? The latest job data is showing some
The
softening.
1-minute
so
gaps.
I think that we kind of
Nasty
want
work
to see
today.
stability in that number, and that will impact what the Fed does. I think more so than the retail sales number.
Sri, how about you?
I'm not surprised that the retail sales number showed no change, Becky. We had a very strong
Oh my
November,
gosh, there's a 1-minute gap
0.6,
here.
and
950
more often
level.
than
We
not,
didn't even
you
see
need
it.
to look at 2 or 3 months together. So if you take November
Wow.
and December together,
gap
it
at
was not a
950.
bad retail sales number at all. That's the first part. Second is when you have seasonal effects like buying before Christmas, it doesn't all show up in December. It shows up in November. And we had that. And I wouldn't make a big deal about the inflation number that Rick talked about being somewhat lighter than expected. January, I think, is going to be a pickup. If you look at the past years, every year, January has been a big inflation month compared with November and December because the seasonal factors are not perfect in terms of correction for it.
Okay.
So expect January to be, again, another strong month as far as inflation is concerned.
SPX
And
1-minute
then
gap.
looking further ahead,
Gap here.
you have a
And a
Kevin
gap down
Walsh
there.
chairmanship.
Right.
Hopefully, maybe, in May, assuming that the investigation of Powell comes to an end and all the judicial side comes to an end. And I don't think
Off of
he will be
950.
able to do what President Trump wants at all. He either has to be a sycophant and keep cutting interest rates, in which case you're going to see the yield curve steepen. Or alternately, he would have to play the game where he does not comply with it, and he is going to be criticized exactly that Powell was in recent years. So if you look for
Can I just interrupt on that point? My guess is that Kevin Warsh will take the playbook that he's been laying out for a while, which is that even though inflation may run a little hotter, he thinks that the Fed can go ahead and continue to cut rates, or at least not raise rates, just as Alan Greenspan did in the 90s when we had our last big tech revolution. That was really helping.
What a wild day.
Again,
oh
go
my
back
God.
to the 1999 and go back to the Alan Greenspan era. You had the expectation that inflation was banished, and productivity growth due to dot-com boom was going to give you permanent growth. We didn't have that. 2000, we had a stock market crash.
Oh, we also had 2001.
2001 was a recession.
Yeah, that was the pullback of the dot-com. I want to call it AI, but that was the pullback of the dot-com prices that had really gotten out of control when you saw
the least expected shit market doing today, huh? The least expected shit market doing today.
Exactly.
We have earnings.
Right, this
now
gap
Kevin
is filled.
Warsh is saying, look at AI, and that is the panacea. That is going to
20
give
points.
you no lack of inflation. I don't think that's
down.
going to be a successful move any more than dot-com was abolished inflation. So my expectation is it'll come back. Inflation will be higher than he expects, and he has to either increase interest rates, and if he is going to also limit the balance sheet as he's
this is crazy work. Playing it between two SPX gaps. 6,980, 6,960.
2019 regional banking crisis of March 23. And whenever that happens, the Fed reverses course and then goes back to quantitative easing.
We have to run, but Sylvia, very quickly, what do equity markets want? Do they want, as Sri puts it, the sycophant Kevin Warsh, or do they want the one who is criticized by the president for not doing what he wants?
I think that they want the Kevin Warsh that continues with pro-growth and rate cuts, and I think that investors are highly interested in, and you see the flows going into things like quantum computing and AI infrastructure, lower rates.
11.10 bounced to 11.15. It is nasty on IWM today too. I mean, SPX just did some crazy ass shit from 10.50 to 11.10, but IWM today, honestly, I can almost equally argue that it's been even more nastier, or it is nasty as fuck like SPX right now.
About half an hour into trade, what we're looking at as far as the performance. Kevin Green joins me now, and we've got some data hitting the tape right now. These are
Looks like the bears are still trying if they break the low of 11.10. If not, they will cycle create, cycle create, and when they do break the cycle low confirmation, they may go gap fill and then bear trap everybody, and then tomorrow we may be back here, or next week, I don't know, or we go up right now.
Street's expectations, which actually does give maybe a lot of these companies, especially the retailers, maybe some pricing.
Nvidia looking like it's cooking bears and bulls now at the same time. Scary shit. We're right at VWAP too.
There. And if you're looking at it from an ex-auto standpoint,
this is really playing in the 330. Holy shit.
For the most part in line with the street's expectations.
Jesus Christ.
Not a really big headline surprise there. If you are looking at the inflationary picture, you would like to see business inventories actually
they want to go gap fill. They're about to go gap fill.
Force a lot of these retailers to move prices to the downside, which could also then lead to lower inflation.
Too crazy.
For now, this print is actually not really that surprising. I think the big headline that we had is
the way too fast
data that we got earlier this morning, which obviously showed.
I'm not doing it. I can't chase it. I'm not.
I can't. Over the last couple of months.
This shit looked like it was gonna fucking pop right here too. I can't chase that. It's so fucking fast.
With respect to some of the holiday spending, that didn't seem to be the case, as you say. But a bit disappointing read with a flat performance there for retail sales.
Test
The
the low
market
at
had been looking at
10.55.
least for a marginal
I don't know if we broke it. Let's see. The
But I
low.
suppose my question is that likely to mute the GDP estimates moving forward, and what does that
So
mean
it did
as
break
far
the low
as,
by the same
how much
dollar,
we're pricing
same
in,
cent.
with respect to more Fed
Now
rate cuts now?
it's showing an
Yeah,
extended
that's a good
1/3,
question.
2/3,
So
3/3
there's two ways to
bearish
actually
cycle
look
on
at this, and I'm a little
QQQ.
bit more balanced when it comes to these numbers because they were not great. Definitely when you're kind of looking at every single area, not only the headline retail sales, but also if you're looking at core, even the control group
Let's
itself.
go look at
all heading in lower
IWM.
than the street's
IWM is rocketing up.
That being said,
SPX is
in the
at
November
view
print, we
at
actually did see an increase
below.
of 0.6%, so that
What
really
the fuck is that
outpaced
candle?
the seasonal average as well. So
What
again,
is
it's
that
kind of
candle,
balancing
bro?
each other out. Now,
Oh
if you look
my
at the
god,
retail
if I
control
went
group,
in
which is
earlier
what is
here
added
around
into
11,
the
11:03,
GDP numbers as
right?
well
Because
as
that's what I was saying in
PCE,
the group.
that came in at a
This shit is
negative
before the SPX
0.1%.
trap.
Street
I
was
was
looking
like,
for a
nasty as
positive
fucking
0.4. So
10:58
Sam,
when
you
I
are
said
correct. We are going to see a
11:06
readjustment to the
is crazy
downside when it
SPX
comes to
unless
GDP
lightning
estimates
fast.
from the
There's a
NFL
gap
GDP Now
below at
forecast.
9:50 at
Probably in the
11:10.
next hour or 2
But I
hours
didn't
or
go in.
so, that should actually come in here a tad bit because obviously, once again, a negative number.
So
on that
somewhere here
retail,
before I saw this shit,
control
but
group,
that would have been nice
the
in the
control group
3/3 anyway.
itself
But yeah,
is
it's
going to
too
have a
fucking
negative
fast.
impact when it comes to GDP. We
This
still
is a
are
hope.
outpacing
This is a hope.
our average when you're looking at GDP, but a lot of that is coming in because
Everything's a
of
hope.
the export in
The
gold
bear
and
burning off
silver,
that
as
candle
well as
spiked down too.
copper. This
Now it's
quarter
turning
that has
bullish
been net
almost
positive when it comes
on
to GDP, and we're
IWM.
not importing as much as we did
SPY.
before the
Nvidia
tariffs
is
actually
bouncing
hit
on the
as well.
purple
So
box
an interesting
again.
dynamic when it comes to GDP. It will have an impact to the downside, but while still outpacing what our historical average is, which is around 2%, 2.5%.
What a cycle.
Okay, and then of course we are seeing very much the positioning going into what is going to be a very consequential week with respect to
That's
the
that
jobs tomorrow
fucking
and then the
3/3
CPI on
greed
Friday,
cycle,
so we'll
man.
be
Holy
watching.
shit, what happening so
Talk us
fast
through some
that
of
it's
the earnings.
almost
Obviously, we've seen a bit of a disappointment out of Coca-Cola.
It's impossible
this
to tell
morning.
up or
Explain
down. It's just
why,
changing
and I suppose
every
I would
5
also
minutes.
couple that with the performance we've seen in consumer staples. I mean, I believe they got off to the strongest start.
Man,
to
that
a
shit
year in
really,
about
I was like, dude, they're showing the gap
25
below,
years,
but it's
KG.
too
What does
fast,
that
and
signal
I'm
to
not
you?
fucking
Because
chasing that
obviously
shit.
we
It's
do
too
see
fucking
these
weird for
stocks
me, but like, wow.
tending to sort of outperform in
This
sort
is the
of,
3/3
economic
from the
uncertainty,
highs to the
downturns. But
of
what is
10:30
this
in the
telling you
morning
right
too.
now? And what did Coca-Cola have to say that we're seeing some
So
reaction
all
to the
day we
downside
chopped
this
up to
morning?
the 3/3, and then
Yeah,
since
so
the
for the consumer
3/3,
staples, we have to also kind of take a
we
little
made
bit of
a
a look
1/3,
back over the
2/3,
chart over the
3/3
last
lower
3 years, 4 years or
from
so. Consumer
10:30
staples have not been able to perform
into
with this market.
11:15.
And so I think there's a little bit of a catch-up trade. Yes, there is probably a little bit of a risk-off type of trade that's taking place as well. And then if you're looking at the concentration of performance, a lot of that is coming from Coca-Cola, Walmart, and for the somewhat Costco here. When you're looking at Coca-Cola's report, they did miss on the top line.
price.
Revenue came in at $11.82 billion. Street was looking for over $12 billion at that pace here in the global unit case volume.
6,986
in Q4.
IWM
Looking at year-over-year growth.
God, I
one
would
of
be
the
so
items that
pissed
you
in
are starting to see
IWM
is
if
the
I was in
pricing pressure
IWM
that
right
they have
now.
been
Like,
able
what
to
the
exert
fuck?
on consumers.
Every
is
single
starting
day
to
this
wane
thing
here
is
a
no
tad bit,
cycle
and that's
going
also
higher.
pulling in a lot of the volume. We did see weaker sales in North America as well as the Asia Pacific market, so that's something to be mindful of.
Crazy
This
ass
stock
cycles on
has had a
IWM.
really
This shit
decent
is
run.
like,
So
what
we're
the
down
f-
only
this
around
is
1.5%
down,
given
2%
the
down,
news that we actually
2%,
had for today
and then
when it comes to
fucking
their
burn
earnings. Their
everything.
guidance, for the most part,
2%
came in
up,
just a tad
2%
bit
up,
light as well.
0.5%
A
up, some weird
1.5% pullback based on this report, I don't think is a bad thing.
Weird as
The
fuck.
stock is
No
definitely
movement,
outpaced
consolidation on
moving
IWM
averages
at the
over the
roof.
last month and a half, 2 months. Maybe a little bit outstretched here right now, and maybe a pullback consolidation is worthy and healthy for this name.
Okay, so that's parking the earnings aside there.
Extreme
as far as
cycle
what we
building.
got this morning. Let's talk about what else is on the move this morning, KG, and that is crypto, which still can't catch a bid here. We did see a little bit of a recovery
At
on
one
Friday.
point,
We
it's going to
continue
fill
pull
here
back
or
now.
fill here. There's no
Interestingly, I
in
was listening to
between.
Michael Saylor this
It just
morning,
might take
trying to
2
somewhat
hours. It
reassure
might
the
take
markets,
3
as
hours
he
into
does,
3:30,
particularly with
3:45,
respect to,
4 p.m.
his
But at one point
Bitcoin
or another,
treasury
market's going to
company.
go down 9 points and go gap
He's
fill,
not gonna
gap
be
fill, gap
selling,
fill, gap fill.
but he's also been talking about to the effect of, how
6,960.
traders are perhaps having a bit of a field day with the volatility that we've seen, but over the long term,
6,960.
I mean, it's just only 4 months.
Gap fill,
off the
6,960
highs here,
gap
so it
fill,
perhaps
8
is
points
nothing to
lower on
really
SPX.
be
They're doing
alarmed
it. Their
about.
gap, their
What's your
gap
read on
hope
what we're
trap
seeing
in the
as far as
top.
the price action?
Gap hope trap, gap hope
Yeah,
trap,
we'll go
gap
into the
hope trap,
fundamentals
gap
of
hope trap here
Bitcoin.
too,
Obviously,
gap
the
hope trap here
narratives kind
too.
of
But
change on a, it
they
seems
could
like
gap
week
hope
by
trap
week
this shit.
basis
To
or
be
even
honest,
a
fair.
year-over-year basis. And so let's just talk about the
To be fair,
technicals. We did have a
to be
nice
fair,
hammer
but I mean,
candle back on
this shit is not
Friday. We
fucking.
did see a push to the upside, hit the resistance level of around 72.
God damn, folks!
What you probably like to see is a pullback.
God
damn, buyers really stepping in, holding that line, and that's where you see a little bit of a reversal
cycle
higher
balance
here.
happening
I still
on
look at Bitcoin
Nvidia.
as a liquidity gauge of the broader market, and if we do see it continue to move to the downside, it's one of the higher beta or higher risk assets in the market. That probably would then lead to maybe some equity volatility in certain pockets, especially software or even technology. So technically speaking, decent hammer on Friday. You'd like to see a check back, and then once again kind of ramp up higher, and then you're kind of looking at your 84,000 level as your area of support.
LOD hoping, LOD testing. Time is 11:50. Market's been going lower for 50 minutes now.
Okay, and just getting across the commodities patch, obviously we've seen this pullback in the dollar. That's got a lot to do with the
lower from
yen
7,000.
strength coming through post the election.
694.66 below 695 of yesterday. Saying goodbye to 696, saying goodbye to 700, saying goodbye to 7,000.
Just talk to us about some of the
and on that note,
across the commodities patch this morning and what you're paying attention to.
Fucking traders.
Yeah, gold looks a little bit more healthy than silver at this point in time. I think the economic data that we're going to get on Friday when it comes to inflation is going to be the make or break for a lot of these metals, not only the precious but also
bears
the
are in control. 330, 6960 is gap filling, gap filled.
That's out there from a technical standpoint. We have seen this kind of stay at around the $6 level, but
gap filled, gap filled, gap filled, gap filled. 6960 gap filled. 6960 gap filled. I don't give a fuck. That's a gap fill. That's a gap fill. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Super extension. Super bears are now coming off the 0.5 fib on
it would probably be a violent move to the
Nvidia,
downside, and you're looking at
0.5 fib on Nvidia is coming down huge
as your major
with the
area
big
of support.
motherfucking boys.
Copper inventories
0.5
are
fib
ramping
touched
up
on
at a very
Nvidia.
aggressive rate,
Intraday
not only
move.
for COMEX but also for the London Metals Exchange.
God
It's a
did
little bit
LOD
different than when
testing.
you're looking at silver or gold.
LOD
So
may
a
be
lot of the
breaking.
inventory
It may
starting to
even
stack
bear
up.
trap at the
You
floor.
are starting to see industrial companies slowing their purchases when it comes to copper as well, and I think that's going to be price destructive here over the next couple of weeks, just based on the technicals as well as the fundamentals. So keep your eye on it. But I don't. Outside of us having
This
a
is
very
as
hot
close
CPI
to
print
gap
on
fill
Friday,
as it
if does
possibly
come in
could
fairly
get.
cool, I think that
The
provides
gap
a little bit
technically
of a
did not
bearish
fill,
backdrop
but in
for
my
the
eyes
industrial
it did.
metals right now.
Okay, the gap did not fill.
Could move the needle as far as some of the metals and commodities across the space, particularly off the back of some of the inflation print that we'll be getting on Friday. KG, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for breaking down some of those numbers and movements for us today.
All right, 1122. That's a gap fill anyway in my eyes, man. 690, 6961.77. Oh wait, did we gap fill? No, we didn't. Okay. 6960. Yeah, we did not yet, but that is insane. Ripped down 40 points SPX. Let's see what happens here. Since 6980. Sorry, that's not a 40 points. The fuck am I saying? That's a 20 points. From the top, 6980. What is that? 6990. Alright, that's about 30 something. 30 something. From the top to the bottom, but here, this is 20. On the gap hope alone. Nvidia coming choppy too, ever since the range down, like the market. Range bound today, but going up and down. Wow, QQQ finally broke, right? The lows of 1055. Extending the 3/3 cycle lower. Hella liquidity building now, man. Well, 3/3 cycling yet again. And then one spike candle, 3/3 finale, and then bounce cycle yet again. Oh my. What is that candle? 1115, 1115 being used as some sort of an algo range. Alright, in my personal opinion, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, that's a gap fill in my opinion, even though it didn't fill. So technically speaking, it's 0 DT cycling bears that are hoping on the gap to the extreme in the big ass candle. And then they're resetting, contracts to figure out what they want to. We're back at the 0.5, so I may not even want to say they want to go gap fill, but that is, man. We ripped down 9 points, so that's literally as close as it could get. All right, I literally said at 11:22, gap filled almost. I should have said this is technically gap fill in my eyes, but I said that at 11:23, 1 minute later too. This is technically a gap fill in my eyes, but small cycle 0 DT gap hope cycling. That's what it's called. So I called it small cycle 0 DT gap hope. Does that shit make sense? I don't fucking know, but I mean, I hope it does to some people that watch or as one person, but I hope it does too.
Meantime, we're going to talk a little crypto because the crypto market's seeing its fair share of volatility over the past month. Mackenzie Sagalos is here. She joins us with a look at the trading action. Where's our Bitcoin this morning? I mean,
butt coin.
We're still under 70.
Love my butt coin.
What's happening?
So Ethereum dropping below 2,000 as well. In early European
Ethereum.
trading, Bitcoin has now round-tripped
Butt
all the way
coin.
back to where it was the day before
Butt coin.
Donald Trump was reelected. Even after the crypto industry got
Nvidia testing the LOD.
From Wall Street as well. So the sell-off
0.5 fib rejection, strong.
First, the ETFs that were consistently buying for virtually 2 straight years are now selling. $5 billion net out of spot Bitcoin ETFs over the past 3 months. And on average, those Bitcoin fund holders are underwater with a cost basis around $90K. Ether ETF holders are down even more, about 31% according to 10x research. And when existing holders are sitting on losses like that, it's hard to bring in new money. Second, the Treasury
IWM rallying.
Strategy. Bitcoin's
QQQ rejecting.
holder posted
SPY
a
is
$17
confused.
billion plus unrealized loss when they reported earnings last week. The stock now trades below the value.
IWM is up 0.45%. I don't know. This shit looks like really bull control today. Somehow.
And third, Bitcoin is trading like a
This is the only thing that's almost green. SPY is green by 0.15%, and QQQ is green by 0.1%.
Investors can tap for cash with no counterparty. So whether it was the October
Holding the
tariff
4 p.m.
shock or
close
the
level for
Warsh
now.
nomination that set off this latest sell-off 10 days ago, Bitcoin was one
Building
of the
liquidity at the floor too.
sold off. Fed Governor
I think
Wallace
at some
summed it
point
up
we're going to go
yesterday
down
that
and gap fill, but I mean for right now this is 0
euphoria
DT
is
burning and
fading,
0
and
DT
as
cycling.
firms
That
cut
does not
risk,
mean they're going to
trading
reject now,
crypto
but they could
firms.
really bounce and cycle for 20, 40 minutes,
So-
1 hour, and then do it later too.
For those who are
Previous day
long
4 p.m.
Bitcoin,
close.
what would be, in this moment, the argument?
Oh, Bernstein summed it up yesterday in a note. They said that there's nothing fundamental to the sell-off beside souring sentiment, but to me that provides little comfort.
Man, look at how
This
fucking
all
much
goes
the
back to
fucking
October.
thing
But isn't
changed
this a
since our poll
sentiment-
though, right? Our poll
this
is
is a
today,
sentiment
based on
asset
today's
if
move,
it's
gonna
that.
be bullish or bearish
Yeah,
into
I
the
mean,
end
they
of the
would argue
day,
that
right?
fundamentals
And
haven't
the fucking
changed,
poll was
21
split
million max
50-50
issuance,
right
but
down
at
the
the end of
middle.
the day, there's so many more ways to read
There was
Bitcoin,
like
whether you're
8
looking
people
at the
bullish on
derivatives
YouTube,
market,
making
or
it
these leveraged
13,
ETFs,
and there
so that
was
same one
3
Bitcoin
people
is being
bearish, and there's
repurposed
13 people
multiple
voted,
times
so
over.
maybe there
And
was
what's
like
concerning to
13
me is
13
that
people
the
bearish
industry has
too.
not recovered from
Since
that
the poll,
October 10th
they literally just ripped it down with a 1 minute gap.
liquidation event. $19 billion in
Pumped
24
up and
hours,
then
70%
crazy
of
1
that
minute.
pump
I
happened
literally
in
saw this
3
1
minutes.
minute
So
gap
the
somewhere
industry
here, and I was like,
doesn't know
wow,
what
that is
happened. And so
crazy.
one
They
theory is that
rejection.
a US
I
dollar
said
type
that's
stablecoin
bearish, right?
USDE
3/3
lost its
bearish,
peg. It had to
3/3
do
bearish.
with
This
leverage
is
being
literally
offered on Binance
0
to
DT
the tune of
cycling,
12%,
deciding
and
whether
it
it
was
wants to
a
gap fill below
washout
or
in a
truly
day.
go higher.
Market makers were taken
With
out.
all
It
these
hasn't come
bears
back
down
online.
here in the 3/3. If it reverts
And
up, it
therefore,
might burn the
at
most.
68,000
But the
bucks,
setup
the-
says it
the
could burn
smart money
bulls
says
too
what?
because of this 1 minute gap
Well,
here.
at this
And
point,
the
retail's
4
out of
p.m.
the trade.
close.
They've turned
4
to
p.m.
prediction
close
markets.
touches and
A
SPY
lot of them
turns
got
red.
burned in October 10th. They're not
QQQ
coming back
turns
in.
red
So when
too.
we talk about where smart money is, it's
But IWM
institutional
is
money in two different
0.36%
camps. The digital
green
asset
right now.
treasury
The only thing
companies,
green in the
all
market today
underwater.
so
I mean,
far
we talked about
almost.
strategy a
SPY
minute
is
ago,
up
Bitminer.
We're going to
0.1%
talk about
now.
the seller in a little bit.
QQQ is
Yeah.
up
And then the second part of that are the
0.002%.
ETF holders, and they're staying on
They're
the sidelines.
bearish.
Everybody's underwater on their
They're about to go
position.
below
And
4
part of the
p.m.
problem
close
why
level.
you're seeing these outsized moves is
Bearish.
the fact that it's shallow liquidity when we lost those market makers. So any kind of movement in either direction is bringing it up. The only reason we are hovering in that 60K range is because there's a floor priced in at 60.
But that's the question. So this floor that's priced in at 60, who is supporting that floor?
So basically, $60,000 is what it costs to produce a Bitcoin. And so you get the Bitcoin miners who, below that 60K point, they go out of business.
Right.
And so they are applying most of the marginal selling pressure. So once you get them out
That's
of the
the
market,
fucking
then
most
suddenly you hit this
insane
floor.
1 minute
And
gap
also
I've seen
You're talking
yet.
about actual supply and demand.
Exactly. And like to that point, 60K is the point at which the the percentage of Bitcoin in profit it drops below the percentage of Bitcoin at a loss.
At
so that's why it keeps
10:57.
bouncing off of
The picture that we sent in the WhatsApp group at
That's really,
10:57 looks
that,
insane.
You can look at it the same way you would look at oil prices when you consider it that way.
Yes, it's trading exactly like a commodity. Like we're just seeing forced selling pressure to these liquidation events. We're not seeing fundamentals driving the moves in the crypto market.
They made a wedge and literally left everyone at the top. That's what it's showing,
At this point
man.
where it is, especially with retail being
They made
out
a
of the
wedge
trade
and
being
literally
so
left
heavily indexed
everybody
towards
at the top.
institutional, there is a stable floor there at this point. And I mean, we were having a conversation with Anthony Pompliano yesterday, and he made the point that this bear market is the best one that we've seen. Usually we see a drawdown of 70 to 80% from the market peak. That would be in the 40K range. So we're still doing better. Last week when it was down at 60, it was 50.
What happens if it goes under 60 for real? And how long does it have to stay under 60 to be a problem?
Well, the first thing I'd look at is what's happening to your digital asset treasury names. At this point, strategy, you can ask.
You guys see this shit, right? Is this just
they're
me?
not just underwater.
Like, they made a wedge and fucking dropped it with the SPX 1 minute gap. Like, that's fucking crazy, man. That's a fucking classic fucking bull trap if I've ever seen it in my life. There's an SPX 1 minute gap down there, and they're bull trapping everybody on the 1 minute gap
But
here.
if there's an erosion of confidence with
Wow.
strategy, that's a problem.
And then they start selling, and then you have a
Look at the
are any
fucking
of the
pull
miners
time.
seeing
Like
pop
now
up
it's
the
showing
price
us the
right now?
bottom of the wedge too. Wild.
They can't, right? A lot of them are just selling the Bitcoin that they mine immediately to service debt and to keep their production facilities online. And that's, I mean, others have just pivoted to being.
Man, who liked that SPX 1 minute gap? Be honest in chat. Nobody is replying in the WhatsApp group. Or was that SPX 1 minute gap shit?
The whole, and I'm not saying.
Man, let's see in chat. I said insane SPX 1 minute gap, right? And nobody is responding in the WhatsApp group. So
if you are under $60,000, it's not.
This is number one, insane, but number two, was it something that was insanely good, or was it something that was insanely fucking just caught, you know what I mean, out of fucking nowhere?
Well, exactly, and also
Caught
that was one of the
out of nowhere
core
type of deal is
fundamentals
what I'm
of
asking,
Bitcoin's use case. The fact that it's
Wild.
a decentralized network, and to have a decentralized network, you need miners online around the world.
Right.
And when you start to see so many tools,
Someone said bring the phone. Yo, that's what I do. Sometimes I go to the bathroom and I have my own stream up so I can see my own chart of what I'm in. And sometimes I gotta make that decision on the go, on the fucking toilet. Sometimes, man. Oh my
also
god.
political reporting that Presidents Trump and China's Xi will
China.
meet in the first week of April.
Everybody
And that could
say
be
it
the
with me.
first of four
China.
meetings for the two
China.
this year. So let's bring in Dwardrick McNeil, Senior Policy Analyst at Longview Global and CNBC
Fuck, when all
contributor, and
things
Mark
are great,
Chandler,
though,
Chief Market Strategist
it's
at
so
Bannockburn
amazing.
Capital Markets. Gentlemen, great to have you here. Dwardrick, I'm going to start with you because obviously a lot of headlines in the last 24 hours regarding U.S.-China relations, but it was very interesting to me how much the Treasury market seems
Somebody
to
asked,
shrug
is it
off these
filled?
reports about Chinese banks
No.
being told to limit their exposure.
If it's
Just
filled,
lay
the
this
chart
out,
would have
especially
deleted it.
coming off
But
of
there's still a
last
SPX
week,
1 minute gap.
where Ray Dalio sat down
There's
with
still
my
a
colleagues at
SPX
CNBC
1 minute
International,
gap
made a lot of news talking
above
about the fact that we are on the
and below.
cusp of a capital war.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, it was interesting to me how quickly this was shrugged off. And I think largely that's because in the near term, this was very moderate.
Mac, the
guidance. It
RSI trying to
wasn't the
turn up from
PBOC,
being
it was the
from
banks,
being in a bearish
and it
neighborhood, but the
advised
volume
them,
is dying
to
bullish.
not,
Candles are
buy
trying to
more,
squeeze
reduce
higher,
exposure,
but it's
that
very
they
scary to
may
call it
have.
on
But I'll
candles.
tell you,
QQQ
Morgan,
is
this
bouncing
is
off of
Beijing
1135.
continuing
This could
what
be the
has been a
3/3.
gradual
Anywhere could be the
effort at
3/3 on
financial
QQQ.
de-risking,
And it's
trying
bouncing,
to
trying.
limit,
Small cycle or
their
not, doesn't
exposure,
matter.
to dollar
1135 is
volatility.
bouncing,
But
trying off of
for the longer term for
1134.
China, it's sanctions risk if there were
QQQ
ever
is
to
bouncing,
be
SPY is bouncing, and
any sort of
IWM is
conflict.
probably
Think about
chopping or
Taiwan,
bouncing.
for
It's
example.
bouncing.
So I think there are certainly longer term reasons to be concerned. In the short term, I guess I understand why markets may shrug it off.
MACD and RSI volume is trying to come back up, trying. QQQ bouncing off of 1135, small cycle, trying. Could build into a bigger cycle, but for now, I don't want to call shit.
Yeah, no, you
I
made
don't
a
know.
good point, Morgan. I think
Just,
that,
I didn't want to even call
looking
shit
at the
since the
US
3/3,
Treasury
but I mean, I
market,
did
here we
say
are
zero
with the 10-year
DT
yield,
cycle and then decide
and
up or
it's
higher,
going
but I
one
mean, the
day
gap is still
before
there,
today
but it's just
at below
not going to go
4.20,
gap fill that
4.2%
easily, so.
on the 10-year yield. So I
Maybe
agree
they're
while the
bear
bond market
stack
didn't
into
take much
burn
notice.
somehow and then
I
somehow
took,
later. I don't know.
I think the market took much more notice
It's
in the foreign
possible.
exchange market where the dollar
QQQ
got hit across
probably
the board.
oversold.
Even
Not really.
after the
Maybe.
Japanese Prime Minister landslide victory
1 minute, not really.
in Tokyo over the weekend.
5 minute going into bearish bearish neighborhood. All right, QQQ is bearish.
Strengthened.
I don't know. QQQ is bearish. That's what I want to say. Nvidia is bearish. QQQ, Nvidia bearish at the minimum.
I think many people agree with me that over the past year, the U.S. has lost some element of trust among our allies and among investors, and a modest move away from the dollar. That's what we saw. Rather than
All right,
America
Nvidia may still be bearish, but I think QQQ is still bearish.
While holding on to U.S. assets.
All right, I want to dig into that a
IWM
little
is
more
chopping
deeply, but
bullish.
First, Dwardrick, I mean, we
Bullish
saw it
somehow,
last year.
and
The
SPY is
leverage
not
that China
moving.
was able to exert with, rare earths and other critical minerals, and we've seen the U.S. move very quickly, very aggressively, and with some deals very unprecedentedly to start to counter those supply chain risks, which I realize are still going to take some years to stand up here. But when you look at reports like this ahead of a meeting between the two presidents,
but
how much should be read
if you look at
into
reports
early
like that,
negotiations and reflexive leverage here as well?
Well, I think this is certainly, Morgan, what I call leverage signaling. It is meant to suggest that in addition to critical minerals, which we've
All right,
seen,
1 p.m., folks.
China has other leverage points. We talk
Unexpected
frequently
Whitehouse
about
press conference coming on.
precursors. We talk about being able to
All right,
control certain
Whitehouse
points
press conference
of,
at 1. Let us get ready.
the supply chain. But I think it's important to note here that China is saying that financial dependence cuts both ways. And so this is a chance to really
1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Signal to the U.S. on this issue.
Mark, to go back to your comments before, I mean, the administration's been pretty vocal in saying that, that they're not
major
opposed
news
to
is
a
coming
weaker
out
dollar,
at 1.
They think the dollar has,
market has about
for
1
a long
hour and
time
10
been
minutes left.
overvalued here. That being said, some of the moves we've been seeing in
Until
the currency markets, whether it is the yen strengthening against the dollar on the heels of that historic election, whether it is the strength of the euro and the pound versus the dollar too, have those moves surprised you? And I guess longer term, how to understand them and how that ripples out to other asset classes as well?
Yeah, Morgan, I think there's two things going on. One is a cyclical move. I think you're right. The dollar is overvalued against on most measures. And so some modest pullback in the dollar seems reasonable and consistent with what the administration wants. On the other hand, there's something else I think
that's
more
what I like,
structural going
reasonable.
on. And I think that's what not only what China has signaled, but we have seen the dollar's role as reserve
That's a
currency
good word.
ebb.
Reasonable.
And I think that where countries have a discretion, of course, when they're trading oil or soybeans, they have to use U.S. dollars. For the most part.
Logical and reasonable is what I live for. Logical and reasonable is what I strive for.
Was Alphabet a 100-year bond in a foreign currency? I don't think we've seen that, at least not since maybe Motorola's days. So I do think that there's something more profound going on, and I think that the problem, and this goes back to the critical earths, is that the U.S. consumption, our defense, is based on supply chains that the
liquidity building,
we pretended we
candles building for possibly a move of some sort
is the
happening.
U.S. is abdicating from the global order that it helped create, and it's shooting itself in the foot for the next world order, which seems to be maybe it's critical earths, maybe it's AI, but I think that many people are afraid that the U.S. is slipping behind.
The U.S. ain't slipping behind. We first. Number 1, America. Numero uno. Appreciate you. Come back next time. Try again later. Numero uno, America.
The money is being spent in the economy right now. The market, of course, this week is awaiting key data on payrolls and inflation. Based on what you're seeing in terms of your 68 million consumer customers and 3 million businesses that you serve, do you think we're at an inflection point in either of those key data points?
Look, I see that there's a lot of talk about the
day
retail
of the
sales
gaps.
number for December,
The day of the
mid-February. Let me tell you that in the month of January, we saw our retail consumers, the 68
Market doing
million,
this because we're at all-time high territory. It does this a lot when we're at the all-time high territory.
That's very consistent with a
very,
strong
very
economic growth environment. And that number has stabilized and been pretty strong.
From
Fourth
the
quarter
top
about the
of
same.
the wedge.
This quarter strong. December sales are a little bit affected if you looked in our data by how the holiday season fell and things like that. But overall, the consumer is spending. And if you look at it by cohorts of low, middle, and higher earning people, all are growing They're just growing at different rates, and that's part of the
All right,
K-economy,
folks, I'm going to take a 1 minute and 30 second break
but
and
the
go
consumer
smoke
spending
a
money and
cigarette.
continues to put money in the
I
economy. And
love
if you
you.
think about it,
If you want to come back when I'm back in 2 or 3 minutes, that's okay. But
look what they do, not what they say they're going to do. And if you
I'll be
look at
back
what
in
they're
2 minutes.
spending on in January,
Tanya
they're
says, I feel
spending
like
on
a dip
trips,
is
they're
coming.
spending on
We can't
things.
seem to push
Some
through
of
the
big-ticket
highs.
items came down a little bit, but the
Fair.
amount they're spending went
But
up
it's
in the
as
aggregate.
soon as
So
you say
there's
that if a green candle
story there
comes,
which says the consumers
that's
are
some fuck
employed,
shit, because
earning
that's
money,
exactly
and are being
right.
careful
That's
when they can be
exactly how the
careful,
market gets
but
its
also
feeling
making
on
sure they
candles.
protect for their family and ability
So,
to take the vacation, things like that.
I ain't gonna lie, it happens to me fucking 10,000 times, 10,000%. But I mean, that's the exact truth, right? The literal moment we're saying it is because we are thinking that on the exact moment of that exact thing, and then the exact opposite comes in, and then we feel like, oh, what
Some
the
perceived as negative, though, such as
I mean, I'm not trying to jinx it right now, and the candle coming in two minutes in a row green, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what it literally does, and that's what it fucking, like, tries to fucking do to dismotivate people and fucking just, yeah. But that is...
Overall, the industry is going to reflect the economy, and that's favorable, and it's going to reflect the regulatory balance being put back.
It's scary
in.
shit.
So
Like, it's
starting after
the best thing to
financial
do
crisis, we
is
had
to
build up
find
a
excitement
regulatory,
in the setup,
activity,
but like
which
the setup
was
changes on
justified based
SPX and
on,
SPY so much
getting
with
people
other
in the
things
tent
too
during
that
the
it's like
financial
very hard to
crisis,
know
fixing
what setup is what
capital
setup, right?
liquidity
So it's
and all
very
the
hard to be
stress
excited.
testing, which has been
But when you are
consistently
in the
run,
candle
it just
and we're
never
just
stopped.
looking at the
And
chart
that-
without
and
any
it should,
setup,
because frankly,
anything
once
gets
you
people
get to a certain
excited.
point,
Any
you gotta
green
let the
candle
banking
gets
system
people excited.
do what it
Any
does,
fucking
which is
red
support
candle
the
gets people
economy,
excited.
and it
Any
didn't
fucking
stop.
thing
So
gets
that
anything
pendulum is
cooking.
swinging back, and we
Anybody
want
thinking
to
on
be
anything. So it's just
swung
like
back in the
the
middle
question
on very
becomes,
sound
right?
foundation,
Apart
clear-
from
so
candle
it will stick
and
to the ribs
apart
going
from what they're
forward.
showing
I
right
think
now in
the
this
other
exact
major, so that's
moment
capital
into
liquidity. The
the
other major
exact
thing is
next future
focus on
checkpoint, right?
materiality. At the end of the
Why?
day,
Why are
you
they
know,
showing
these
what they're showing
enterprises are
now?
running huge
Why did they
amounts of
show
activity,
what they
and at a
showed,
Six
and what
Sigma
are they
level,
trying
you're
to
gonna
show
have a couple
based on
mistakes. And if it's not material,
other
and you have the
things, right?
systems and controls
Other
and data
things
protection,
that could
you know,
be the
why should it
SPX
be
1
a
minute
matter of
gaps up
significant
and down.
import
Clearly,
if
bull
you
trapping,
have
bear
one
tracking,
error out of
everybody
10
thinks it's
million or
1030.
something like
It
that.
could go
And I think
lower, it
getting
could
that
go
balance
higher. I
back
don't
is
know.
also
Setup's not
critical
that clear.
to the people
Setup on
operating, so you put more
IWM, I
money
don't
into
fucking know.
helping
I
the
don't want to say
economy,
this shit is
helping the
bullish or bearish, but
technology,
you could
applying
50-50.
technology, helping customer satisfaction grow,
Q, right?
and less
3/3
into
playing.
writing
So I guess
paperwork
bearish
about something
environment,
that was
right?
not material by definition.
Nvidia
So
0.5.
that's
I
going
mean,
on.
this,
The
I
other
don't really know
issues,
anymore because
I
there's a
think will
lot
be
of calls
neutral and
Nvidia
fine
could
for
come
the
back
banking
up
industry,
to on.
because at the end of the day,
But
what we do is we
there's
help
like,
translate America.
I mean, there was setup on Nvidia. There was setup on SMH, semiconductors ETF, but it's just that's the only clear thing I saw, to be honest. And I was like, dude, QQQ and SPY does not look clear. All I'm thinking is I want the market to go lower into today or tomorrow. So I just left that morning open. And I was like, dude, you know what? They could fucking pop this shit up to 700 SPY, 7,000 SPX, and I wouldn't give a fuck, because I'll just figure it out on SPY and QQQ later when they create the cycle and when setup happens, which is what they did today. But
to operate a company,
yeah,
our customers and clients.
it's so fucking hard because the thing is, the options prices on Nvidia and SPY and SPX move so much and so volatile. It is very hard to know which exact cycle and how, which is why theta and everything just fucks. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually got to be patient, and then near fucking perfection, and then excited on setup, and then scared as shit in the 3/3, and then excited as fucking happy, but then terrified like a motherfucker because, you know, in the 3/3, but like, yeah. Because if not, then it becomes candle green. Oh, my shit up 25, 84, you know, 48%, and then the next candle coming in green, and then the next candle coming in red, and it's like, I don't know. And looking at the time, the 1 minute, it's like 105, 103, 102. Like, you can't really just do like that. Because like 0DTs only move with massive momentum, right? And massive price level differences. So, yeah. Oh my God, I wasn't even looking at the chart and that candle coming in like that. That's crazy work. They're somehow burning 0DT puts and calls since 11:30. Its craziest thing is it looked bearish, it looked bullish, it looked bearish, but all they're doing is they're actually burning the 0DT after the big move has happened. Big move from 10:30 into 10:25, 10:20ish or whatever. And now the big move, this chop cycle is turning bullish. bullish at the last fucking minutes of the cycle, using everything to try to go higher a little bit. But yeah. Like sometimes 0DT is great, and sometimes it's used like that, like a springboard or fucking loaded something, man. It's crazy. It's 3/3 though. QQQ going lower and lower, but any single minute it could bounce and create a 3/3 or 1/3, 2/3 to trap the 3/3. So that's just how the market's coming in right now. IWM trying to go down and then trying to go up. So 50-50. Now SPX is showing the gap above now, right? The gap below did not fill, and everybody since 10, 11, 20, when I said basically they filled, in my opinion, everyone's getting fucking trapped based on the gap hope, man. Just like how the gap hoped up here and trapped. This is market cycling cyclically at its best. And we have Whitehouse coming live in
joining us on set
1 hour. We will see.
Marriott, speaking of, shares spiking after the hotel giant beat on RevPAR.
A K-shaped economy is what the fuck?
Set with a look at real estate, New York
They're
City
saying
politics,
the real
and so
issue
much more.
to
Scott
housing
Del Repo is the
affordability
chairman
is
and
supply.
CEO of RXR. He's also a
Jeez,
director
these Trump
of
houses,
the
they're
board
fucking
of the
trying
New
to.
York Fed. And there's a whole lot to get to. I want to get to the politics in New York and everything else, but let's just start on the housing issue because everyone's talking about affordability. Right. President's been quite public about his ideas that, you know, he doesn't say it, but folks like Blackstone and other big firms shouldn't be buying up, you know, single-family homes. And there's now a whole debate and fight happening in Washington. Tell us, A, what you know about what's happening behind the scenes on the fight and what you think the right answer is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the concept of not having institutions buy homes is sort of a marginal impact right now. I think the real issue is supply, right? Whoever you talk to, there's a supply gap somewhere between 4 to 7 million homes in this country. So the only way you're going to create more affordability, more availability is creating more homes. And one of the biggest challenges is access to cheap capital, right? So interest rates got to come down. The regional banks that we've spoken about before, you know, are not lending today to the regional builders. So the regional builders are somewhat paralyzed.
Scott, can I just stop you right there? Just in terms of the interest rates, interest rates are higher than they were, but they are historically nowhere near the highs that we've seen even in my lifetime.
Yeah, so it's interesting. And
to have a system that only works if interest rates are
right,
basically
but we're
zero.
in this really weird spot right now, right? Because you really have this bifurcated economy. Where you look, where's the growth that's driving this macro economy? It's the digital economy. That was like 90% of the growth, not including the wealth effect. You then go and look at the real economy, the people that are trying to buy their first home, the people who have to live on credit cards, small businesses, they're suffering, right? That's, you know, it's probably like.
Since when does the Fed lowering interest rates fix all of the problems?
Again, I'm not saying this is the Fed lowering interest. I'm saying lower interest rates, right? So if you had low, but you have this.
Usually brings if it's not a Fed that's just doing that, then it's an economy that stinks.
Well, or you have an economy that right now is being driven by a very concentrated part of the economy, the digital economy, and the real economy isn't driving at that same pace, right? So you have this two-speed economy, and that's, you know, the K-shaped economy. Right. It's more complex, but it's got to be.
Can we just go back though to this Trump idea for just a second? I hear you. This idea that you're saying it's on the margins, but part of what the president's trying to get at is the issue of supply, right? And you're saying, well, this doesn't really affect supply. It doesn't affect the physical supply. It affects the competition for that supply, and so. By default, you could argue actually it creates supply in its own way because you the homeowner, the citizen of America, are no longer competing to buy that asset from somebody else that's some bigger institution that might actually, by the way, also have different economics behind what they're able to do. The biggest being that they can depreciate the property and you can't.
Right.
And so the question is whether that is a good or, from a public policy question in this country, whether it is a good or bad thing to have these big firms buying up these properties or not.
Right. So my personal assessment would be it's not a good thing from the macroeconomic standpoint. I think the president's right on that. I think it may have been a good thing coming out of the financial crisis when we had excess homes that were built that needed to be absorbed and then money invested and put back in the market. I do think the nuance of where developers are building and then renting homes to people that they could ultimately buy is a good concept that will actually help facilitate new supply, new home ownership. So I think there's nuances to it. So I think there is something to it, but it's not, well, the reason I say it's marginal is they're not really doing a lot of that right now. Most of them are focused on build to rent versus buying inventory that people would be competing.
What the fuck? I smoked one cig. What a surprise cycle, folks. Guys, we have 112 people here. Let's smack the like button, please, so we can get the algo going for the Whitehouse press conference that is coming live.
So then the question is, while
Brody,
that's
please.
happening,
Thank you so much.
if you think you
Time
can,
is 11:50.
walk and chew gum at the same
11:50
time,
rejected to
what are the
11:50,
policy
creating an
choices we
algo
can
range.
make that effectively frees up
What a
supply
crazy
and makes whatever
fucking
supply
cycle. The
is
bulls are
available
fucked at the top of the.
more available than it would otherwise
Bulls are
be.
fucked at the
From that
7,000.
perspective, what are the things that
700
you would
SPY.
do
Oh
to
my
affect that?
god.
So again, I'm gonna
Yo,
go back to
cycle
capital,
today,
right? I can
absolutely
create
fucking
lower
crazy.
cost capital that will
Against
create supply. And by the way, you can do targeted
Bears
capital.
and
Like they've done
bulls.
this with infrastructure, where they create infrastructure banks. So you
Yo,
can create targeted
wow.
capital for home builders that are building homes that have a price point that people can
Holding
afford to
the
buy,
lows,
$400,000,
chopping at the floor.
$500,000 in certain markets. That will then free up home builders that used to
SPY
go to
is
regional
at
banks that don't have that
694.
access to the capital.
Not
or
breaking the lows of
appropriately priced
1120
capital.
yet.
So, but
It
you
could
think it's a
still cycle
construction
chop
story,
here,
It's not trying to
even
free
though it's
up.
looking max
So, for
bearish
example,
right now with no volume.
I sometimes think about, you heard Scott Besson, in fact, you got it.
Or they go lower and
people
gap
give him a
fill.
hard time
I
for
don't
it. He
know.
said that there's
QQQ is going
retirees
lower and
who
lower,
own,
and
you
it's
know, 5 or
bouncing every
6
5 minutes,
properties.
and it's
There
going
are
lower.
retirees who own
So
5 or 6 properties. There's not most
I couldn't
Americans, but
possibly
there
sit here and
are.
tell you,
And there's
but
always been a
QQQ
question
was
to
bearish
me
since around
about
here.
whether we should change the tax
11:15
policy.
when
A
I
lot of
said
those
they
people
broke the
are holding
low,
on to
and
those,
they
onto those
continuously
homes
went since
because they've taken the
11:20.
depreciation off of the
11:15,
rent
sorry.
that they, you know, the rental that they've had for sometimes 25 years.
11:15
and
was
then feel
somewhere up
stuck
here.
that they can't actually sell the property, and they would much prefer
11:15.
to pass it
There's
on to
not
their
too
heirs.
much since then, actually, on
right?
SPY.
Because
SPY is
they're
not
getting
going down
stepped
at
up.
all.
That's what I'm saying, so step up the basis.
QQQ is actually
I
going
would
down.
potentially step up
A little
the
bit,
basis
a
or
little
get
bit,
rid
a
of
little
the
bit.
tax, or get rid of the tax for, you know, for a 3 to 5 year window, let's say.
And there are policies like
for
that.
people over 70 years old. I would literally set it so that people at a
5
certain
minute
age,
chopping all
so
the way
that
down
that
to
those properties can get into the market, even
Yesterday's
if you
spike
think it's a
low, maybe.
windfall in the moment to some of those
that's
wealthier retirees.
That's a fair policy. Another one like that is that the number of people around the country locked in low
This
mortgage
is yesterday's
rates, and they
spike
can't move, so
low.
they don't sell their home.
Make it portable.
Right, and so make it portable, so they can actually move that if
Make
that's
it
possible.
portable, but how? I mean, I know that used to be a case when, you know, interest rates were 18% back in the 80s. That was a big deal if you had a mortgage that you could bring with you. But to make that retroactive, you're changing the terms of the deal. I've also heard people say, look, you should be able to allow someone else to assume your loan. But that's kind of crazy if you're a bank that has lending standards to say that anybody who walks in.
This is not a
1150 is bouncing to 1155. There is some sort of an algo range here.
From this point on, saying let's get you caught up for something that you can take with you. But I would assume that that's a different risk perspective for the mortgage.
And look at how
lender.
fast things change in
the
fucking
government's
2
gonna have to
minutes.
backstop it,
I
because
came
that's
back
not
and it
gonna-
was
the
somewhere
mortgage
here.
taxpayers
Taxpayers are going to have to
What?
backstop to say that if you no longer
Yo.
pay.
Listen, we have an affordability crisis.
Someone
particularly on
said,
housing, right? And this is, you know,
good to know you came back, you didn't miss shit.
This past year. We're gonna need $10 billion
What do you mean?
It needs capital,
What do you
but the
mean?
banks aren't there today to
They
provide that
actually aren't
capital.
going higher.
What happened to the regional
And they're
banks?
going a little bit
Yeah,
lower,
this-
but they're
as
not
I
going
spoke
too
to
much
before,
lower
they're
on SPY.
coming
What do you
out of
mean?
The savings and loan crisis, so coming out of the.
Just there are fewer of them. They've gotten more.
Yeah,
bigger
they can't afford to compete with the big banks.
True.
They can't afford to make sure they insure the deposits the way there are. And so they don't have the capacity to be able to be lenders today.
But you think that's a huge problem in the housing affordability?
I think it is,
crisis
because if you think about the top 20 the home builders, they don't need regional banks, right? They got their own balance sheet. They're very margin focused. They're laid out. When you go to the beyond that, these are the local home builders that understand their market, that play on thinner margins, that can build where there's actually real demand. They're frozen out of that market right now. They don't have capacity right now.
Trade Live. Let's take a closer look at Ford. The automaker reports earnings. What we're seeing in the competition in Europe.
Whether it's quarterly, you're going to pay roughly. I've got a so in that March monthly, that's the way that it trades. I would just.
Okay, so we're looking at an example trade for Tesla. I know that the hope is that it's going to be a less of a bumpy ride for shareholders this year compared to last. What's the approach this morning?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, Sam. This is just a volatile name. It's got a high beta. It reacts to, whether it's quarterly numbers, headline risks across the board, the upcoming SpaceX IPO. There's a lot here, and that's the way that it trades. I would just, kind of hedge everything and probably stay risk-defying going into example trades. But I went out in this example trade for Tesla. I went out to the March monthly option series. So you've got about 38 days to expiration. You got time for this to develop. If you're bullish on this name, we're going to see some positive headlines. You think it's going to go higher. This takes advantage of that. So in that March monthly option series, we're going to buy.
Man, I wanted Nvidia to pop today as it was going lower. Give the bulls max
I'm
hope.
going to buy one of the at the money or slightly in the money 420 strike calls. And then where you want the stock to go, we're going to sell 2 of the 460 strike calls and then wrap it all
on
up by
Nvidia.
buying 1 of the 470.
Today's open was the 2/3, and now we are in the 3/3 on Nvidia.
Advisor joins me now. Could we get, well, I keep talking about this grand bargain between Xi Jinping and America. That would be
Xi
deals
Jinping
on Taiwan, deals on trade, wrap it all up. Is that a possibility?
Well, I suppose it is. I mean, President Trump has the national security of the American people first and foremost in his mind. I think that's why we're going to see this series of meetings, Stuart. And it's always good to have communication. Think about Reagan and Gorbachev.
I've been in February 20th, Nvidia put since market open.
Nobody's red lines are going to be crossed.
That's what happened today
but
for me.
At the same time, I mean, China has continued to
market
be
open
very adversarial towards
at
the United
9:30
States.
in the morning at
We have the sentencing of Jimmy
192.08
Lai
somewhere.
to another 20 years in prison. That's a death sentence for Jimmy Lai. That's who these
Crazy
people
work.
are. So I'm glad they're talking.
202.5, man. Every contract at $1,400.
But I'm not hopeful that this is going to turn into some great rocket science.
Okay, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with Trump tomorrow at the White
Time
House.
is 12.
They're probably going to talk about Iran. In your opinion, are we close to some kind of attack on Iran?
Well, certainly we're moving a lot of things into the region, and this is really an unprecedented meeting. Speaking of meetings, this is the Prime Minister's 7th visit to the United States during President Trump's second term. We are staying so lashed up with our Israeli allies, and we saw the fruits of that in the 12-day war last year, where the Iranians
love
were
our Israeli allies
against both the Americans and the Israelis, and they still are, and they know it. And so, with the Abraham Lincoln in the region,
the Abraham
with
Accords, you mean?
Bush getting close, with all of the additional
the Abraham Accords
that we put in, we are really prepared for anything.
Abraham.
And then it kind of gets up to the Iranians. The president's talking to them as well. He has a deal for them, which is no nukes, no support for terrorists, and reduce your missiles. If they take it, okay. If they don't, then he's prepared.
But you've got to make sure they actually follow the terms of the deal. Can you trust them?
All right, yesterday's range, 194.
That's the thing, trust but verify, to quote President Reagan.
195.
And so you would have to have a really strong inspections regime. They would have to give up a lot of things. You think back to that nuclear archive that they kept after the JCPOA, after the nuclear deal that proved that deal was fraudulently negotiated. So you'd have to have a lot of verification in order to trust any deal with the Iranian regime.
What exactly is Israel's role? Not so much military, more intelligence, perhaps?
Well, certainly they play a huge role in intelligence, and in the intelligence sharing between Israel and the United States is one of the aspects of that relationship that does keep the American people safe. That's such an important point, Stuart, that this isn't just about Israel's security. This is about our security. That's why the president's paying so much attention to it. When they say death to Israel, they also say death to America in Tehran. So, yes, intelligence sharing is important, but bear in mind, they took care of 11 days of the 12-day war. We came in with Operation Midnight Hammer at the end, so they can play a very important military role as well.
How long do you think President Trump will let this drag
Damn,
on
is this
for?
news going to be real, though?
Well, I think it really
They keep talking
depends
about
on
Iran. They
whether or
keep
not
talking about
there's both
Iran,
additional
Iran,
action
Iran, this,
on the
Iran,
Iranian
that,
nuclear sites.
Iran,
We
that,
are seeing
Iran 10 miles.
some
Like,
movement around the entrance to those sites. We won't
Iran,
have to get resolution
I
for the
did,
over 800
I
pounds of
rest.
highly enriched uranium they're still holding. And then we have to keep an eye on what they're doing to their own people. You know, as additional reports about the reported massacre in mid-January come
previous,
out,
yesterday's
really
spike
a red
low
line the
incoming,
president has set.
right?
And
QQQ is
either
now
that
red.
situation starts to
Time is
improve
12.
in a material way, or
Bulls
I
are
think
trapped
you'll
at the
see
top
him
today
take
at
some action.
616.
Victoria
Bulls are
Coates,
trapped at
thank
the
you very
top
much for
today on
joining us,
SPX
and
on the
we'll see you
wedge.
again real soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Stuart.
Bulls are trapped today at 10:30. They're about to go gap fill, maybe.
Welcome back. Futures this morning have completely reversed course. We are about an hour away from the opening bell on Wall Street. The Dow Industrial is now negative, down 50 points. The S&P is down 5, and the Nasdaq also weaker by 25 after beginning the session.
Gap fill,
with
6960.
All three major indices
Inevitable.
coursed in another record-setting performance yesterday. The Dow Industrials hitting another all-time high above 50,135 now. The Nasdaq was up 207 at the close, and both the S&P 500 logged back-to-back gains in tech. And back-to-back gains as a result of technology stocks rising. President Trump is predicting the Dow could hit 100,000 before the end of his term. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talked with me Sunday about the boom in the market and the economy right now. Watch.
Maria, what I can tell you is what we are seeing the cyclical components of the market expand. So that's why the Dow hit a new high, but importantly, the Russell, which is a small cap index, has hit a new high. We're seeing the industrial sectors under the market hit new highs. And in my 35, 40 years on Wall Street, that tells me Wall Street is telling you that Main Street is about to prosper. We are seeing a big cyclical recovery. The president's agenda set the table in 2025.
Wild cycles happening in the 3/3 at the end.
Going to benefit in 26, and that's what the stock market is telling us. Stock market lives in the future, and I think we're going to have very strong economic growth and very strong job gains and very strong real income growth.
Joining me now is Whitehouse Senior Counsel for Trade and Manufacturing,
They're
Peter
about to go gap fill.
And Peter, you
6960.
called it. You were on this program a long time ago.
SPX 1
saying
minute
we're
gap
going
again.
To Dow 50,000. How do you feel today?
It's nice to be right.
That's how they fucking do it.
We were talking on April 7th, thereabouts. The Dow had fallen to 38,000, and this was right around the time President Trump had announced the reciprocal tariffs. And Wall Street was in a panic. And what I said to you is that relax, it's going to 50,000. And the reason I said that is simply because Wall Street and Jay Powell.
Man, someone's having a fucking terrible day today. Someone's having a good day today because of these 1 minute gaps.
Actually stimulate
These 1 minute gaps are crazy strong.
robust growth and rising real wages without a wage price spiral. And the way it works, Maria, it's the four engines of growth. It's basically a supply side oriented approach. You have the tax cuts, which stimulate investment, 100% on expensing, stuff like that. You got the lowering the regulatory burden, which is a pure profit driver because it lowers costs. You got the strategic energy dominance, which doesn't just lower our transportation, our gas and diesel prices and heating our homes, but also things like fertilizer and therefore food prices. And you have the tariffs, which Wall Street has wanted to portray as inflationary when it's just the opposite. What you get with tariffs is you get a massive
low
wave
touch.
of investment.
Bounce
What
is
does that
trying.
do? That increases
Yesterday's
productivity.
spike
And
low.
productivity is the key to rising real wages. So everything President Trump does, going back to 2016, same four engines of growth. By the way, I made the same prediction back the day after the election in 2016, where I said when the futures were dead red down, I said it's going to 25,000 on the Dow. It hit that within a year. This time we're at 50. I don't know if we're going to get to the 100.
Look at the amount of times we touched the bottom 1, 2, 3,
we've
4,
got
5,
no
6.
resistance levels now for the technicians, and this market's room to run. Scott Bessent, that was a nice clip, Maria, because that's his sweet spot. I mean, people don't know, a lot of people don't know this, but he made billions as a hedge fund manager. He knows that the stock market lives in the future. He knows that Wall Street prospering means Main Street is going to prosper. And
Scott
I'm
Besson was
very,
probably
very
the deductor
good,
of all deductors.
about 50,000 on the Dow being hit so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was an aggressive call that you made when the markets were plummeting. We had a couple of days that the market was down 2,000 points in that week.
W
that
is
you made,
forming.
People were worried about
Maybe too many
quote-unquote
bears here.
Liberation Day and the tariffs, and you came on real
I'm
confident.
going to send the SPX
and said,
put to
no,
call
the Dow's
ratio.
going to 50,000, so congrats on that. We just got the retail sales numbers out, Peter. They were unchanged. The expectation was up 0.4% month over month and up 0.3% when you strip out autos. They were unchanged, but you see a consumer there that is still spending, although people are worried about jobs. So what do you want to say about that worry and this macro story that seems to be a lot better than lots of people give it credit to? I mean, the president's policies have clearly been behind what feels like a productivity boom.
It's about 50-50. Stacked to the
watch
brim with calls,
indicators
stacked to the brim with
as
puts.
a macro guy. The one that caught my eye was last week when the ISM manufacturing index burst 5 points up and finally got above 50. It's a diffusion index 0 to 100. Above 50 means we got expansion in manufacturing. We've been waiting for that. I don't know if you know this, but during the Biden years, going back to August of 2022, the ISM was below 50 for all that time. Yeah. And people have been trying to spin somehow that the tariffs are hurting, not helping American manufacturing. But we say, no, 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 no. You got to have the construction jobs first, then you get the manufacturing. All the other data points were indicating strong manufacturing. For some reason, the ISM, which is supposed to be a leading indicator, was lagging, but it came roaring forward. And everything we're seeing, consumer conferences is on the rise. Now we got the ISM going, durable goods are good, the GDP's flying. It's going to be a great year.
Another 1 minute gap on SPY.
And Wall Street is signaling that things are going to be really
SPX
good
gap
Main
on
Street. I can't wait
SPX.
until the rebates, Maria, start coming in to the American people.
Yeah.
The big, beautiful bill. That's where
Looks
it's
like
at.
to me cycles are trading upon everything here,
year over year up 2.4%.
Hoping the gap up, hoping the gap below.
And export were basically, well, the exports were up at 0.3%, better than the estimated up 0.1%.
What a crazy
a lot
zero
of good
DT.
news. Lee Carter, the Democrats keep saying that things are
50 minutes before the White House comes on.
Are people buying that, or do they see actually what Peter is talking about, which happens to be a boom in this economy right now?
So we've talked about this. There's a lag between when things start to get better, when people feel that they're better. And so I think we're seeing all these indicators, one thing after another, and I think people are going to start to feel it. And as you're talking about, Peter, is what you're talking about coming ahead, the rebates. I think when you're seeing tax season come up, when people are starting to see the difference, I think we're going to start to see a real change in consumer sentiment. And we're seeing that their behaviors are actually indicative of it's not as bad as they feel it is. And I think we're going to see it continue to get better.
Peter, real quick.
Yeah. One thing I want to note, the jobs report's going to come out tomorrow. Yeah. We have to revise our expectations down significantly for what a monthly job number should look like. When we were letting in 2 million illegal aliens,
almost had a song.
Coming in. We had to produce 200,000 jobs a month for steady state. And by the way, all of the jobs that we were creating in Biden years were going to illegals.
People don't realize scalping is hard without the real direction
Totally
setups, actually.
Now, 50,000 a month is going to be
scalping
more
is
like
not
what
just
we need. So
5-minute candle ride up. You know what I mean? That is a part of a setup cycle, maybe, but
they have to adjust for the fact that we're deporting millions of illegals.
That's a good
out
point.
Of our job market.
But it sounds like you're expecting a weak number tomorrow.
No, not expecting a weak number. I'm just saying that going forward, when we see a number under 100,000, we don't wring our hands. We say, yeah, that's going to be steady state.
Peter, great to see you.
It's all good, Maria. Always great to be with you.
Thank you so much for being here, Peter, and for your analysis always. Peter Navarro in Washington. Welcome back. Former TV sports reporter and conservative commentator Michelle Tafoya British bank Barclays beating profit expectations in the fourth quarter, reporting earnings yesterday, also unveiling a plan to return 15 billion pounds, more than 20 billion US dollars, to shareholders through the year 2028. The company aiming for a 14% return on tangible equity or better in the same period through cost cutting, shrinking the share of its investment bank, growing domestic retail banking, and other steadier businesses. The bank expecting revenue to grow more than 5% each year and boosting income guidance to 31 billion pounds in 26.
Did anyone see this W coming? Like, I was going to say maybe W forming on the third candle, but like, did anyone really see the W coming?
In AUM, that is more than 72 billion in US dollars for assets under management. Gentlemen, now the leader of
it really looked like it was going to go gap fill at 4 p.m. close right there.
CEO CS Venkatakrishnan is with us. Great to see you. So may I call you Venkat? I know many people call you Venkat.
Of course, Maria. So good to be here. And of course, you may call me that.
Thank you, Venkat. Tell us about the quarter. What drove business?
Oh, my God.
So thank you very much. It was a very good quarter. The bank was firing on all cylinders. So all our divisions did well. But if I have to call two out, one is our U.S. consumer bank. We've got a bank in Delaware that collects deposits, has a huge partnership card portfolio. So if you've got a Gap credit card, a JetBlue credit card, Barclays behind it. And we bought a direct-to-consumer loan business called BESTSPY. And that business has grown in its return on tangible equity over
crazy looking W, man.
2 years ago to over 11% right now. So that's been a tremendous growth.
What is this shit?
As the business has added
literally cycles just coming in
and really been operationally efficient.
Stop down.
And of course, the second
go
part is our investment bank.
QQQ is the only thing with setup.
Where both in
trading
bouncing and in banking,
at the previous
we've done
spike low. There's a reason why I drew it, because I thought it might bounce or it might cycle here, and it is doing exactly that.
And across the world, in both financing them and in trading with them.
Yeah, great performances on both fronts. Venkat, I want to get back to the consumer for a moment, and certainly through the eyes of your U.S. consumer bank. We've been talking all morning this morning about all the money being spent on AI and how in many cases the banks are lending the money to so many companies. Can you give us a sense of the most important trends right now when you're looking at commercial and consumer credit?
Look at IWM.
Yeah. So we think the consumer is strong.
1205.
What we have seen is very well behaved.
Man, this shit is literally fucking wiping out on IWM,
bank.
bro. I think they're about to go gap fill. Remember that gap we were talking about on IWM yesterday? That's how fucking dumb this shit is.
Are low. What part of the reason that's
crazy
this
ass
is, of
gap
course,
here.
the government stimulus. Part of it is mortgage rates have been controlled as interest rates.
It looks like to me they're about to go gap fill, dude. At 269.5, dude.
And then
so
that obviously
crazy.
puts money in people's pockets.
This is what I was talking about yesterday, though. But like, I can't fucking believe how.
Is the huge amount of investment that's going on in AI, as you say.
That's crazy.
And a lot of it, we'll talk about how banks are lending. But a lot of it
I don't even pay that much I don't pay that much attention to gaps, but like when they do play out, it's kind of crazy to see. So I do like mark them. Intraday SPY gaps, especially.
When we look at
upside,
obviously we're looking at who the borrower is. We're looking
downside,
at what
they leave
the
for
purpose
quite a
of
while.
it is. We're looking at what kind of leases they're getting and whether they're from the big, solid, good companies. And that's what makes that lending better.
Yeah, and of course, talking about AI, you have to take a look at the competition coming from fintech. Venkat, we've been having this discussion about the Clarity Act and the Genius Act and why the Clarity Act is getting held up in the Senate right now, and whether or not crypto platforms should be able to pay customers rewards if they take their money out of traditional banks and put them in crypto platforms. How are you fending off these fintech
I don't know why you're thinking about
right
700. We're at 695, 694, right? Last time we were at 696. What the fuck did the market do? The market fucking made a huge wedge and destroyed 7,700 SPY. So it could come back, but is this 700? 700 is up here. 700 is fucking up here, and they're stacked to the brim. Yes, the explicit call ratio shows that it's stacked to the brim with calls up there, stacked to the brim with puts down here. Zero DT alone
and to make
on
it easy for
SPX.
them to interact with us.
On
Our
zero
U.S. consumer
DTs
bank
alone.
is almost virtually digital. we don't have a single bank branch. And we serve customers on deposits, on their credit cards, and then soon on direct loans.
Volume coming in
digitally.
bullish on
And when
Nvidia
it comes to
into
crypto,
trying it to close.
stable coin are all important part of the new digital asset platform. And I think it's important both for banks and for the fintech companies to work together in a proper regulated way to make sure that the consumers get the best out of these
coming in
assets
bullish
to get
too.
it safely.
So do you think people are actually going to move money out of traditional deposit
Nvidia.
accounts and put them in crypto
With
platforms?
QQQ going right now. 1/3, 2/3,
I think it will take
3/3
time.
bullish
I think
cycle
right now traditional
from
deposit
spike
platforms
low of
have the
QQQ.
safety of FDIC
Only
insurance, and
reasonable
that's
bounce
really important
or
to the
support
consumer.
area the market
That's a great
could
point
find.
because I keep making the
And it
point.
is
Look,
bouncing,
I don't think you can have a
finding
move
support
of
on
money
QQQ
out of traditional
since going
deposit
down
accounts
since
and going
10.
to crypto platforms
So it's been
without
about
those
2
crypto
hours.
platforms facing the same regulatory
Market
framework
needs
that
to
the major
cycle.
banks do, right? I
Cycle
mean, if you're
looks
going to act
crazy
like a
bullish
bank,
on
then you
SPY.
probably need to face the same banks that you know the regulations
Burning
that the
all
banks face.
these zero
So can you talk a
DT
little
bears,
about the
all
upcoming
these bears too.
regulations that you may be
While
concerned
doing all
with
this shit
and
to begin with,
how that shakes
Nvidia,
out in terms
there
of
is
crypto?
burning.
Because you've got regulations from the
They're
U.S.,
trapped trying.
EU, and beyond, right?
Yeah.
SMH is also
the
showing
joy
that
of
too.
being a globally bank is that a global bank is that
QQQ
you're globally
showing bullish.
regulated.
Time
But
is
I
12:20.
think the important thing about regulations, first to begin, Maria, with what you said about bank accounts and crypto. Look, FDIC protection of bank accounts is about 100 years old. You know, it's from the Great Depression. And it was to help people protect their money against bank failures. And it's a really important plank of consumer protection. The second thing is that if people are going to use alternative places to store their money, they need to understand what safeguards, if any, there are. And I think it's important to have safeguards for consumers. And then when I look at regulation, I think in the US, the new capital rules, the move by the Federal Reserve by Mickey Bowman, and we'll wait to see what Kevin Walsh does when he becomes chair. The rules in the US on the supervision aspect of the Federal Reserve is changing. And it is adapting to the environment in which we are. And I think that's a good thing for banks.
Yeah, and speaking of, I mean, the Bank of England held interest rates steady at 3.75% to start the year. The Fed also holding rates steady after 3 consecutive rate cuts at the end of last year, preceding the president's nomination of Kevin Walsh. What are you expecting on interest rates?
Burning the 2/3 bears too now in QQQ, while burning the 3/3 with the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 off of 12. It's been 20 minutes.
We, as a bank, we model various scenarios and we try to keep ourselves ready for changes in the economy, for changes in market conditions, for changes in credit. So we prepare. As far as the economy itself goes, both in the UK and the US, I think the regulators and the monetary policy authorities are looking at economic data. I know we are going to get non-farm payrolls, I think, tomorrow in the US, so we'll see a health sense of
Nvidia going
employment.
bullish. Time
But,
is
growth in
12:20.
the US is extremely strong. And that's in part because of the various bills, the one big beautiful bill, the investment companies are making in data centers and the like. So I think growth is strong and growth is being supported.
Well, what about credit cards? Because, of course, one policy that the president has put out there is cutting credit card rates to 10%, at least for a year,
broken on SMH.
down from 28%, 30%. How are you going to deal with that if, in fact, we see credit card rates go down to 10%? What kind of an impact on earnings is that, Venkat?
190 we are on Nvidia. There are a lot of puts above a lot of calls above 190 at 191, 193, 194, 195. They're showing hope again with this push up.
Credit affordability for
This could be a bear trap, but I think for some reason they're trapping today on Nvidia.
The ability of banks to lend to them. So we think credit card spending is 1/3 of all U.S. spending, and people sometimes have to borrow on their credit cards to make it over the next month or 2 months. Banks make that available, and that's credit into the economy. That's a good
rejection,
thing. We need to
QQQ
do it in
rejection
an
off of
affordable way,
1220,
and that's the conversation
SPX rejection off of
we as a country
1220.
need
The
to
gap
have.
above
Well,
is
I mean,
being
look, there's
used as a
an
hope again.
analyst out there, Mike Mayo, I believe, who says that if the credit
SPX
card
1 minute
cap
gap down
goes
below.
to 10%
all
on
these
the credit
all
card
these
rates,
bulls are
it's
in
gonna
danger.
cut earnings from the
This is a
major
hope
banks
bounce.
between 5 and 18%.
1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
Do you have a plan to replace that
Rejection
revenue
coming in
elsewhere if, in
super
fact, you do see that materialize?
fucking fast. Burning everybody in the 3/3
So, look,
zero
we are
DT.
obviously coming
Going
up
to
with
the 1 minute
plans, and
gap
we're
most
looking at
likely.
all different scenarios for what might happen.
Why? Because they
with
burnt
credit card
everyone here
rates.
anyway.
I
Why the
think
fuck would they go
basically
back now?
any part of a
Did they?
plan will be to run
They'd
your
probably do that
businesses
shit
more
at 4 if anything.
efficiently, to look at where you're lending and the appropriate ways in which you can lend. As
They'd
I
probably
said,
do
the
that shit at
trade-off
fucking 4 the way
ultimately
I fucking
is
know them,
between the
man.
rate you charge and how much
Shit.
credit you make available.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the point, right? Because the worry is that banks are going to pull back, and the consumer at the end of the day gets impacted if you can't get the credit that you need. All right, Venkat, let me turn to the investment bank. How are you going to raise market share here? How are you going to take market share from some of the competitors out there when it comes to IPOs and M&A? What is your expectation for 26 and beyond in that business?
These candles are cooked.
Yeah, look, we reported, or we said at the end of last year, that the pipeline was looking strong.
These candles are fucking cooked.
Across M&As and equity capital markets, and it
Just straight up
continues. I
Olympus
think
mountain
the
up.
important thing is
And then
for
cycle.
us to have good analysts, good bankers, and cover the important companies and the sectors. That's what we try to do, and be part of the growth economy and look at companies that have the need to take action in terms of their own M&A strategies. And you're seeing a lot of it, obviously.
We just tried breaking out of yesterday's range,
tech-related
basically.
industries,
694.5,
partly in
695.
as people adjust to the new economy, and it's even happening in industrials.
That's what it shows on the higher time
It's
frame.
important for us to cover these industries. Now, one of the things Barclays has done a lot for many, many years is to be very sophisticated in the way we work between our
Purple
trading
box
and
incoming,
banking
6,970.
businesses, and sophisticated in the kind of
SPX
financing
1
we
minute
provide.
cap is going to fill.
I expect fixed income still
Jesus
to be
Christ.
really important in the way in which we address the market, providing lending to
That's how dirty this shit
to
is,
the
man.
big corporations. I call
Candle
it our
traders
calling
versus
card,
fucking deduction
and
traders, fucking
credit
every
and
day,
credit
all
financing
day,
will be our
fucking
calling
next
card.
week, every
And
day,
we just
all
spoke
day,
with one
every
venture
day.
capitalist on the show who was saying, yeah, with a market at record highs,
Talking
you're
about-
seeing lots of companies wanting an exit strategy. They want to go public. So what does the pipeline look like
7,000
for you at
SPX is
Barclays in
fucking
terms
cooked.
of IPO and capital raises? And what about
700
M&A?
SPY is
What
fucking
sectors
cooked.
should we expect that could consolidate?
Yeah, Maria. So, the pipeline has been building and been robust through the end of last year and into this year. I think the sectors where you're going to see it, you're going
Time
to
is
see it in industrials.
12:25.
You're going to see it in healthcare as companies try to get that next level of the new drugs and the new pipelines. You're going to see it in parts of the tech economy, again, as the big get bigger.
Are you expecting growth from any one specific area in the year ahead, Venkat? Where would you say the growth comes from at Barclays in the coming year?
So within Barclays, we expect our trading businesses to do well. We expect our retail businesses to do well. And of course, the US credit card business, where, we bought a company called BESTSPY, which is a direct-to-consumer lender. And, as we continue to refine our digital operations in the US and give a digital proposition, that's where I'm really, really hopeful that we can provide lending and credit to our 20 million plus customers in the US.
Venkat will be watching that story, and certainly a growth story. We so appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you so much, Maria, for having me.
Thank you. CS Venkatakrishnan joining us this morning.
Joe Mazzoli. And get to the big picture now and welcome in Joe Mazzoli, head trading derivatives strategist over at Charles Schwab. Okay, very good morning to you, Joe. So we got some retail sales, a bit disappointing on the headline with a muted number over in December. Appetite for bonds this morning, we've got the 10-year at 414. I believe that's a one-month low. The DXY's pulling back, obviously. We've seen some regional currency strength. We know the story there. What does this mean as far as some of these GDP estimates in the Fed now?
Well, what's interesting is markets are pricing in maybe 3/4 cuts in 2026. That might be a little bit aggressive. Remember, this is a little bit old data. It's December data. We're still kind of compiling everything that we need for January, so that'll take some time to get that out. I think what's interesting to me is just maybe the slowdown in the consumer, maybe some pessimism around job growth or lack thereof, right? And what drives purchasing, right? What drives purchasing of big ticket items? A lot of it has to do with feeling, the comfort and the safety and your ability to maintain your job or find another job out there. And while we're not seeing unemployment rates climb higher, we're kind of stuck in this mud, if you will, the sticky little mud where there's not a lot of growth. There's not a lot of firing. There's not a lot of hiring. It's just kind of stuck in the mud, like I said. So I think that's weighing on consumers a little bit, causing them to maybe pull back on some of their, bigger ticket items. And if you look at, where we did see the pullback, it was in clothing, it was in auto parts. So I think it all kind of trickles down. Now, where does that leave the Fed? I think that leaves the Fed in a little bit of a tricky position because, like I said, I think with markets pricing in 3 cuts, is the Fed now transitioning from slowing down what we consider at one point, or what they considered at one point, an overheated economy? And where's that inflection point, right? Where's that inflection point where they need to start stimulating growth because of a slowing job market? It's going to be hard for them to kind of pick that exact point. So I think, as anything, Sam, they're going to wait for more data to come out before they make that final determination.
Yeah, but for now, at least, we're seeing the 2s, 10s, and 30s all dipping this morning. Talk to us about the state of this rotation trade. Obviously, we've seen another record for the Dow this morning. The IGV is up, which is encouraging, particularly off the back of what we've seen in recent weeks. It looks like names like ServiceNow, Workday, AppLovin, all higher today, which I suppose is, as I said, what you want to see after the damage. But have you got any thoughts on what we're seeing as far as what's working, what's not working, and the state of this rotation trade that we've been talking about?
Yeah, before I got on the show, I kind of looked at the spread between performance in the chips versus the software, and that's the widest we've seen in multiple years. So, part of it could be a catch-up trade. I think that makes sense. I think that, there's oversold conditions in software. We were looking at the RSI, and on Friday, that got to a point where the RSI was around a 14-15. We haven't seen levels like that since, all the way back in 2002. So this is,
there's a lot of bulls and bears right now. The SPX put-to-call ratio is filled to the brim.
In the tech sector.
All right, until momentum
really
comes,
oversold. So I think that there's
I think
definitely
both sides are a little bit
some catch-up trade there.
With cycles
what I
and
do think is important, though,
happening.
is to look at
we're at VWAP 2.
We haven't set any new
perfect
all-time highs
spot.
in the Mag
Either
7,
Nvidia
really
is
since
showing
October.
bearish here to blow up above the 0.5 fib into end of day, or Nvidia is going to go lower into end of day.
In the equal weight index, excuse me.
This shit could just hover at 187, 188, 189 today too.
I wonder
too much
at
damage
some
to the calls
point,
on Nvidia,
and this is my own
might
personal
recover
guess,
tomorrow too,
is whether or not you can get a new all-time high overall in the S&P 500, not necessarily in the Dow, but in the S&P 500. If you don't have communication services, you don't have tech participating.
What a day on Nvidia, though.
We're seeing that come
market
back a
open
little bit
on
over the
Nvidia
next
was
these
so
last couple
fucking
days,
cool
but
to me, man.
I think you need to see
So
a bigger
fucking
thrust there.
I left all my shit on Nvidia
FedWatch
at the
Advisors
top,
was out
and I
with a
just
really
fucking
interesting note this
repositioned.
morning about sort of the short-term memory loss in these
out.
markets. And, what he was alluding to was how in recent
Playing
weeks,
in the 1/3,
borrowing was not acceptable.
2/3,
I mean, we've seen that
This
in
could either be the
Oracle with some of
3/3
the
or it's
concerns
the
around
2/3.
tapping the debt markets, that debt-to-equity ratio.
market.
But now, all of a sudden, you've got
Sheesh!
a headline around
Time is
Alphabet
12,
Google
30.
with this report of $20 billion bond sale, selling sterling and the Swiss franc denominated bonds for the first time. So they're looking at a lower cost.
What time did I join?
Then you had this story about Oracle last week looking for more money, and obviously the ratings agencies seem to be okay with that. So we saw a nice rally. Not to mention when you look across the bond market, I mean, you've seen Japan having to come out and say, okay, we're going to be responsible and proactive with our fiscal spending this year, and then the yen strengthens. It doesn't weaken, which is the opposite of what the Takaichi trade is characterized by. What do you make of this shift as to how the market is thinking about debt right now, Joe? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
No, I do. Well, specifically,
Someone said I'm eating hamburger helper or lobster rolls tonight. What the fuck are you talking about, Justin? Justin, hold up. What the fuck are you talking about, Justin? If you're gonna say some crazy ass stuff like that, explain yourself. All right. What the hell are you talking about, bruh? Hamburger helper or lobster roll? There's no in between. Like, what the fuck are you talking about today? Yo, hamburger helper or lobster rolls tonight? Like, what? I ain't never had a hamburger helper in my life. Oh my god. Wow.
We're back on Morning Trade Live. Let's focus on Palantir. The stock is moving high this morning after an upgrade. More on that in a second. But Palantir has suffered from the broader sell-off in the software sector. It's down nearly 20% in 2026 and more than 30% off November's all-time high. It's trading up about 1% right now, 144 and change. So Palantir is the focus of the morning trade. Joining us now, as always, for a closer look, is Marley Caden. Very good morning to you, Marley. So we've got Daiwa, who's upgraded Palantir now to buy. What are they saying?
Good morning, Sam. Yes, Daiwa upgraded to buy from neutral. They have a new price target. It is slightly lower than new price target, $180. That's down from $200. But like you mentioned, trading just north of $144 right now, so still implying about a 25%, a little greater than a 25% upside from where we are currently trading. Now, the upgrade comes on the heels of their Q4 earnings beat. Palantir's revenue and earnings both surpassed expectations in that report. Revenue jumping 70% year over year in Q4. Operating income rose about twofold. Also, their commercial business showing some very strong signs of strength here. Revenue shot up 137%. So that, combined with its 2026 guidance, the firm says implies that this commercial growth isn't a flash in the pan, but it is likely to not only persist, but also to speed up. Daiwa says that Palantir's quote-unquote robust showing continued to be driven by the U.S. business and that their earnings release left a positive impression with the analyst and the firm. It also believes that Palantir's sharp growth will accelerate. So the stock has been on a bit of a roller coaster, though, Sam. I mean, I know we covered the earnings together, and as you look at their price action, just in 2026, they are down almost 19%, but in the last 52 weeks, up about 23%, but a bit battered in this year, sort of as it's a software name, but Palantir has sort of a unique distinction here in its ability to offer an operating system as well, and that helps deepen its foothold with clients. So yes, it is a part of the software sector that has been more broadly beaten down, but it does have sort of a unique qualifier that I think is important here.
Yeah, that certainly is the distinction there, but it has been caught up as a sort of one of the babies being thrown out with the software bathwater, hasn't it? But there's also some of those valuation concerns. But I mean, interesting what they've said about not just being a flash in the pan and robust earnings. I mean, that was I mean, he calls this the Messi of AI, so that's got to say something. Hey, thanks so much for breaking us down some of the thoughts from Daiwa. Let's trade it now with Tim Bigham, options strategist at Pilot AI. Very good morning to you, Tim. How are you approaching your example trade for Palantir?
Good morning to you, Tim.
Good morning, Sam. And really taking a look at a stock that looks like it might have found some short-term, at least, support around that 125 area after it really got taken out to the woodshed badly. Some,
Good morning to you, Timmy Tim.
Grumblings about spending, certainly not only in Palantir, but just the AI space generally.
Is so trash.
We're seeing the stock
I remember when that shit was at 202,
but I think over the next month or so, it'll probably just chop around with big range, no change.
Sub 170 Nvidia, you stupid.
The recent
164 Nvidia, you stupid.
On the stock to position by being a
shit at 144. What the hell?
Condor trade.
Never fucking listen.
Still rather high, even though it's off the absolute.
Bitcoin, Palantir, and this stock crazy, and I've been watching that shit for months. I watched that shit for like 6 months.
Right at that 125 support area, and then also
before it did the fucking pullback. Oh my god! I had a trend line drawn on Palantir for the longest time.
Bringing in a
Tesla.
nice overall net
Tesla
credit, so I like the risk return here. Bringing in about $1.20 on the trade, risking about 380. So have about a 30-some% overall return. Plenty of cushion to both the upside, about 22%, and downside over 15% over the next month or so for the stock to move
right now
without the trade getting in trouble. Plus, you have the shorter-term weeklies to sell additional spreads if you need to re-hedge.
Never going lower today
All right,
yet.
Tim Bigham there. Thank you so much for that. Keeping it short and sweet today with an example trade on Palantir. That is option strategist at Pilot AI.
Bears are coming. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on QQQ is happening. Time is 12:35. 12:20 is acting as a small cycle pivot point high of this cycle now. IWM is going lower. IWM is actually going lower. I jinxed myself. I switched the candle right before that candle came, and we are now into the purple box. Today is the day of the purple box. They're about to fill the SPX gap below, and then they want to figure it out. They burnt all the fucking calls today already. They burnt some puts and all the puts from the morning and yesterday. Anyway, market is almost sideways going up.
A little bit of green on your screen. Dow up 50, Nasdaq up 34. Eddie Gabor joining us now. All right, Eddie, you say it's time to rotate out of tech. David Nicholas just told us it was time to rotate into tech. Make your case for getting out.
We're at 616
so
and
we
they're
think
saying
you should
this
be
shit.
taking bounces if you're overweight tech and rotate into the economically sensitive areas. The market is telling us that there's going to be a new leader, and it's not going to be tech. Tech has been leading this market for the last 3 years.
I love
the
the
look
news,
at the areas
man.
we've been highlighting that we've been buying for clients that are tied to the economy: industrial ETF, regional bank ETFs, housing ETFs, and small caps. They are up anywhere from 9 to 12% already to start the year, versus down 20 for software and basically flat for the Qs. So we think the second quarter is actually going to be the worst quarter for tech, and then we'll look to rotate back in. But you've had historic returns, and the way you protect and grow capital is sell winners and rotate into the new leaders. And we have new leaders that are above the 50-day moving average while others are breaking down. And to us, the market is sending a very clear signal that for now, the tech rally is dead in the short term. You'll have much better opportunities later this year to gross up in that area. And that is our playbook for 2026.
I see some big non-tech names doing well. McDonald's, I think, Walmart's.
The gap did not fill.
Doing very well, non-tech.
I think.
What big names outside of tech are you actively buying?
This cycle is turning nasty.
So
every
when
single
we look
gap
at
is being
regional
used as a
banks,
hope
we've been
now.
buying ETFs, but
Gaps
if
that
you
are
want to
not
look at individual
building
holdings,
or
you can look at
filling
names
immediately.
like PNC. Regional banks are very sensitive to the economy. We think this economy is going to grow well over 3%, and it is going to boom here in the first half. Regional banks will be a great way to play that. Housing, we're bullish on housing. You look at the ETF we own.
QQQ is going bullish, and IWM is spiking back up again from the spike down.
We've been underinvested in housing the last 2 years, and we're going to get a rejuvenation in that
Every
space.
single spike down on
lastly,
IWM today held up.
It's tied to
We're
housing.
gone.
It is higher
Counter
risk, so it's
up.
not for the faint of heart. But Restoration Hardware has a general goes
It's
up
crazy.
generally when housing accelerates. And so we are bullish on those areas and continue to bet on this economy as we stay underweight technology.
I'm not selling my Microsoft, Eddie. Just not going to do that. You understand?
Well, you can hedge. So if you're a client of ours, we'll help you hedge that so you can still make
At
a lot
4
of money.
p.m. today's close, we will
Nice
know
comeback. Very
every
good.
single options positioning into tomorrow, the day after that, and this week. And we will get a clear understanding of the options positioning on Nvidia right at 4:01 p.m. as well. We have the Whitehouse coming live in about 25 minutes. Let's stay patient. The market is cycling, but they're also going trapping and fucking doing jack shit everywhere. So
It doesn't feel like it, though, does it?
ETA 45.
The
Sorry,
sentiment
ETA
here,
25 minutes.
Just like we were talking a
Caroline.
lot about the vibe session or whatever.
Caroline!
People didn't feel good, even
I
if
need
the
my
economic
Caroline.
numbers looked good.
Capital C,
right now, it
space,
feels like
A,
we're in a little bit of a
Caroline.
similar situation with the
Caroline.
market. What do you think?
Not
yeah,
with
I
a
think
K,
that there's a lot of moving
with a
pieces
C.
to that dynamic. Certainly, the market has kind of climbed a wall of worry over the past few years.
You looked
It's
like it was
actually,
in a bounce,
one of the
looking
most
like not.
persistent
So
rallies
very
on
important to
like
watch
a three-year
here.
basis,
12.35
we've
bounce,
had
12.40
in
rejection.
quite a while. However, I think there's another dynamic to this, which is what's going on with the dollar and dollar debasement. And if you look at the stock market,
Market's
say
at
the
all-time
past,
high
20
territory
years or
today.
so,
This is at
it's not
yesterday's
actually
level
up
or higher.
versus
Went
if
to
you
that
price in
today.
gold
It's just
or something of that
cannot
nature.
get past
So
616.
there's certainly an
Yesterday's
argument that
high.
if the dollar loses value,
Or
just
maybe we did
to
break
keep
yesterday's
pace,
high.
the stock market has
We
to
did
go
break
up
yesterday's high. We just
proportionally.
could not
I think
break
that's
above
part of what
616
we're seeing.
confidently.
Interesting.
With volume,
Okay, so
with cycle.
do you feel
they actually
like
just trapped it off 616.
the reasons that the stock market
and then went
has
down,
gone up
nothing.
or not? I mean, there are fundamentals to support increases still. However,
No words on IWM.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at overall
I'm just a
earnings growth,
spectator on
they've been pretty
IWM,
good.
but
I mean, certainly there's been concern
certainly
around software
this is
names,
burnt
but it looks like
every
energy is
single
having a
bear
bit of a
today.
comeback. So there
This is
certainly are
fucking
some
nasty.
Fundamental reasons for that. And I mean, gold
See,
is
there are
certainly
some things
up
that I just can't explain on
considerably regardless.
IWM,
It's not
and
just
this
an
is one of
inflation
them.
story.
Sometimes
So, okay,
small
so the
caps is
software
something
sell-off, would that be
unexplainable.
something
And this
have
is
you
just,
come
you know,
in and bought
IWM
some of those
is
names?
So we haven't. So I mean, there are some real concerns about some of those software names. I think at
its
the end of
own
the
world.
day, AI is going to be a net positive for certain software.
Bullish
names
showing
and
on
others,
every
it's
single
a huge
fucking
net
bounce and
negative
every
where they
single
can
candle
actually be
because of it.
outright replaced. But I think if you look at a company like, well, maybe one exception is we bought into some ServiceNow, and ServiceNow is one of those companies where I think they'll probably
Every
be a
single
net
bounce, every single
beneficiary
time
of
IWM goes
AI.
up, SPY coming in
Whereas
spiked
you look at a
up at the
company like,
roof.
let's say, a Monday.com, and it's pretty easy to replicate some of their services through some of these vibe coding type apps.
Okay, so what's the difference between a Monday.com and a ServiceNow in terms of, like, why does ServiceNow have a bigger moat than, say, a Monday.com?
So first, it's pretty difficult to replicate because there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be in place for companies that have large customer service operations. So I think that's certainly a benefit that ServiceNow has, whereas Monday.com is a relatively simple piece of
Too many
software
bulls and
that
bears, I
can be
think,
replicated at least for, say,
DTS,
80-90% of the use cases
Until one
without that much
news
difficulty.
momentum comes
Gotcha.
out.
Okay, so selective buying in software. What about,
Or
I mean, you
until
mentioned
she's done
energy,
talking.
which is the best performing group this year thus far after lagging, for a while.
Always does
Is that-
something
so
while
are
she's
you
talking or
participating
right
in this
after
whole
she's done
rotation
talking.
that we have seen into some of those kinds of areas, industrials, consumer staples, et cetera?
So we haven't rotated our portfolio a whole lot. We've held a little bit of energy names. We own some Marathon. We own some Talon. But if you look at our portfolio more overall, I'd consider it to be more like durable compounders.
Jesus Christ.
What does that mean?
What that mean is more companies like Visa or a MasterCard
How frustrating is
or
this?
a Meta, those types of firms that have strong moats that consistently grow their earnings with high margins, high return on equity, high return on capital.
And I want to also talk about some of the other asset classes, right? Because you mentioned gold.
9:30 a.m.
and
open level. I guess this is
I
it.
think that regular investors who sort of got in and then
my
were
God.
whipsawed are struggling to figure out what to do now when it comes to gold and silver, because there's the fundamental
Wow.
case, just like there's for stocks,
Range bound
and
like
then there's sort
fuck.
of the technical effects of what happens when people
I
get
can't even believe it.
positioned in a certain way and then
this
have to
orange
make up
line.
for that. So how do you square those various things?
Sure. So I guess there's lots of things moving at the same time. So I'd say you'd have the deep currents, which are things like central bank buying or deficit spending on the U.S. federal government level. And those are very strong deep currents. And they likely will take gold higher in a big way the next 3, 5, 10 years. But then you
burning
also have some of
everybody
these
on the
things like
9:30 open
the
range.
recent Fed appointment, which make it unclear. Are we headed for a stronger dollar or a weaker dollar? They're kind of saying two different things. It's not clear. It's clear what Trump kind of conceptually wants, but it's not clear how much Fed independence there really will or won't be. And increases in margin requirements, some of these violent moves like we had in gold or even more so in silver, I think will create a very volatile rally over the next 3 to 5 years. But it's going to be one where you have to wear your seatbelt.
And what about crypto? Does that fall into a similar category?
So I think crypto has kind of lost that digital gold story, and it's become much more clear that it's more just a high beta asset. And I think, frankly, there have been a lot of things distracting people from crypto. Crypto at one point was the real meme stock equivalent, whereas now you have crypto, but you also have meme stocks, you have gold, you have silver, you have a real betification across the economy. And I think that has taken a lot of the capital flows away from crypto.
That's a really interesting thesis. I mean, and we see it also in the single stock movements, not even just meme stocks, but other types of stocks that normally you wouldn't think would move that much are moving a lot. Do you think there's also, because of the crypto washout, that has pushed a lot of money into some of those memes instead?
Yeah, or I mean, I think the memes have attracted a lot of money that might have otherwise gone to crypto.
Gotcha. So does that mean you don't want to be positioned in crypto?
I think crypto is a very binary story, and it's very unclear what that future will look like. It'll either be much, much higher 10, 20 years from now, or it could be that Bitcoin was a fad or it could get hacked, or people might just not have that appeal to it like they did previously. It's just too hard to tell. But I think of it's a great investment as a call option, but that doesn't mean it'll necessarily work over the next few years.
When people used to ask me about it, I used to say, don't put anything in it you can't afford to lose.
I think that's definitely a good way to look at it.
I don't know if it's still that way, but maybe. All right. Thanks so much, David. Appreciate it.
There we go. There we go. Forgot to do that. 190.36 on Nvidia. IWM. QQQ. Still in a bullish cycle. Extending or not. Time is 12:50 in 10 minutes. Zero DT cycling and burning. I think at its finest. Put burning right now, but I mean, I don't think anything out and above or anything below out of the orange box is safe at this point. They keep cycling upon it. There's a lot of puts and calls on SPX. Zero DT has been, and it probably still is.
It's Tuesday News and Reprieve. Unless you have been living under a rock the past month, you should be fully aware of the full-on rout in software stocks. The rout has left no prisoners as FOBO, and I just learned this word the other day, or fear of being obsolete, has swept through the space. With almost daily AI updates out of Anthropic and OpenAI, only time will tell if the massive software stock sell-offs are overdone. But this much we can say, it's an exciting time to be in tech as billions get spent to build out America's AI infrastructure. One of the OGs in the space, in the AI space, is Superhuman. The company pioneered email inbox zero technology, and following a combination with Grammarly, which we use here at Yahoo Finance, is helping to make people more productive on the writing front by way of AI. Superhuman
God candles yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes.
To see you here. I mean, you heard my intro. I mean, this is some freaking moment in software stock. What do you think about what we're seeing?
You know, I think the markets go up and down. It'll be fine.
Like, what is, you know...
And just like that.
What does, like... What should
just like that, they pull back.
Some of these software companies, how do
Man, they fucking zero DT cycling.
You know, I think, I mean, I've watched these cycles. It's mobile, it's cloud, it's
burning off some weight.
I think you want to see which
extra
companies are
weight
adapting to it. So I think it's important that the companies that stick their heads in the sand are going to be sunk, but I think a lot of the companies that are being...
I have no idea what Nvidia is doing now. It's showing bull hope to the max, but it's not 190 above yet either, so...
I think so,
yeah. About what you're working on at Grammarly.
Yeah, so Grammarly people are unfamiliar. We're one of the world's most popular communication assistants. About 40 million daily active users, do over $700 million in revenue. I think it's one of the world's best kept secrets.
I didn't even realize it was that big now.
Yeah, it's a much bigger business than people think.
Yeah.
But actually, the thing people most misunderstand about it is they think it's about grammar, which is a totally reasonable assumption.
Name, right?
But actually, the thing that Grammarly does is it's the OG AI assistant. It's an assistant that works right next to you. We see 1 million unique surfaces a day. So every desktop app, web app, and mobile app. We can observe what you're doing. We can annotate it in a way that's unobtrusive to you and make changes on your behalf. Right now, we only do that for grammar, and the big change is we're about to do it for everything. So anybody can run agents just like Grammarly on that same platform.
How will that change the user experience?
Yeah, so maybe a simple example. Let's say I'm a salesperson. I'm writing an email to a customer today. Grammarly feels like you have your high school grammar teacher sitting on your shoulder with a red and blue marker, marking everything up. Now it's going to feel like you have all these other agents sitting with you too. So it could be your sales coach saying, hey, you're about to recommend the wrong product. It could be your support person saying, hey, this person had an outage yesterday, you should acknowledge that. It could just be your electronic or your digital assistant saying, you said you're going to meet tomorrow at 7 p.m., but you have your daughter's recital then. And all of them can help you the same way that we've been helping millions of people with grammar. We're now going to be able to help millions of people with everything else that they do as well.
As someone that is working on, really, I mean, this is amazing technology. I mean, do you fear the next update out of Anthropic?
I mean, we're huge customers. I mean,
customer of Anthropic.
Oh yeah, we customer of Anthropic, OpenAI. We do over 100 billion LLM calls a week. I mean, if you just judge us as an AI property, we're probably one of the biggest in the world. But we do it in a way that brings it right to the user, so you don't think about it.
Do you worry about them making a product like yours obsolete?
I don't think so. I mean, what we do is a little bit different in terms of bringing AI directly into people's surfaces. I think they work a lot on models. They work a lot on what we call the chat interfaces. But if you think about the main metaphors in AI, there's a lot of people focused on chat. You know,
artificial intelligence.
There's a lot of focused on what we call do, which is task automation. We work on something we call assist. So if like the stat I gave you, 100 billion LM calls a week across 40 million people.
Artificial intelligence.
For an average Grammarly user, we do a few thousand
Nvidia.
a day. So, a really good ChatGPT user, a really good Claude user.
All right, Whitehouse coming live in 10 minutes or less.
Every time you type a character, you open a new doc, you open a new application, we're calling all the AI systems on your behalf. And I think at that scale and that level of integration, it's just a very different paradigm for how to think about AI.
What about superhuman? Now, these businesses were combined. What's the next generation of a superhuman?
Yeah, so we brought together 4 different products. So the original superhuman product is what we now call superhuman male, Grammarly. My old product called Coda, and the new product we call Go. Go is the platform layer of Grammarly, the thing that lets anybody build agents that look like Grammarly. So we brought all 4 together, and then we decided to change the corporate name, and we had lots of ideas for what to do it. We decided to pluck the one out from
sounds cool. No offense to Grammarly. I mean, superhuman sounds
well,
cool.
I think that sounds cool. That's obviously a starting point. That was it.
Gotta sound cool. Gotta sound cool.
It's broad, which I think is really important, so you can cover lots of things. But actually, the thing we love about it is the word human. Because if you think about most people working on AI are really worried about, they're out there trying to replace humans. We have the opposite viewpoint. Grammarly has always been the product that we work with you, but at the end of the day, you write the article, you submit the blog post, you're the one who submits the essay. We're there to assist you. So I like to say we spent the last 16 years turning people into super writers, and now we can spend the next few decades turning people into superhumans.
How much of a job taker do you think AI will be?
I mean, I don't view it as a job taker. I view it as a job expander. So in my mind, we're about to give everybody 100 new employees. And I think what's about to happen is we're going to teach everybody.
Nvidia looks like it was the only thing fucking nice today.
I think that is massive.
Off market open.
You're managing these 100 agents. And I think it's, for every generation of technology, we sometimes forget what happens when you get scale like that. I think a lot of people look at it as job takers, but I think they are underestimating humans. I think we have lots of things to go do.
If a human is the human that is out there watching this, how could they prepare for this wave of AI? How do they get trained up for this?
I mean, definitely use all the tools. I mean, I think being up to date with every tool that's coming out, it's kind of like imagine being in the world where spreadsheets were coming out. There were the people who stuck their heads in the sand and said, we're going to stick with calculators, and the people who said, we're going to learn spreadsheets. I think it's similar. You better know how to do it, and it's going to be very important.
But I also think it's going to change the way we think about running our businesses. And I think the analogy of employee to manager is a good analogy. It's closer to what jobs are going to feel like.
You recently joined the Walmart Bar, a company we know very well. They won our 2024 Company of the Year award. New CEO for them, John Furrier, just crossed that $1 trillion market cap because of you.
No, well, we both joined the same day. $1 trillion market cap that day. It was a fun board meeting that way.
What has been amazing about them is their transformation. How important will technology be to them over the next decade as John tries to put his stamp on this business?
I got to say, I just went through my first board meeting there, and it felt like a tech company board meeting. It was demo after demo after demo. And I think the unique thing about Walmart is they apply technology in real business problems, and they can immediately see such scaled impact because they have such enormous scale. And so everything, it's vision, generative AI, and I was watching how everything from watching what people put in shopping carts to making sure the right fridges are updated. And it just, the scale of every little investment they make has such immediate impact, and they've done a fantastic job of it.
How do your input, what type of input do you provide to a team like this?
Oh boy, I hope I provide helpful input.
Well, I'm sure you do. I mean, YouTube, Spotify board, now you're in Walmart. You know what you're doing.
I think my role is mostly to help make sure they figure.
Oh,
out
my mic was
right
muted.
position
Sorry.
for
The Bears
future.
are trying here,
To be honest, I think
but
they're on the right
I don't
track
want to say IWM is bearish
just
because it's
fine.
not until
But,
it
the
goes
world is
breaks
changing.
that
The world
trend
of
line
commerce is changing,
downwards.
The world of shopping is changing. I think
But
the idea of
let's see where this goes.
Of having an AI agent that helps you in your shopping experience or brings it into the rest of your experience, I think it's pretty different than what people expect.
Two fun ones, because that's how we roll here at Yahoo Finance. First, are you at inbox zero?
I am.
And how could someone not, besides signing up for
No
Superhuman,
volume, but I
what's
mean
like
they're
their
creating
best,
cycle on
email
top of
management
cycle,
hack that you can
so
offer them?
bearish cycle is trying
That is
off
obviously the right.
Just sign up for Superhuman, right?
1250 into
You took my best
time
answer
is
out.
one.
I mean, I'll give you my best one is.
Whitehouse is coming live now. Let's go tune into that. Core line, core line, core line. Core line. Core line, core line. Wow. Wow. That's something. It's actually very interesting. This is to be watched. This is to be watched, Tesla. Nice recovery on Tesla. 1, 2, 3 days. Time is 1 p.m. Does core line come in and fill the gap above or the gap below? Oh, core line. There's actually 2 gaps below. So first gap is 6,969. There's our pushing in the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 2. IWM heading trying. QQQ went higher into 1250. 1250 rejection into 1 p.m. or 1255 rejection into 1 p.m. Time is 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 since about 1258, 1 p.m. Let's see if they extend the cycle lower or they trap somewhere here again at the gap. Insane cycle if this shit truly dumps today, but I mean, highly doubt it unless IWM goes. Well, we'll watch IWM on the 5. This shit is just stupid now, so 5-minute MACD just forever and forever and forever. Like, it doesn't even make sense, but I think the gap above is being used as some sort of a hope to go higher somehow. So time is 1 p.m. We have some weird ass candles coming in now. 3/3 cycle is extending. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 trying. You guys gotta watch this on SPY or SPX. What is better at this point? I'm sorry I keep changing charts, but man, that is something. Yeah, but this is more expected than not because of the amount of SPX0 DT puts and calls right now. I said around 40 minutes ago. Where was it? At 12:25, I said too many bulls and bears are here until momentum comes. This is no bueno for anybody. When SPX put to call ratio is filled to the brim like this, best to expect is to think about data on SPX, and they have been cycle trapping, channeling up and downward since then. So I'm happy with it. I mean, that was my deduction since about here, and you know that's what I said, 12:25 somewhere here. So no interest in the 3/3 of the 3/3 of the whatever the hell small cycle this shit is. No momentum, no volume, no direction, no setup yet. It's actually setting up while it's like, you know, cycle creating. It's like setting up, I guess, while it's cycle creating. I don't know what the fuck this setup is on IWM. Could not tell you personally. QQQ, there's some sort of setup like 616 hope, I guess, but it could go blow up too. SPX, there's a fuck ton of gaps today. One gap here, one gap there, one gap down there. Today is the day of the gaps at all-time highs. Right. First gap, bulls are hoping like crazy. Second gap, bears are hoping like crazy. Third gap, every single bears are hoping like crazy. So you can just tell by the amount of you know, shit's going on. I think I want to watch this on SPX, to be honest. Someone said SPY. SPY is better. Everyone agrees on SPY because we cannot see these 1-minute gaps on SPY. That's all I will say. We cannot see this shit. You just gotta mentally remember this is 1050. You gotta mentally remember this is somewhere 1205, 1206. You gotta mentally remember this is somewhere 950 level. So we'll switch back. All right, no takesy backsies. No takesy backsies. We're stuck with SPY now, which I like. I'm watching the video. What the hell? What was that? The audio just changed like crazy. Someone said, let's watch SPY. SPY it is. SPY good, someone said. All right, everybody wants to watch SPY. They're stepping lower very fast. It looks like the gap is being filled. Looks like QQQ is going. Looks like IWM is trying. That does not mean they're going to do it, but it just looks like it. So maybe gap fill is actually coming somewhere here. 1206, 1207 level, 694.70-ish. 694XX. And market deciding. Caroline is coming on. Coraline. All right, everybody please stay in chat. Coraline, thank you so much. Coraline. Yo, that guy just cursed on national television. That has to be a fine. No fine? Guys, let's all hit the like button. Thank you all so much. We have 120 people here. We are waiting for the press conference. The SPX put to call ratio is being updated right now. It's about 50-50 puts and calls. Puts are starting to come back in more now. Mountain. Oh my, made me like, oh my god, so many highs. Finally. Oh, 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 oh my god. Oh, 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 oh my god. Time is 1:10. Alright, the second and last poll of the day is being conducted right before the Whitehouse press conference. If you can hit the like button on the live stream, I would thank you very, very much, and I appreciate it already for you being here. Poll of the day is today. Market is about to close red or green. Someone said Coraline is late because she is. What the fuck? Comedy as fuck. Alright, I think it's gonna turn red. Alright, we have one person voting green. We have 3 people voting red in the WhatsApp group. We have 5 people voting red. And we have 1 person voting green now. It's funny as fuck. Coraline. Time is Coraline. Exactly. What time is that? Exactly. There's so much liquidity. Look at all the liquidity. Look at all the fucking liquidity. Oh, I can't even fucking talk right now. Look at all the liquidity that's here. That's the entire SPX put to call rate box right now, basically. Every single out of the money burnt. Every single out of the money burnt. Oh my god. Here comes the Zeus box. Yellow. The most important box of the day. Here comes the yellow box. The most important box of the day. What's the purple box? I don't fucking know, man. Exactly. What's the yellow box? This is the most important box of the day. This shit. Oh, ew. What up? Yeah, I like that. Alright. Yeah, I like that. Beautiful. Beautiful bucks. Time is 1:10. Lotto time hours. Man, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 9 people saying the market's gonna close red today. We have 2 people saying market's gonna close green today in their personal opinion. Market barely red right now. SPY is not even red. SPY is up 0.13%. QQQ is up 0.08%. So, actually, sorry, SPX is 0.006%. So it's actually, what the fuck? Why is it different on SPY and QQQ or SPY and SPX by a little bit? It's very mixed. Nvidia is 0.00% right now too. Everything is literally at the midpoint except Tesla. Tesla rose 2% today. Someone said Coraline needs to hurry up. That's what everyone's thinking. Coraline needs to get on. Get on with it. Get it over with. This damn Coraline. Alright, I think we have to go look at SPX. So gap filled 1. So now this is the previous gap filled, turned into maybe resistance or not, or support. Oh my god, it's going lower. Holy shit, bears are here. Holy shit, bears are here! Holy shit, IW, I'm actually rolling. Oh my god, after a whole day, IWM is actually finally bearish. IWM helping SPX. Someone said, I don't know if you're speaking or not, but no volume. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Is my mic on? Hello? I think mic's good. It says it's catching. Time is 1:15. Time is 1:15. Wow. Core alignment. Right on core alignment. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, thank you. Man, I can't believe Nvidia is 190 exactly 0.0%. It's literally 0% right now. It's at 0%. I'm still up since 9:30, but like, what the fuck is this? 190 exactly. Oh my god. market actually dumping. What the fuck? I'm not chasing this shit. It looks bearish enough to go gap fill though. I ain't gonna lie. It looks like they're gonna gap fill and then trap maybe. They're gone. I said trap maybe after the gap fill, but if the candles are consecutive, they're gone. They're fucking gone already. They're gone already. They're gone already. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh! 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 Oh my god! Gap filled! Gap filled! Gap filled! SPX gap filled! SPX gap filled. That's a gap fill. It's gonna. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! They done did it. They done did it on core line, folks. They done did it on core line. Oh my god! They done did it on. I said IWM finally fucking releasing, right? Oh my god, they actually done did it on core line. Yo. Alright, you getting removed, Alex. Bye bye. Oh my. Core line not even on. Core line not even on. Alright, Alex, you're trolling, right? This is your second time here, so I'll let it be, but don't troll. Come on. Core line is here, folks. Wow. Today is red. SPY is red. QQQ is red by 0.002%. SPY is red by SPX is red by 0.004%. 0.004%. They're going lower. They're going lower. They're gonna go break this. They're gonna go break this box now. Maybe 6, 8, 6, 9, 5, 8. Volume is there. Momentum is there. Setups are all there. Crazy work, right? Setups are all there. Why? Because there's so many fucking calls on the video. They cooking them bitches all now. They cooking them bitches all today. Man. Cooking them bitches all today. Ain't no way. Come on. I want to see LOD on the video, to be honest with you. It sounds the most craziest shit, but I honestly want QQQ to dump off. I just want QQQ to dump off today to the LOD. Somewhere 610. It's the most craziest shit to say, but I mean, they didn't do it yesterday. What is this today? At some point or another, something's gonna give. 2 hours still bullish. 30-minute gave out. 1 hour probably gave out too. Try. This is bearish than not higher time frame. I'm not gonna lie. It was bullish as shit. It was chopping at the top, but now they're burning the fuck out of 7,000, 600 or 700, whatever the hell. They're about to go gap fill. They're about to go gap fill. It's still bearish. Still bearish. Gap fill. SPX gap filled. SPX gap filled. 6.9. Oh my god. 6.960. Gap filled. Gap is donezo. Filled, folks. Gap is filled. 9:50 a.m. gap. The 9:50 a.m. gap filled from the morning. Crazy work. They burnt fucking everybody at the top today. Can you fucking believe how fucking dangerous today was? Look at this fucking wedge. I said there's no way in the hell they're gonna relieve this shit after they done this shit at the top, right? There's no way in fucking hell. Ain't no way. Market red. Ain't no way. Look at IWM right now. IWM digging into the ground. They're bearish still. They're about to go lower on the video, looks like. Oh my god. Purple bucks is purple bucks. Today cycle. I mean, they could trap this shit into tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie on the video into tomorrow morning, but I am. Man, what the fuck? Crazy bearish. SPX. I'm feeling FOMO now. Right, I did not want to go. I said I'm not going at 115, but 950 gap exists at 116. And I said they may trap after the gap fill if the candles. I can't even fucking talk. At 115, I said if the candles are consecutive, they're gonna fucking go, right? And I said they gone already, LOL. At 116, and I did not fucking go, but that's I could have easily went at 115, right? But I did not. Why? Because I'm in Nvidia fucking heavy right now. I have about fucking 15 or something. I'm riding this bitch. Bury bear me, man. Fucking crazy. Nvidia is bearish now. Nvidia is bearish now, right? Going red from 0.00% earlier in the day, right? We sent a picture in the alert room that Nvidia is at 0% while market doing all this shit, right? Literally at 1 p.m. Now Nvidia is going lower. Let's go. Break the fucking floor. Sorry. Sorry. I'll shut up. The market is bearish right now. The market is bearish right now. They want to go lower. Nvidia slow. QQQ gone. Not gone, but I mean 616 today done. 616 call yesterday. They were stacking into today. Everything above. IWM was showing the gap. I don't know if a gap filled, to be fair. We'll see. IWM gap at 269 was showing to the max today. They did not. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on IWM from the floor to the highs of today. We'll see what happens on IWM. They could go gap fill it tomorrow. I don't fucking know, but all I know is this shit is crazy, dude. Okay, crazy bounce coming already. Time is 120. This is a 120 bounce. The last minute of 120, 122. The gap filled and they're bouncing. This is a bear trap for now until they break the lows of 120, which is the low for now at 120. Why did it get so quiet? Did the live stream? Okay, she's on. It just got so quiet. I was like, what the f? What a cycle today. Why is it so quiet? That is so weird. Okay. What the f? Why it just got so quiet? What is this dead silence? What is this fucking dead silence? Man, I think we have to watch QQQ on the higher time frame right now. Oh, they're fucked. Oh, they're fucked. Oh, they're fucked. Look at this shit. It's not even visible. You gotta literally look at every single fucking time frame MACD on QQQ right now. This is how they fucking do it at the top, man. Oh my god. It's so fucking invisible. There's some sort of trend line on Tesla. I think this shit is rejecting. But I'm not really interested on Tesla. I wanted to watch. This shit could reject or it could pop back up to the setup box again and decide, but I don't think so. Most likely. IWM bearish as fuck. There's a gap here. IWM bearish as fuck right now. 125. There's no stopping. IWM's about to go dump to the fucking LOD. This is one of those days I think IWM turning down crazy right now. IWM is so fucking crazy bearish right now. I'm not chasing that shit, but oh my god. What is going on with IWM right now? What is this chat spam? I gave you a 5-minute timeout, corn cob, but I think your computer is broken right now, brother. Guys, please hit the like button on the live stream. We are at 60 likes. Let's push it up to 100. 100. All right, 50% of the people here, we can hit the like button still. Thank you so much. Justin said VIX is at 17.4. I think we were at 17 earlier, right? So maybe we rallied a little bit. Nvidia, Marsh. This might be a... Wow. Bearish. Fucking bearish. LOD broke, 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 SPY, SPX, LOD broke, IWM, LOD testing, time is 1:30. They're about to go lower. They're going to go break IWM, LOD, maybe possible too. It's going to turn into a nasty fucking day. This is turning into a head and shoulders from yesterday's move. Right, I expected this shit yesterday. We did not do it at market open. It chopped and chopped and chopped, and it's doing it now. Crazy work. Can't even fucking describe how crazy this shit is. QQQ, right, is bearish on the higher time frame. It's just invisible right now because of the chop. Invisible. Time is 1:30. All right, if it does not regain the SPX box, it's just going to fall through. All right, if it does not regain this purple box, it's going to fall through. It looks like it regained it for now, but time is 1:30. The floor broke, so the wind direction is now south. We need to change the wind direction southward on SPY. There is no confirmation that the bulls are coming back yet. Wind direction is south. They can go lower. They don't have to go lower. They could go lower. Everything is pointing south, not up now. Or they could bounce and then do something and then maybe later. But right now, there is no cycle confirmation. Bounce at the minimum. Bears are in full control. Low that they broke into 1:30. This is a full flush dump now. Full flush dump. God bless America yesterday. Today, bulls trapped. Move now. SPX QQQ showing bearish. Look at Nvidia testing floor. Nvidia testing LOD. Oh my god. Crazy. Nvidia testing LOD. We are $1 away from it on Nvidia now too. Showing. $1 fucking away. It is not that much. They could easily get this shit done on Nvidia. They already got it done on IWM. They already got it done on maybe QQQ. There may be more. There's a divergence at the floor actually. All long term, all medium term bulls are in danger because of the divergence at the floor. They could break the divergence tomorrow. They don't even have to break it today. But things are not looking the best at the minimum because of the divergence at the floor. SPY and QQQ. Choo choo cha cha. Let's get the. Oh my god. Let's get the hombres out, man. IWM actually slid off the fucking floor though, like roof. It could easily break the fucking roof. I mean floor. It could easily bear trap too tomorrow and use this shit. But like, look at the volume. This is absolutely fucking cooked. Cooked all day fucking long. I'm talking about all day long, literally into 1 p.m. and then 1 p.m. into 1:30, so 30 minutes. 30 minutes actually it only did. So we'll see if it continues here or not. IWM is bouncing, trying. SPY looking QQQ. Maybe the one bouncing too. QQQ all fucking day it's been going grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding lower. So I highly doubt a bounce is coming. We'll see. There's no confirmation bounce at the minimum. There's a divergence at the floor. The bears are in full control on Nvidia. The bears are in full control on SPX. The bears are in full control on IWM. The VIX is fucked. Market broke LOD. Wind direction south. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, this shit is fucked. 7,000 SPX rip. 700 SPY rip. That's all I can say. And today is only Tuesday. God did. Great day. Great week. Great last week. And a good start. Fuck it. Man, fuck it. LOD testing on Nvidia. 930 entry was the wildest shit on Nvidia though. I ain't going front, man. It was somewhere at 190 to 190. All fucking day it's been in profit. All fucking day it's been in profit. Like massive fucking profit from market open. So I have not been fucking worried at all. From 930 to 10, I just went up 30 fucking percent on my shit and I was like, oh fuck it, I'm just chilling out. That's all I was doing all morning. Why? Because I was excited as a motherfucker on the video, man. I was on a phone call with a close buddy, shit, let's call it, last night. Man. Man. That's all I can say about that. Man. All I can say about that. But SPX and QQQ though, I ain't go from, man. They cooked the fucking bears today and then cooked the bulls, so. The thing cycles upon cycles and waits until main setup plays out. Main setup on other main things. Whether that's earnings, whether that's Nvidia, whether that's Tesla, whether that's Microsoft, whether that's Meta, like whatever people love, whether that's consumer staples, consumer cyclicals. I actually have a interest in consumer staples and also Tesla, but I'm watching. Right, that's what I talked about too. But I'm watching for the next day or today. I've been watching consumer staples, but yeah, it is interesting today. I think consumer staples going down on this too. Actually, let's see. XLP. No, XLP still bullish. People are getting wiped out on XLP right now. Historically, apparently people have been shorting the fuck out of the market, but especially XLP, and XLP ran like a motherfucker for a week. Just like how IWM ran 2 weeks ago, and just like Nvidia ran 2 days ago, just like how Tesla and everything ran 2 days ago. Apparently XLP consumer staples have been rallying like a motherfucker. Bears are in full control on Nvidia from 190. LOD testing, crazy work. Crazy day. Crazy. This is 3/3. Crazy. This is LOD testing on Nvidia. This shit. They burnt the fuck out of all the calls on Nvidia. Can we go talk about it? We'll go talk about it after the market. Why isn't she talking? I have no idea. I don't even know this thing was still on. Wild. Alright, bounce, trying. Any single candle could trap at this point, but I'm just saying short dated contracts on Nvidia are at play as well as long dated terms. So this shit could pop 3/3 trap Nvidia. I am a little bit scared. If the market bounces here, that's exactly what's going to happen on Nvidia. So time is 1:35. We got a floor into 1:35, and there is no significant cycle confirmation yet from the floor. We are now below the 4 p.m. close. The market turned red, and IWM is now 0.003% green. Crazy day. 135. Still bearish. Look at that bear control. Look at that candle turning fucking full on bearish. Still bearish control. QQQ bearish control. SPY. This is pivot point testing though. Until the low of 135 breaks, no one can say this is bearish control because they could trap it on this pivot point instantly. But if it does break, then we may see another dollar down. We may see another 50 cents down. We're at that point of the market where the market is deciding at the floor whether to extend the 3/3 cycle lower or to bounce. Time is 1:40. 1:35 is bouncing, trying on almost everything with the pivot point holding. This is the time when the candles could switch and do anything, but it's right now trying to be bullish after that candle switch down, up, or whatever, down, you know what I'm saying. 135 bouncing into 140. Yo, what's going on with this Whitehouse press conference? What's going on with this Whitehouse press conference? What the fuck is going on? I think cycle is building, I guess. To be bullish, I don't know, but it's building. Some sort of algo range there too. That spike up and down right after 135. We'll get our answer at the end of the day. Close, market close, folks. God knows who's in control, options-wise, bulls or bears. We will do the research at 4:05 p.m. if you want to watch it together too. But I think at 4:01 the data should be updated. So should we go look at the data right now? Fuck it. Man, today, crazy ass day. Look what they did to Nvidia. We're just gonna talk about Nvidia real quick, man. We opened at 193. Opened at 193. Oh, we're at 189.4. Where is that? 189.4. 189.4 is somewhere here. 189.4 is somewhere here. 189.4 is somewhere here. February 20th. March 20th. 189.4. Man, they for sure burnt the fucking calls today and the puts somehow on Nvidia, but they burnt calls more. Because of the market push up from yesterday on Nvidia. Crazy work. Standing as a 3/3 push up in 2 days and standing as a beginning of the 1/3. Yesterday was the 2/3 and today is the 3/3. Extended. How do we know this? Because that's what happened. 1/3, 2/3, pushed up, and then 2/3, 3/3. Hovering at the floor, the 3/3.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Thank you for coming
Coraline.
today. I apologize for the delay. I was once again.
Everyone,
with the
please say
president.
good
He and I
afternoon,
were both
Coraline. Thank you
reviewing
so
the
much.
newly released surveillance
Good
footage
afternoon,
from
Coraline.
the
Please make sure you
FBI
hit the
in
like button on
Savannah
the
Guthrie
video.
case
Thank you.
On just this heartbreaking situation with respect to her mother. The president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of the suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground. And once again, I will reiterate that the prayers of this entire White House are with Savannah and her family at this time, and we hope this person is found soon and that her mother is brought home safely. President Trump has a very busy week ahead, so I will begin with some scheduling announcements today. Tomorrow here at the White House, the president will host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a bilateral meeting. The remainder of the week will be focused on energy and deregulation. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will hold an event in the
I
East
love
Room
Vinny's
to tout
emojis, bro.
clean, beautiful
I
coal
love that
as
cowboy
America's
emoji.
most
He said
reliable
yeehaw.
and affordable energy source, especially
That
during
smiley face
periods
cowboy
of
emoji,
peak
so
demand,
cute.
just as we saw during this most recent winter storm, which
Coraline.
impacted hundreds of millions
Thank
of
you,
Americans.
Coraline.
The president will discuss how clean, beautiful coal is not only keeping the lights on in our country, but also driving down the cost of electricity across the country as well. Additionally, on Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and
God
trucks.
bless America.
This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions from President Trump will drive larger economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses.
They got
Finally, on Friday, President
Rest in
Trump and
peace,
First Lady
7,000.
Melania
Rest
Trump
in
will
peace,
travel to
700.
Fort Bragg in the great
GG's.
state of North Carolina to meet with
G
military
fucking
families and the
G's.
heroic
LOD
members of
testing
our
on
special
Nvidia.
forces
LOD
who
breaking
carried out
on
the successful
IWM.
Operation Absolute Resolve in
LOD
Venezuela
testing on
and helped bring
IWM.
narco-terrorist Nicolas
LOD
Maduro
breaking
to
trying on
justice.
QQQ.
I know the President and
We're
First
testing
Lady
on
are
QQQ.
both greatly looking forward to this
SPX
visit.
is at the floor.
Also, the First Lady will celebrate Valentine's Day at the Children's Inn at the National Institute of Health tomorrow, with children, families, and NIH staff involved in clinical trials. In other news this week, thanks to President Trump signing the largest middle-class tax cut in history, this is shaping up to be
God
the
bless
biggest
the
tax
United
refund
States
season
of this
ever, and we
great
are in
country.
it
They
now.
want to go a dollar or two
President
lower.
Trump and
I can
Republicans
feel it.
fundamentally
The
believe that
divergence at the
Americans
floor.
deserve to keep more
Bulls
of
are
their
in danger.
hard-earned money, not less, which is why he fought so hard to deliver this long overdue relief. From no tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security, to auto loan interest deductions on new American-made vehicles, plus increases to the standard deduction and child tax credit, more money is flowing back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. We're already hearing from everyday Americans across the country who are reporting substantial tax savings thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against.
All my puts from
AMAC,
yesterday
which
now.
represents millions of Americans, has heard
fuck that.
directly from more than their 1,000
Fuck that.
members already about how the Trump
Can't think
tax
like
cuts
that. Fuck that.
are easing
Gonna
cost of
theta
living
burnt.
concerns.
Cycle burnt.
I wanted to share a few of those powerful responses with you today. This one comes from Dean and Wendy
Now we're down 40
in
points.
Wisconsin, who said, quote, instead of
35
paying
points.
out $3,700
Now we're
last
actually
year,
down
we
35
got
points
back
from the top.
$2,500 in refunds this year. This is huge for our
The
family.
entire move from
Steve
the top
from California
to
said,
the bottom.
quote, the new senior citizen deduction is a tremendous relief and has
IWM
given
wants
us
to go
peace
fucking
of mind
break down the
and the
fucking
freedom
floor.
to
This
truly
shit is
enjoy the
donezo.
retirement years we
This
worked
is-
so hard for.
I was gonna say, if
Eric
it breaks the
from
floor,
Nevada
like,
said,
it's one of
as a
those days
senior,
where IWM
no
sets
tax
the
on
roof
Social
into
Security
fucking
helps
2,
me
3, and then
tremendously.
actually fucking
The
does
no
it.
tax on tips helps my daughter-in-law as a
QQQ all
waitress.
day
The no
long.
tax on overtime helps my son
QQQ
who works
all
constantly.
day
Our
long.
family
After
savings from the
the
One
bounce,
Big Beautiful
right
Bill
after
could
the
total
bounce that
even
yesterday's
more
spike
than
low, which is
$5,000.
unbelievable.
We
But
love
I mean,
the
this
Trump
is what I was
tax
believing the
cuts.
whole fucking time.
These are
so.
just a few positive examples
Got
of the
it.
everyday Americans that President Trump's tax cuts are
Got it.
uplifting. We'd love to
Got
hear
it.
more from the American people
more.
across
Got
the
it.
country who are benefiting from the
All right.
working families tax cuts. The White House is also pleased to share that parents across the country can now officially
Bears
apply
are
to
trying.
open a Trump
Bears
account
are in
for their
control.
child.
Bears want to
In
go
order
down
to
maybe
apply,
50
parents
cents
can
a
visit
dollar lower and
TrumpAccounts.gov
fucking clear the
and
divergence and
fill
then
out the
figure it out,
IRS
man.
Form 4547.
That's what it
These
looks like.
Trump accounts are special investment accounts aimed at
And we'll look at
providing
QQQ
American
like this so
children
we can see
with
the
a jump
divergence.
start on building wealth for life. They have all the tax advantages as a traditional IRA account.
IWM breaking
but
the
are
floor.
specifically tailored to build wealth the moment a
IWM
child
breaking
is
the floor.
born. Thanks to
IWM breaking
President
the
Trump,
floor. Trapping
every
the
child
3/3
born
and
between
everybody
January
in it. And
1st,
trapping everybody
2025
from yesterday
and
in the
December
2/3.
31st,
And this is a 1/3,
2028
2/3,
is
3/3 on
eligible to receive
IWM since
$1,000
1250.
from the U.S. Treasury to fund their
IWM
account.
dumped. This is a
Parents,
dump on
guardians,
IWM.
and even
LOD breaking on
nonprofits can then
IWM. This
contribute
is a
up to
dump on
$5,000
IWM. Bears are
per
in full
year.
fucking control.
Employers
Bears
can
are
also
full fucking
contribute
control
up to $2,500
everywhere.
per year per employee. President Trump believes there is no better investment than investing
SPY
in
is
our
melting
nation's
lower.
children. If you are a parent who
IWM is now
maximizes
minus
contributions to your
0.2%.
child's Trump account, its projected
being
value
green earlier.
could reach nearly $1.1 million by the time your child turns 28 years old, based on average
LOD is
historical
testing on
stock market
IWM.
returns. Safe to say, the Trump accounts will give a substantial head
Crazy
start
fucking
to
money on
position the
IWM,
next
but
generation
wow, what
for a
the
brighter
fuck?
future. And with the stock
169
market
hope and
exploding under President
166
Trump's
$3.
pro-growth policies, there has never been a better time to sign up for an investment account like this. The Dow Jones just shattered 50,000 for the first time ever on Friday, and the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq continue smashing record
Market going
after
lower
record.
on Caroline.
So with President Trump in charge, Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming once again, and these new Trump accounts for America's kids will boom too.
As
So
soon
with
as she
that,
said
once
Dow
again,
Jones
every parent
50K
should go to
market coming in with
TrumpAccounts.gov
red candle.
today. I'm gonna put it on my
As
own
soon soon as she said, fucking
well.
Dow Jones
With that, I will
50K
take your
market said,
questions.
oh,
Caroline Downey from the
oh
National
shit, really?
Review is here. Thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Uh,
On the criticism that immigration enforcement has become arbitrary or not particularly prioritizing, Democrats have been circulating this statistic that only 14% of illegal aliens arrested under this administration are violent criminals, but we know that in deep blue cities with progressive district attorneys, it's common to plead down serious violent crimes into less serious offenses, which could be distorting those numbers. So given that backdrop,
Time is 2 p.m. soon, and we're not doing this shit yet.
By the messaging that you're targeting the worst of the worst, and does this prevailing narrative tell the whole story?
Well, thank you for bringing this up, Caroline. I've seen this CBS report floating around. There's a lot of liberal talking heads and pundits and Democrat elected politicians who think that this
just like we did yesterday, slow up. We're doing slow down right now. They're taking their sweet ass fucking time, destroying fucking everything at the top.
It is not, and let me correct the record. Number one, the Trump administration
they're taking their fucking sweet ass time, destroying fucking everything at the top. Just like yesterday, they took their sweet ass time, fucking destroying everything at the bottom.
However, the priority, of course, is going after the convicted criminals, the worst of the worst, the murderers, the pedophiles, the rapists in this country.
Oh my God, Coraline, you're scaring me.
What the Democrat talking heads on television are not saying is this line. Nearly 60% of ICE arrestees over the past year had criminal charges or convictions. And among that population, the majority of the criminal charges or convictions are for non-violent crimes. Oh, well, what are nonviolent crimes, you ask? This has coincided with what DHS has been saying all along, that approximately 70% of illegal aliens arrested under President Trump have pending criminal charges and or prior convictions, and these so-called nonviolent crimes, drug trafficking, distribution of child porn, burglary, fraud, DUI, embezzlement, solicitation of a minor, and human smuggling, just to name a few. So just because a crime is not violent in nature doesn't mean that crime is victimless. And I can guarantee every single person who is out there on television right now pointing to these statistics that were taken out of context by CBS News would not want an illegal alien convicted of the distribution of child porn or fraud or DUI living in your community. So the Trump administration
talking hella crazy. Everybody like, what the hell going on, bro? Coraline, chill out.
In our country with a focus on the worst of the worst criminals. Thank you for being here. Gabe.
Thank you.
Set up.
And thank you for the update.
What a
on
crazy ass day. Look at this wedge, though.
Mother. Is there anything more you can share? You said the president was reviewing that surveillance footage. What was his initial reaction when seeing those disturbing images? And does he believe that that suspect acted alone?
I haven't talked to him specifically about the second point on whether the suspect acted alone or not, so I don't want to weigh in on the president's thinking on that. His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And
Bears
again,
are
we're just
here.
praying
They want to
for
go
the
down
safety
50
of
cents or a
Nancy
dollar, or
Guthrie,
they already
and
did.
she will return home soon. And the president directed me to please
LOD
encourage
broke on
all
IWM
Americans with any information
officially.
to call the FBI, and we hope that this case will come to a positive resolution as soon as possible.
We, of course, have a lot to talk about in a completely separate topic. I was hoping you can clarify something that's come up over the last several days, again, regarding a separate topic, the Epstein files. According to newly released files, the president had a conversation with the Palm Beach police chief in the early 2000s, according to the police chief in 2019. The president has gone on record before, and he's told reporters that he said that that he had no idea about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. During this conversation with the police chief, however, he did say, according to this,
squeezing lower candle. Volume is not there, but
he also called Ghislaine Maxwell evil. So my two questions are: did that conversation with the Palm Beach police chief happen, and can you explain the discrepancy?
What I will say is that the president has always remained consistent, and that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep. And unlike many other people who are named in these files, President Trump cut off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was honest and transparent about that for years and years. And so I think what the president has said all along has always remained true. And the release of more than 3 million documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous, disgusting crimes just shows the level of transparency that this president and administration has committed to and bringing these files to light.
But did he call the chief in 2006? Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, phone call that may
Poor
or may not
line.
have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to ask you about the SAVE Act. NBC reported that there's some hesitation among
Divergence at the floor did not clear yet.
adding absentee ballot restrictions.
Question
into
is,
the SAVE
does
Act.
this shit clear
Can you
tomorrow?
explain what the hesitation
Or does this
is
shit
among
somehow
House
clear today?
Republicans, and also just provide a status of negotiations with Congress on the legislation?
Sure. I can't speak for House Republicans, Reagan. I can obviously speak for the president, who is quite possibly the strongest supporter of the
Time is
Save
2.
America Act, which, as you know, would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. It would require proof of identification, a photo identification before casting a ballot, and it would also ensure
Let's see today,
that
folks.
there are
Was
exceptions
today a good
made.
day,
I think
bad
that's
day,
what you're alluding
or
to with these
okay
conversations
day?
with House
Today
Republicans
was a crazy-ass
for
fucking day,
reasonable
so
requests, of course, for our military, for individuals who are disabled and cannot make it to the polls. Those are reasonable, common sense things that I believe House Republicans are discussing amongst themselves. But as for the president, he's been very clear. He wants House Republicans and Democrats, too, if they were politically wise, to pass this legislation, for the Senate to pass it, to send it to the president's desk so it can be signed into law.
Follow-up. I'm wondering when the last time the president spoke to Leader Thune was, and if he discussed using the standing filibuster to pass legislation.
The president has given his position on the standing filibuster. As for his most recent conversation with Leader Thune, frankly, I'm not sure. I do know they speak very frequently. The president's in constant communication with both Leader Thune and the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. Stephen, I see we switched up our seating chart. Your direct line of sight now. Congratulations.
Association for recognizing the New York Post's reach. I've got two questions for you, one about the Guthrie case and then another about infrastructure. On the Guthrie case, does President Trump have a warning to the culprits here about what would happen to them, what federal consequences they would face if they do not release Nancy Guthrie unharmed?
I think anyone who was involved in this depraved crime, this abduction, of course, we want to be seen held to the fullest extent of the law possible.
Infrastructure, can you explain why President Trump asked Chuck Schumer to help him rename Penn Station and Dulles Airport after himself? Why is he interested in having his name on those two buildings? And why are the Gateway Tunnel funds the proper point of pressure to get that to happen?
To your first question about the renaming, why not? It was something the president floated in his conversation with Chuck Schumer. As for the funding, the president has addressed that separately himself. Danny.
Senator Chuck.
Today, the vice president's account posted and then deleted a tweet about the Armenian genocide. And then last week, President Trump's Truth Social account posted and then deleted a racist video about the Obamas. And the White House again blamed that on a staffer. I wanted to ask you, does the White House have a social media problem at the moment? Do you have an auto-posting problem that's leading to these mistakes?
No. As for the Armenian tweet that you're referring to, I would just refer you back to the White House's message that was issued on Armenian Remembrance Day, and there's been no change of policy at this time. Mary?
Thanks, Caroline. When the president goes to Beijing in the spring, does he have plans to try and advocate on behalf of Jimmy Lai, who was just sentenced to 20 years yesterday?
This is something I've heard the president advocate for, both publicly and
Shit, son!
Meeting with
Shit, son!
This was brought up by the president
no.
himself. It is important to him, and he looks forward to visiting China in April. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. So some Republican lawmakers from Nebraska have said they're worried that the Argentinian beef executive order will sideline some American ranchers. How will the Trump administration make sure prices go down for consumers without harming those ranchers?
Of course. Well, both things can happen at the same time. That's the president's belief. He wants to see prices come down. In fact, I just overheard him on the phone with Secretary Rollins. They were talking about something different, but he's always saying we got to make sure that prices continue to come down. As you know, Secretary Rollins successfully did that with respect to egg prices. Beef prices are coming down slightly, and the president wants wants to see that continue. He believes that a minor import to the country with cattle might be a short-term solution.
Doesn't look
with
bearish
respect
either.
to bringing down prices, but of course protecting our American cattle and rancher industry is a priority for the president, and he's in touch with those stakeholders. We've had them here at the White House a few times in recent months to discuss this issue directly. John.
Man, I want to eat good.
Caroline. Yesterday, the president on social media threatened to block the new Gordie Howe Bridge, which would connect Detroit to Canada. This is a bridge that was fully paid for by Canada. It used American labor to construct it. It used American
We're at the
steel,
previous day,
to
4
construct that
p.m.
bridge.
close.
The president in 2017 was actually in favor of this bridge, part of a joint statement that he put out when he met with the Canadian Prime Minister. Why has the president changed his mind as it relates to this bridge?
I think the president was very clear and direct in his truth, John, but just to reiterate, the fact that Canada will control what crosses the Gordie Howe Bridge and owns the land on both sides is unacceptable to the president. It's also unacceptable that more of this bridge isn't being built with more American-made materials, even more so than what President Barack Obama committed to with the Canadians at the time, at the start of the project. He also believes that the U.S. should own at least half of the bridge, have shared authority over what passes across it, and participate in the economic benefits generated by its use. This is just another example of President Trump putting America's interests first, and so he made that very clear in his call with Prime Minister Carney earlier today. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
That's not the way to think, Caleb. The way to think is, shit, I've been green 7 fucking days in a row out of 10. Shit, then that means I'm 70% right. Then shit, you grow confidence. That's what it really means.
Is the president satisfied with the
You become what you think. That's true.
The president
in life.
wants to make sure that the
I've been
full
sending
border
videos
wall is
about
built
that
as
on the
quickly as
daily,
possible, of course. I know
and
this
I
is
would
a
die on that
priority for
fucking
him
dot
dating back
because
to
that's how I am.
2016, and so absolutely
But
he
for
wants
sure,
to ensure that the border wall
you
is
become
built
what you think about
under
life.
budget.
You manifest
and
what
ahead
you
of
want in
schedule
life,
is,
and
how
you
President
choose
Trump
to
likes to
become
view
who you
building
want in
projects,
life,
and that includes the building
and you
border wall.
choose to
pace of construction thus
basically.
I think the president is
You
never
are who you
satisfied.
are.
He always wants
No
to
one
ensure
else
that
in the
things
world
are
can
moving
change
along
who
as
you
quickly
are,
as possible.
other than who
But I
you
know
are.
Secretary Noem is on
As
it, and
long
she's
as you
doing a
know
great
that,
job. You're welcome.
you have your own bag.
Sure.
God has your bag.
Thank you.
Charlie.
On the Nancy Guthrie
I don't know.
case, is
What
the president
can
satisfied
stand
with
in
the
its way?
federal and local
Nothing
investigations so
except
far?
yourself.
And has there been any more contact from the
That's
White
it.
House or the president?
If it's up to yourself and God alone, then I mean, then it's not God, then it's you, right? It's me.
Is returned home
That's what
safely
I.
with her loved ones.
Contacts? Has the president contacted the family since?
Not since that initial phone call. Sure, Tamara.
Thank you. The National Governors Association is removing a meeting with President Trump from his agenda because only Republicans were invited. Is the White House reconsidering inviting Democrats, or do you think Republicans are still going to
Democrats,
show up? Like,
Bears are still here trying, but
look,
until
I just spoke with the
150
president
breaks,
about this.
I
It is
will
a
not say
dinner
this is
at the
full
White
on
House.
bearish.
It's the people's
If
house.
150
it's also
breaks,
the
then they can
president's
break it
home,
down
and so
50
he
cents
can
or a
invite
dollar.
whomever he
But
wants
until
to
it
dinners
breaks,
and
it's
events
too
here at the White
dangerous.
House.
The
I
3/3
believe
with
Governor Moore
the
was
entire
invited
day going
last year.
bearish
He
now,
did not show
so
up to the dinner last year. Nobody reported
it's a
on it.
little
But again,
bit,
the president has the discretion to
little
invite
bit risky
whomever he
in the
wants to the
3/3.
White House, and he
However,
welcomes all
the
those who
higher
receive an
higher
invitation
time
to
frame
come.
is bearish.
And if they
So
don't want to, that's their loss.
I would just
Hey,
like to see 150
Maxwell,
break
is
for
the
me to
president going to
specifically
rule
say
out
it is
a pardon for her
bearish.
in her testimony, deposition yesterday? Her legal team
never
seems to be
broke the
making
full
a case
divergence
again
today.
for a pardon from the president.
Again, this is not something I've discussed with the president recently because, frankly, it's not a priority. He's focused on many of the
Time is
issues that the American
2:05.
people are
We're
dealing
getting
with
closer
and
and closer to
providing solutions for
3:45.
those issues. So I haven't
SPY
spoken with
options
him
close
recently.
time,
Last time we did
and then
speak about it, he said
SPX
it's
4
not
p.m.
something he's considering or thinking about.
Time is only 2, but then time is
Secretary Litnick today was testifying
time
on
is
the
already
Hill.
2 at the
He
same
said
time.
that he had visited Epstein's Island in 2012
That makes
with his
sense.
wife and
Going
children.
closer and closer.
And that's
how I
after he
think
said
about
that he
it.
had cut
Time is
ties with
only
Epstein,
2:05, but it's already
Justice
2:05. Time
Department
is
documents
2:30.
show that he
It's
was in
already
contact with
2:30,
Epstein,
but it's only
through
2:30, and it
2018 over
gets
messages. So does the White House
it kind of
stand
changes the
behind,
way I think.
Secretary Litnick right now, or given what he has said today,
Very
has there been
fast
any
moves,
shift in
but
how the White House is viewing Secretary Litnick's performance?
No, Secretary Lutnick remains a very important member of President Trump's team, and the president fully supports the secretary. I will just point out that there are a lot of wins in the news this week that people in this room have not asked about because you continue to ask questions about the same subject, so let me point them out for you. Again, on Friday, the Dow shattered 50,000 for the first time ever. This week, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons came out in opposition to gender mutilation surgeries for children. They are the first major medical group to do so. A federal appeals court today, nobody asked about that, just upheld the Trump administration's policy of detaining illegal aliens, validating the strong measures that have driven illegal crossings to historic lows, and sent a crystal clear message that under President Trump, if you enter the country illegally, you will be detained and removed. The murder rate, again, not a single question about this, has plunged to a 125-year low as crime falls across the board thanks to President Trump's crime crackdown. We also saw this week national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low following 6 consecutive monthly declines, and mortgage affordability has surged to a 4-year high. Home ownership is the core foundation principle of the American dream, and I will repeat that mortgage affordability this week surged to a 4-year high, but not a single of mention of that in this briefing room today. And again, this came out last Friday, but for an unprecedented ninth straight month, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. So we're going to get back to business. The president is very busy today, and you will see him all tomorrow at the event in the East Room touting his administration's energy policy. Thank you.
And just like that, Caroline came in like a boss, and she left like a boss, because Coraline is a boss. Coraline is the boss.
Ahead of the Lunar New Year next week, a number of Chinese AI model makers are gearing up for some big launches, with tech stocks there showing signs of some renewed momentum. Our Deirdre Bosa has more on that in today's Tech Check. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So here in the U.S., AI progress, it seems to spook the markets, while in China, they fuel a rally. Now, part of the reason why may be this huge delta in spending. American big tech, it's on track to spend well over $500 billion on the AI build-out this year. That is money coming out of free cash flow and increasingly out of debt. China's top public companies, meanwhile, they're on track to spend just a fraction of that, $70 billion. And yet, they're shipping competitive models and they're going global. The market here is asking a very simple question. What if you don't need to spend that much? Now, this bifurcation, it's playing out in real time in the public markets. Over the weekend, ByteDance launched a new AI video generation tool called Cdance 2.0. Chinese AI, media, and gaming stocks, they all surged, as analysts called it, a potential singularity moment for AI in film and TV. But look what happened when something similar here happened. Google released Project Genie about a week ago. This is an AI tool that generates interactive worlds from a prompt. You had Unity, Roblox, Take-Two, all falling on that announcement. Same category of AI breakthrough, completely opposite market reaction. It's not just gaming either, of course. The entire U.S. software sector is in free fall. Here in America, AI, it's being treated as a threat. Which incumbent does it kill? While in China, it's being priced as an opportunity. Who benefits next? Now, that gap could widen even further. At least 5 major model releases are expected before Lunar New Year on February 17th. Every Chinese lab is trying to have its own DeepSeek moment, and at a fraction of the cost. Yesterday, guys, I spoke to the Databricks CEO, Ali Ghodsi. He said the Chinese models are right behind us, and they're basically free. And he just raised $7 billion because there were, in his words,
Databricks has earnings coming out this week,
so
and the fucking expected move is 16% on that thing, bro. It's the highest of all earnings
companies and the pure plays are
this
going
week.
Public and raising
I don't even know what the Databricks is, but apparently it's some software company, and it's a major. I don't even know. I don't even think it's a big company, but like it has a major move this week.
And the spending in China, if they're able to get models that do similar things.
Yes. So put simply,
I've never been in software, so I don't know Databricks. Does anyone know Databricks?
So Chinese models,
what is
they're not
it?
pushing the frontier, but they can catch up with the latest frontier model through more efficient methods.
Does
so
anybody know?
First, but they get there
probably only some
months
shit
and
hedge fund
increasingly
people know.
sometimes just a few weeks later. So if you think about, what's going to dominate among enterprises, among countries that don't necessarily need the frontier models or just something that's good enough, that's where the Chinese edge is, and you can get that by less spending. The U.S., we feel it's very important to be first.
Yeah, it's kind of an echo of all kinds of their manufacturing, Dee, whether that's in aerospace or energy. They just make it up in manpower to a large degree. Deirdre Bosa, thank you very much.
Oh, a slow day today. That's nice. Slow and steady makes, what is this, era of the McMansion
Yeah, we've
is
got a
gone.
new report, and it finds there are 30% more realtors.
Don't say that. I like big mansions. I used to live in a big mansion in Georgia.
It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts,
Houses are
3
cheap in the
trades for
South.
you. Rick Ducat will take us through
I
the
love
charts.
the
Here to
South.
take us through the trades
mansions
today
are
is Tammy Marshall, analyst at Elliott Wave
Man, there used to be
Trader.
a neighborhood
Great
pool.
to have you both with us.
Everyone had a
Tammy,
big
would love
ass
to
house.
get
Like,
your thoughts about
I don't
the
know if
market
everybody
action
was
we're
rich or
seeing
not,
this
but
week. In the green,
man,
but
everybody had a
not
big ass
everyone
house
in
in
the green.
Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel the same
Man, like
way.
fucking like
we
six
have
or seven
some
times the size
resistance
of
in
like
our
where
way
I
that
live,
we
New
still
Jersey
need
now.
to clear
So
for me to feel a little bit better
man,
about
probably
this
those
move
houses in New
up.
Jersey cost like
If
$5
we can
million.
clear through some of that resistance,
12
then
million,
we have at
6
least
or 5
resistance
million.
for us to continue up to
Well,
those
down there it's
targets,
a
but
couple
I feel
hundred
the same
thousand.
way you do. Just a few more hurdles before I feel better about this move up. I do like the fact, though, that a lot of the moving averages have crossed over to the side of the bulls on SPX cash, but NASDAQ cash is not showing us the same thing.
All right, so let's move into the big three then. Your first trade here, Micron, a little bit beaten down on some of these reports that Samsung may be ramping up production of its own chip as soon as this month. We're trading down about almost 3% today, but year to date performing really well, up more than 30%.
Yes, actually, so the thing is with my work, what I do, I'm the Fibonacci Princess, and you can find me at FibonacciPrincess.com and also ElliottWaveTrader.net. What I do is I define my risk. So even if the trade doesn't work,
Of course, a name we
if it rips before earnings, you can take the trade off. It does. You know it does. I always look at earnings. With this trade that I have for you, it's going to give you 2 chances to win. Earnings are on February 25th. So if it rips before earnings, you can take the trade off. If not, you'll have more time to let the trade play out before it expires. It's strong fundamentally and technically. All the moving averages are on the side of the bulls. It's a crowd favorite also. That's another reason I like it. Your defined risk, once again, this is my Fibonacci cluster of defined risk. If we go through this, you potentially may want to take the trade off because it's not working for me. March 20th,
definitely you should keep in mind.
So you can.
God. Shit I'm seeing, man. Yeah, who won the Super Bowl? Kalshi CEO on Super Bowl outcome.
Down a bit today, but we've seen tentative signs of buying on the dip. Mackenzie Segalis joins us here on set with more. Hey, Mac.
Hey, Mel. So what we're seeing in the last few days is that there appears to be a floor at that 60K level, and that's partly because that's the cash value of what it takes to produce a Bitcoin. So you've got these miners who have really providing that marginal selling pressure, and under 60K they go out of business. There's no longer that need to liquidate what they mine in order to pay the bills, and so that's part of what we're seeing with this bounce back up to 70. And you had a guest on earlier talking about how retail has really moved on to prediction markets. So what we're talking about with the crypto trade right now is very much the institutional bid, which you can think of both with respect to those ETF holders and then the corporate treasury trade, which includes the miners.
It's like classic, commodity analysis, right? The marginal cost of production, it dictates probably where it can trade to. I guess the question is the market waiting for, it seems like it was all built up for a lot of these catalysts that are either in the books or they're not necessarily coming, such as the crypto bill being designed and passed as the industry would like to see it.
That's exactly what Fed Governor Waller was saying today. The Clarity Act, the crypto market infrastructure bill, has stalled out in Congress. Meanwhile, all of the euphoria around President Trump's election has faded. And at the same time, you had a lot of these institutional names liquidating their positions, these mainstream firms, because of the washout in risk. And so that's what you're up against, the fact that there's no imminent bullish lines to trade on. And so you turn to the fact that the store of value argument also seems to be eroded, but you talk to a Bitcoin bull and they'd say, hey, the dollar is intentionally trying to lose 2% of its value every year, so that's not really the store of value that, naysayers of the crypto trade would point to.
Right.
Are you getting a sense that it's institutions actually buying on this dip? Do we have any color on what's going on here?
Well, on Friday,
they're always talking about Bitcoin when it's down.
Chief investment officers
the D word, but
these
never.
ETFs. And they say that color in the 13F filings to see who actually is cashing out, but there's still very much this bullish interest. And it's not just
oh my God.
ETFs. It's in some of the more complicated instruments where it's leveraged bets or where you have exposure to the options market.
Looking
That's really
back 4
where
months of
more
my life, man.
savvy institutional names are trying to get exposure to.
Oh my God, man. He's right though. That's how it always be. Ah, shit.
So services will come to order.
Why the fuck is Kevin O'Leary everywhere these days?
Ghislaine Maxwell, is the president going to rule out a pardon for her in her testimony deposition yesterday? Her legal team seemed to be making a case again for a pardon.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Again, this is not something I've discussed with the president recently because, frankly, it's not a priority. He's focused on many of the issues that the.
How is that even a fucking news right now? That should just be out of the fucking question. Like, who are they trying to piss off and what are they trying to do with that news? Like, I just don't get it. Shit pissing off a lot of people for sure. It pisses me off.
That's going to help us set up our trading day. Let's welcome in our first guest. That's going to be Kevin Hanks, co-host of Fast Market with
Retail sales, the news today.
The take here relatively flat, but we've had 2 straight days of gains. Dow at record highs, S&P about 0.5% off of its record highs. What's your takeaway here?
No, it's data dogs, not data bricks. Sorry.
Day. I think that retail sales data kind of caught the market off guard here. They were looking for numbers much higher than they got. As you know, the headline came in unchanged, 0.0.
Oh, it is data dog. Yeah,
vehicles
sorry.
came in 0.0, and the X vehicles and gas all 0.0. Now that's unchanged from last month when we had fairly strong numbers, and year over year. It's still good, solid numbers for retail sales, but this was less than expected.
I saw it yesterday, but it's sorry, not data bricks. Yeah, sorry, it's data dogs.
A little bit of weakness there. The NFIB Small Business Optimism Index came in still above the 52-year average of 98, but less than expected. 99.3 was the NFIB. So those two numbers, I think the retail sales number was one that caught the market off guard. But Tom, frankly, markets haven't moved that much. They were up small, they were down small. They're very close to unchanged right now, so they're going to need something else.
They broke the floor
to move
by
this
being
market,
the same price on IWM.
Kevin, when you look at this, we've seen
they broke the
yields
LOD by being the same price on IWM.
At this point, the risk on trade still going on. We were getting led in the overall markets by, maybe not the ones you want leading, but we've seen a resurgence in tech. Staples were down a little bit yesterday. We saw materials, industrials near record highs, but now we're starting to see that pivot back into tech. Is that a positive for the overall equity market? We know how much
everybody pivot.
That big tech trade matters to the overall indices,
pivot your hips, pivot.
Well,
make sure you stretch, folks, all right?
Pretty well.
Everybody
pivot. Coming out with
pivot.
Some calls in this software
pivot.
sector. And
Let's stretch.
You
All right,
saw big bounces, and Microsoft is what, $20-some off its lows. Oracle bounced yesterday, so you're seeing some of the software stocks start to recover. Yields back below right now about 4.17%. I think the weak data is bringing the yields down. So, you know, we've always been able to count on a strong U.S. consumer the last 12 to 18 months. This number, along with the weak labor market data that we got during last week, puts a little bit of pressure on yields going lower. Does it bring interest rate cuts closer to summer and midsummer? Remember, Jerome Powell's got 2 before he leaves office. Kevin Warsh will have 1 in June. So does that change the dynamic on interest rate cuts? We'll see on that. But at least right now, we've got, you know, I think there's, you know, the weak data that we got in the labor market, a miss on retail sales, puts a lot of focus on non-farm payrolls tomorrow morning.
Yep, and we've seen some weak data points. We saw that last week with JOLTS, ADP, weekly jobless claims rising also. So not much expectations there as far as that non-farm payrolls delayed from last Friday to tomorrow morning. Kevin, when you look at you know, big tech, Google, Alphabet raising about $20 billion, you know, this makes me scratch my head a little bit. You know, we haven't seen major tech companies do this since the mid-90s. You know, what's your takeaway on this? Google Alphabet's down a little bit. It's off about 7% from its all-time highs that we saw just over a week ago post-earnings. But, I mean, does this raise any concerns for you that, you know, these big tech companies are starting to take out more debt just to kind of finance this AI build-out?
Yeah, you know, early in the AI build-out, all these companies, Google, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, they all had lots of free cash flow they can spend. Well, they're running pretty low on free cash flow. And so I think that's why you're seeing them go to the debt markets for this. Google with a 100-year bond they're floating. And it's an interesting, they're floating a lot of it in sterling, in pound sterling. And why are they doing that? Well, because it says they want to do that to diversify the investor base is why they're doing that. So maybe they were worried about the U.S. markets and their ability to raise money. But remember, all these companies are going to run low on free cash flow. The rumor on after Amazon's earnings was they were going to go negative free cash flow or close to zero because their number was $200 billion in CapEx. These firms all have money. I don't know if they have unlimited amounts of money, Tom. So I would expect more and more of them to go to the debt markets for sure.
Yeah, I just wonder, you know, the last big one out of major tech was Motorola back in the mid-90s. That didn't work out too well for that company. But that being said, rock solid balance sheet from Google, Alphabet, and earnings continue to do pretty well. All right, thanks to Kevin Hinks. He's a co-host of Fast Market here, helping us break down markets, get ready for the trading day.
Thanks, Daddy.
We are going to talk to
Oh, we have to watch
of
this.
Warner Brothers Discovery. In the meantime, it's an obvious question. Was last week's wild volatility all just a dream or maybe a sign? Let's bring on the floor show and B. Riley Wealth Chief Market Strategist Art Hogan. Hi, Art. I mean, look at the daily moves in the Dow last week. I wasn't even here, and I kept looking and thinking, what is going on? I mean, 1 minute, you're way up.
I'm joking.
You're jumping on Monday up 515 points. Then Tuesday was the ugly day, right? We've got Tuesday down 166 points, and then it goes on and on. Is this a classic lesson that buying the dip still works?
I think it is, Liz. It's also, you know, buy the market when Liz gets off the slopes. And I think that's exactly what we're waiting for, getting you back from skiing and paying attention to what really matters here. And I think that one of the things that we ran into over the course of the last couple of weeks, and last week is no different, is it's not just the concern about how much money the big hyperscalers are spending on CapEx. It's will AI actually disrupt software? So we really, last week was really all about the software Armageddon.
Software.
Related to software.
You gotta say it like
for sale.
Dan Ives.
ETF, the IGB,
Software.
that basically represents all of the software sector, and that's so oversold that it was at its lowest RSI or relative
They're
strength
not
index
clearing the divergence
since they
at the floor.
invented
That
the
is
ETF.
not a
So
good sign for
that just basically means that in a short
the
period
bulls,
of time, the selling
but
was overdone.
they haven't
People
cleared the
look at
floor
that technically.
1, 2, 3,
Came in
4,
and bought,
5,
and
6,
that's why we
7,
saw the
8
Friday
times
bounce
now.
and software and all things
1,
technology
2,
related.
3,
And we're
4.
still seeing some of that
Software.
momentum coming into the
Word of the day.
market this week. So
Software.
you go through these periods that we're afraid the sky is falling, and the last week's major concern was that all software would be disrupted by AI. And I guess clearer minds have sort of come back into the market both on Friday and today, and it feels as though we're being a little bit more rational and certainly a little more discriminate about how we're thinking about those things.
Were people wrong to rotate out of technology? That's the big question, because you saw that top-heavy trade in high-tech, semis, software, although software has been questioned lately as to whether the viability in the future is really something, especially considering you've got the Anthropics of the world coming out with all kinds of workarounds for software. But was it wrong then to go into, say, industrials? Caterpillar was a great performer on Friday, has been a pretty strong performer as well.
Yeah, Caterpillar's doubled in the last 12 months. And the rotation into industrials, materials, things like utilities that we saw, most of the fourth quarter and all of last year and into this year, it makes sense to see this market broadening out. We're also seeing investment in small caps. So we spent the better part of 2 years coming into last year where it was just technology and communication services.
Guys, if you haven't hit the like button already, make sure you hit the like button.
In the fourth quarter of last year,
and if you're here for the first time,
we're starting to say, what
make
else
sure you
could actually work
subscribe
here?
to
What
the
else
channel.
are we missing? So that doesn't have to be at the loss of technology. And I think when you look at some of the names and the damage that's been done, Nvidia, for example, which will report in about 3 weeks, Nvidia is trading at a 23 multiple on a forward 12-month basis, which will clearly go down once they report and up their guidance. And we've already heard from all of the biggest customers about how much they're spending, and most of that's going to Nvidia. So I think you can throw the baby out with the bathwater sometimes in these rotations and start selling stocks beyond where they need to be. And I think that's true in a lot of the semiconductor names and certainly a lot of software names as we enter this week.
Well, if you bought the dip, let's just say in another momentum trade that we've been following, and that would be
I just
silver,
left some on the video,
gold, obviously.
but I am
if you
still.
bought that, you look pretty strong, at least today. You've got silver at the moment gaining 8%.
Team
So
Nvidia.
I think it's hard for investors, once they get nervous about, say, for example, what we saw on Tuesday, which was the Dow, or Thursday, the Dow losing nearly 600 points, and looked like a big capitulation at that point. They think, oh, wait a minute, is it over now? But you're saying still that the buy the dip theory is to be followed?
Yeah, I would tell you why, and I believe that's true. And I think that the reason for that is fundamentally backed. If we look at the earnings reporting season thus far, we've seen 80% of the companies that have reported, about 300 S&P 500 companies included in that, beat earnings. 70% have beat on revenues. More importantly to everything is 56% of companies have guided higher for the calendar year of 26. So fundamentally, we have earnings growth. That should be driving prices, and we don't even need multiple expansion to get this market to move higher. I think when you take a step back and take a deep breath and look at the fundamental backdrop, estimates for GDP for this year are certainly higher than they were last year, and earnings are certainly growing in low double digits. According to consensus. And I think that fundamental backdrop will continue to be why you want to look at sell-offs as buying opportunities.
Well, yeah, I mean, so far with the S&P companies that have reported, 77% have beaten on earnings per share. I believe 73% have beaten on revenues. So the analysts are a little off. I don't know, or these guys are under-promising and over-delivering. But Art, great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Great to have you back. Thanks so much.
Yeah, that was a crazy Friday, wasn't it? 1,206 point gain.
Unbelievable.
Great.
So my next guest mentions the Mark Andreessen Wall Street Journal op-ed. It was called "Why Software is Eating the World." That was back in August of 2011. In fact, the company has a piece on Andreessen Horowitz's website as well if you want to go and familiarize yourself with it. I want to bring it out. Niles Investment
This video is 16 hours old. Software is wild ride. Investment expert reveals AI's impact on the sector.
Heck of a ride for software.
If they go to the 9:30 a.m. range today, somehow at Lotto time, or now, I mean, that would be the one nastiest way to burn off 0DT.
But there were
that
some
is for
scares,
sure.
right? We did
But
see
I
where
mean,
it hit a bump in the road a few times. So
I guess the chances are there, so it's a
and why do so
possibility,
many
but
people think
it's
that this
yeah,
is the
Max activity and volume is bullish. It's showing, but
Well, I think this is different
zero
than the
DTs
dips you're
are
showing in that
trying
chart
to
before,
burn. Is
because
it? It's $1
remember, a
up.
lot
I mean, it
of
looks like
those
a lot,
dips
but
were tied to economic
the range today is
cycles.
only like
So,
$6 or
you went
$5.
through the
So
global financial
$1 is
crisis,
like
you went through
1/5 of that, right?
COVID, et cetera. And so it was tied to the macro and what was going on there. And so software is moving up and down with NASDAQ. What's different this time is you're seeing this new technology, right? Brand new from 3 years ago, end of 2022, when you had this thing called AI show up. And now what you're figuring out is AI can go ahead and do some of those things that software was able to do before, and it can do it by itself. And last week in particular, when you saw Anthropic's Claude come out with these plugins that let you do tasks for legal, finance, accounting, that just caused another massive downdraft in these stocks. And so I think what you're going to see right now is that all of these names, they go down, but ultimately coming out of this, there will be some winners in areas that are less prone to get disintermediated by AI. So things like database, right? You can't afford to have the most important thing in your company, which is all your customer information, supplier information, gets screwed up. Right? Way too important. So those companies, so names like an Oracle or SAP ultimately should come out in better shape than others. Right. And then security. You can't afford to have your company hacked and have all your data stolen. There's compliance issues, regulatory issues, all this stuff. So I think those types of names, the Palo Altos or CrowdStrikes of the world, ultimately will be proven winners. But it doesn't mean that the entire space can't go down.
This divergence is nasty work.
Sort through the rubble and figure out who the winners
I have no idea why it's not breaking down.
Those names that you mentioned, a couple of them are having some pretty good bounces, including Oracle. I read over the weekend,
no idea.
Over the weekend on Nvidia, they're saying that the H200s are sold out, that capacity is maxed out, that and this is a name that I know that you like here among the Mag 7.
Back.
I mean, but what's going to get it to really have a sustained move?
Well, I think what's going to get it to have a sustained move is not necessarily one thing, but it's a combination of things. I mean, coming into this year, my
software.
OpenAI is going to raise that $100 billion that they need. Anthropic's going to have a big fundraise. When you have that happen, it's going to get a lot of these stocks moving again. The big thing, though, that happened over the last
we did a poll in the WhatsApp group. The poll is, do you understand pivot points? If the answer is yes, the answer is no, not yet. If you would like to vote in the YouTube too,
Amazon, all take up their CapEx.
Please feel free.
So back in mid-December,
someone said pivot, something in the YouTube chat. So we did a poll in the WhatsApp group 10 minutes ago. Right? If anyone wants to vote, go ahead. Nobody voting in the WhatsApp group. They're just looking at the WhatsApp group chat, not doing anything. So
those numbers.
Do you understand pivot points? Yes.
So massive acceleration.
No, not yet.
And like
I don't understand pivot points yet.
Week with Nvidia,
it took me some time to understand it. So
again today,
probably it's not just an easy fucking thing.
Wait a minute. Nvidia's trading at 25 times. The market's at 22
pivot
times.
Points. What are pivot points? Pivoting the wind direction. So pivot points are pivot points where the market pivots, like you see the wind direction literally itself pivot, and it's like using it for the day.
If you believe all those spending numbers from the big
a deep understanding to the pivot point too. It's not even just cycle shit. It's like where we are. It's like a lot of zero DTs, like everything.
So I like them both.
And I got a feeling it's going to be one of these conversations.
I got a concept, but don't understand it fully yet.
It seems obvious, right? I want to go over some of your, because to your point, it just seems so amazing. I want to go over some of your ideas.
Trading view, my brother.
Cisco, you caught me flat-footed on it, but it has been a juggernaut.
Yeah, 100 viewers, but 70 likes. I'll find the 30 for you. That's so sweet of you. But
if you remember when we talked,
it's okay. Whatever likes, whatever views I have, it's okay because I'm thankful for people that are here, and I realize that even if it's like 130, 100, like 150, even if I grow to 200, it doesn't matter. And then people that are here, I'm very thankful for, and they are here for education and to better themselves. So all I know is people are confident and believe in themselves, and they're believers and triers in themselves. their
all
own
the
way in
data
their
that's
lives,
getting thrown
and
off by it,
that
they've
shit
got to
gives
upgrade their
me
networks.
strength,
And
and because
so
I
you
do
look
that
at the
shit every
stock,
day,
you go,
right?
wow, it's got a
I saw a
below
video
market
yesterday,
multiple.
and it was like,
It's in
oh,
a probably
this shit is hard
multi-year
for fucking
upgrade
everyone,
cycle,
and
because
blah blah
don't
blah. And
forget
I was
all
like,
that
dude, like
capacity
deep
you
as
put
fuck.
in
Like it's
during
not even just
COVID.
me. When I have
Now
a
it's
bad
kind of
fucking
gotten
moment
old
in my
enough
cycle or a
where
good
you
moment, it's
logically would
like
start to upgrade
everyone in
it
the world,
anyway.
because this thing is
And
so,
it's not,
you know,
it doesn't have the
two-sided,
same
one side or the
sexiness,
other, bears or the
if you
bulls.
will,
So
as a
in
pure
that
play
day or in
AI
that
company
moment,
that's
so
gotten
it's
absolutely
honestly,
murdered to start
yeah,
this year. And so it's kind of
you
gives you
know,
that defense as well as
life
the
is big,
offense as their
world is
revenues
big,
accelerate off of
population is huge.
hyperscaler plus enterprise
It's
upgrade
just
cycle.
What I like
millions
about
of
it too
people
is I
on
think
this bitch
you're gonna have a whole
all at
lot
the
of
same
folks
time,
probably
dude.
following
Like,
behind you. Like, and there's nothing better to be
man,
well positioned in something that's gone up a lot than Wall Street discovers. And I
it's
think
the
you're
truth.
positioning
Like, it
well
really
there.
doesn't feel like
I
it, but
gotta
it
ask you
really
about
is if you really think
I
about it.
saw
It's like
you posted on X. You
1,000
explained that you're
people
still
times, you
bullish
know,
on it. It's gotten
100,000
hammered
people.
pretty
So
good. What's going on there?
everywhere in the world,
Yeah, I mean, this is really disappointing. I mean, it's not what you want to start the year off with,
crazy.
right? But bigger picture, do I believe that radio frequency identification technology is going to be one of the big trends in tech over the next 5 to 10 years? Absolutely. They're getting into
QQQ is
food.
only
That
down,
should
or
be
no,
a
sorry,
10x
Nvidia is only down
opportunity
0.5%
relative to
today
apparel, which is the main
after the
market
spike to
today.
191.
The thing that happened with the quarter
Right,
and,
this shit was in
why
the
this is
box of
just so
180 to
painful is they
196, and
pre-announced
it could have popped
upside
up, but it did not. But
back
it's just like, yeah,
in,
what a
earlier.
sideways
Then
crap show we're doing on Nvidia
they
for the
went
last
ahead
1
and
month, for
when
the
they
last 3
reported
months. Like, if you look
results,
at the 3-month
they
price on
came out and
Nvidia, we're
said,
at basically at the same
yeah,
fucking spot,
but
190.
unfortunately we've got this big inventory
189.
correction going on
So,
caused by one of their
yeah,
big
we'll
logistics
see what happens
customers.
into
And
March.
therefore our
That's
revenues
what
are
I
going to be
think.
at
We'll
the
see what happens
same
into March. We'll
level
see what happens.
as they were
Though
last
time
year.
pass
And the
from
stock
here,
should have, and
because
it did.
I don't
It
think
got
Nvidia
absolutely
can continue
crushed.
this chop, chop,
But
chop.
the
At some
question is,
point,
much like
Nvidia
you
needs to
pulled up
break
that
out to
software chart
196 and
before, right?
above.
You're going to go through
200 maybe. At some
dips
point,
along the
Nvidia
way.
needs to
This is a
pull back down a
particularly
little bit,
painful
because
one.
this is some
But the
sort of
big
an
picture
insane chop
thesis,
that I'm
nothing
seeing
has
on the 1
changed.
month and the
They're
3
the
month.
dominant market player in RFID.
It's happening
Can the
everywhere.
stock
That's
go
fair.
down some
Tesla
more
and
as people get
SPX too.
just
But yeah,
absolutely hate this thing because it's down over 35%
at least
to start
Tesla's
the
getting
year?
places.
Absolutely. But
I
if you
think
bring up that
it's
long-term
like
chart
going
on
down
it,
and
you'll
going.
see
I mean, I
it's
guess
a
everywhere.
semiconductor
Yeah.
company, right? The stock gets cut in half every so often, and then it tends to
Kevin
more
said,
than
I feel like
double,
algos
and over
changed the game
time,
over the
it
past
works
year.
out. And
That
I think
too,
with
but
this,
algos existed throughout our entire lives, right? Before computers existed too, probably. That's why that guy, Jim Simmons, did really good in the 70s or 80s, right? When computers first came out. But what I can, number one, say is that recently, in recent times, and what's going on right now, big name stocks, right? They expire on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If we really think about it in historical terms, they have not been doing that a month ago, 2 months ago, or 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago on Robinhood. That tells me the game has changed. We see volatile days on Tuesday, we see volatile days on Thursday, but we also see volatile days on Monday and Wednesday and Friday. What the fuck does that mean? The market does setups on any day now using some setup. Some setup, whether that's Nvidia, Meta, Google, you know, SLP, SLF, or XLF, XLP, whatever you believe that is setup wise, QQQ2, like it just does it in a heartbeat, because every single thing now is now 0 TT almost. That's what I was thinking about yesterday in the car ride. I was thinking to myself, if you really think about it, and I think about things deep, and I try to think about things in ways that, I haven't thought about, or in ways that other people haven't thought about, I guess, but this is what everyone has thought about. But if we really think about it, every single main blue chip stocks now have options on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we saw volatile days last week. Thursday, Friday. We even saw it on Tuesday and Thursday too, or Tuesday and Wednesday. So, and what happened in those days? There were setups on Nvidia, there were setups on Tesla, there were setups up and down. IWM had setups down, IWM setups up. So, I mean, they do move in a heartbeat, and yeah, crazy statistics. Nvidia too. Short interest is at 1.5%, the historical lows almost, and it was at in the past 5% or 4 point something percent. And it says the average day on people doing short or average is like 1.5 days that they're in. And I was like, damn, that shit tells me that I'm in for too fucking long sometimes. Like 1.5 days on average. That's like every fucking thing in the market. I was like, bro, that is insane. Market moving crazy fast and ain't nobody fucking doing no, you know, monthly, weekly hope because it's some crazy shit. Market moves up and down. We're range bound right now, up and down, up and down, up and down. Everything moving up and down together. So it's wild. Justin said the 5-minute deductions are king, but it's not 5 minutes though. It's literally the 1 minute, the 1 minute candles that people avoid. The 1 minute candles. Because the 1 minute candles are the visual candles that people see and emotionally gets us, and our bias gets us, and our opinions gets us, and you know, whatever gets us thinking. But the 1 minute candle, yes, deciphered into the 5-minute candle is the one thing that I really truly think that people that are, you know, we are all starting out technically in historical terms, unless somebody has been in here for 30, 40, 30, 25 years. That's the one thing that a lot of people are not trying to do, and they don't know. Time is 2:40. Are we going anywhere? Are we not? Man.
This one, we're going to see that food ramp later this year. Doesn't mean the stock can't go down more near term.
He said, all right. Let's see if our Tom Lee has anything. That's new. You know who I miss? I miss Michael Burry, man. I wish he was a CNBC contributor, and I wish he was a bull sometimes too. So the market would love to talk to him. I think Dr. Burry on CNBC with Kathy Woods and Tom Lee will be a killer. Like a ratings spike up really good. Like, because honestly, dude, like, I want to see some more. See the same people every time. Tom Lee.
Ago, leaders from Microsoft, Palantir, Salesforce, Snowflake, they met with White House tech staffers. Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper joins me now. Let me guess, Scott, you discussed the incorporation of AI into the government, did you?
You've heard of this thing called AI, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look, I think as you just heard on your last spot there from the president, look, key to the economic growth
That
of the
bounce
country
on Nvidia
is
kind of
technology
scared
and
me.
AI,
I'm
and
not
we
gonna
also
lie.
want to make sure the government has the right talent to make sure that we can modernize government along with this AI development. So what we have launched is a group called Tech Force. You can see, we'll get you one of these great hats, Stuart, if you'd like. And this is a public-private partnership where we're going to bring 1,000 great engineers into government to help us.
We will know at
the
4:01
modernization
p.m.,
that is
folks,
so important
how
to
the
our
options
American
changed.
people and so important
are.
to making sure that technology is a first-class citizen inside of government.
Looking into
Where will
market
this tech
close.
force be? Are you going
We're
to
only at
centralize them all
4:01.
together in one place, or are you
That's
all
it.
linked by computer to figure everything out?
Bears are pushing
No,
lower
what
to
we're going
test
to
the
do
floor.
is every major agency in government has signed up to take people
QQQ
as
is
part of
bearish.
Tech Force. So
Nvidia is
they'll
bearish. They
work
want to go
at
break the floor
HHS
down.
on various
They've been
things.
waiting
They'll
and
work at
waiting, and I think they
Treasury,
were
at
waiting on
Department of
Nvidia.
War,
They were
all
waiting
across
and waiting and
government.
waiting
And
on
then what we're
Nvidia.
going to do is run
Nvidia
a
is about to
program
test
around
the
it. So
floor.
we'll have speaker
188
series
most
for
likely.
development
QQQ is about to break the
opportunities,
floor here, and
engagement with our
SPX
private
is about to
sector
clear the
partners. And at the end of
divergence.
the two-year program,
Time is
we expect that
2:45.
many of those people will go into the private sector and take the skills they
Before
learn in government
3:15.
and have fantastic.
I think that's what's about to happen right now. Look at how bearish Nvidia is right now. They were fucking just waiting. Man, I love this shit, man. Go clear the divergence. Like a good little market. Go clear the divergence like a good little market. we have 3 people that said, yes, I believe pivot points are real, and 5 people said, no, I don't understand it yet. So the majority don't, which is honestly the truth. It takes months and months and weeks of studying and trying and trial and error and understanding and failing and understanding and getting and not getting and getting and not getting to really get it. So that's fair. QQQ is bouncing. SPY is bouncing. Except Nvidia, maybe. Maybe even Nvidia is bouncing. Nvidia is going lower. Nvidia is not bouncing. QQQ is not bouncing. They said, fuck that fake bounce. Bull bears are in control with Nvidia almost. Nvidia is 188.81. They want to go to 187 almost. Wow, fucking day on Nvidia today. Man, from 9:30 open, the fucking perfect fucking day for me. $5 fucking down. $5 fucking down. 5 minute is bearish on Nvidia. The 5 minute is oversoldly bearish on QQQ. IWM is reloaded. IWM is reloaded. Bears are, I think, about to show. Maybe end of the day. Before 3:45, I mean. Things are getting feisty. Things are getting wet. Someone said the pause on IWM. Let's go see. What pause? The cycle? Oh, the pause? Oh, that pause? Damn. SPY actually trying to not. QQQ looking bearish. Nvidia maybe leading QQQ here. Tesla and everything. If it bear traps here, SPY, did it even go that much lower? Damn, I don't know. What a close. We're bullish all fucking day, and they pushed it to 0%, and then they push it to red. What a close. Oh my god. What a close today. Are we at the bottom of the purple box on SPX? Maybe. Oh my lord. What a magnet. Now this shit is mind blowing. This is mind blowing. What a bear trap? Not? Bull trap? Green candle? Red candle?
Fantastic private sector careers.
I'm particularly interested in Palantir. I own a little bit of the stock. And as I understand, yeah, okay, I'm not pumping up my own stock here.
Fair enough.
But I'm saying that Palantir has a key role in integrating AI into the Department of War. That's accurate, right?
That's 100% accurate. And look, Palantir is no doubt a leader in that area. And what we want to do is make sure that other parts of technology and other parts of AI get into government. Today, what happens is
in life.
We have a very heavy reliance on contractors.
You gotta look for happiness in life too. Feel happy, man.
In kind of core
I've been
AI,
feeling so
modern
joyous
software
today.
development. Tech Force is really
I guess it could have been bad
the government can be a first-class citizen and attract those types of individuals, just like Palantir has done in the government. But we also want to make sure that talent is resident.
Damn sure got to be
Force be firmly established, up and running, and doing stuff.
Yeah, so we've just got applications inbound now, so our team is going through all those applications. My hope is in the next 30 to 45 days, we're going to start making offers to people based on those applications, and then we'll be off and running. And from there, the whole goal is agency by agency, figure out what are all the major modernization efforts, and how do we make technology, how do we make AI really important to the American people.
Scott, I will take the hat whenever it's offered, and
we will get it to you, Stuart.
You're a good man. Scott Cooper, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. Come and see us again. Thanks.
That software companies' business models.
I had a great chat with Superhuman's CEO about the future of software. I mean, he sounded concerned still about where it's going, but a little more optimistic as you would expect. Are you as optimistic as someone like that leading a software company on software stocks?
I'm very bullish about AI, Brian.
Power hour is coming in 7 minutes.
When it comes to the legacy software stocks, I mean,
I think the
IWM, moves that we've
the
seen
bulls
in
are
the
in
last
danger
week
because the MACD is currently down with the bulls
they are
trapped at the top
repricing.
where the cycle bounce.
And anybody who thinks like they're lining up to kind of jump back in for a V-shaped recovery in software stocks multiples, you're going to do it without me. I think
everybody here about to get ranged down in some way at some point. Everybody here about to get ranged down at some point.
The multiple in these software names, and it's
software.
Productivity per employee is shooting up. There's not the same need to hire as we once.
I think
thought,
everybody here on QQQ is about to get ranged down this chop zone.
Salesforce has basically been a bond for like the last
tiny ass volume.
Years. Like you could just always count on their per seat pricing going up and expansion
see what happens with that.
As far as the eye can see.
IWM.
And that's changed. The terminal value on all these legacy software names have changed. It's going to be the AI names coming up.
This shit might not happen today though. It might not happen at power hour. I'm just saying at some point into tomorrow because of the divergence at the LOD. I think SPY and QQQ
but should investors
gonna bust down the floor.
The very future of a company like Salesforce, Workday, and ServiceNow.
Maybe not.
Are they in limbo?
Why do I feel a bust down Tatiana?
Coming out of the likes of an Anthropic or an OpenAI.
Bust down Tatiana. Bust down Tatiana. Bust down.
Yeah, I mean,
Tatiana.
From my perspective, absolutely, they're in limbo and they're no touch.
LOD divergence clear.
The best I think they can hope for is to slow the melting ice cube. And so they will wave hands and they will talk about how they are going to incorporate AI to become more productive themselves as a business. But their whole fundamental reason for
nasty ass chop son.
It was built in
bust down
era
Tatiana.
pre-AI. And therefore, like that business.
What is this head and shoulders? I don't even know what pattern this is. How can they even pattern W inverse W? W inverse W, I guess so.
My second generation
W inverse W, I guess so.
with hedging and risk intelligence.
IWMW, mountain.
Group of probably 10, a dozen engineers, and I want to build $1 billion business. You know, in the past, it would have been preposterous to imagine building that size business with that size team. You would have, envision adding hundreds of engineers, hundreds of, product people and so forth. And the game has changed. You know, it is actually feasible now, and therefore, that's just one small company. Now multiply that across the U.S. economy, the global economy, and it's shocking how much more it can be. And so therefore, how much fewer jobs we'll need, how much fewer of the legacy software tools and seats we'll need.
And as while we're trying to figure out where there might be some form of short-term bottom in software stocks, at least we can say Bitcoin has stabilized a bit for now.
For now, it has stabilized a bit. You have Compass Point that just came out with a note saying that you may be nearing a bottom, but they also are saying that you could see a leg lower. I mean, that's right now what the conundrum is on Wall Street about where Bitcoin is going to go, because you have bullish calls from Bernstein, for example, still saying that 150 by year end. But you do have Wall Street that is saying, look, we did see this leg lower. We saw a big rebound last Friday, but you could see prices going down as far as into the 50s, and you've got some that are saying that you won't see a bottom until the summertime. So there is some caution out there among some strategists about where prices are going.
And as we're going to get a great read when we have Robinhood earnings coming up, we have Coinbase earnings coming up this week.
Let's see the amount of options they destroyed today.
And they really all had a great run up last year, in part because of this belief in crypto. I'm just unsure how these fourth quarter results are going to look. And then more important perhaps than that, how do these companies guide for the first quarter with
6,959, 6,960?
What Wall Street is seeing is that with Robinhood especially, Robinhood has diversified itself so much on crypto that yes, crypto
burning almost everything
part of the Robinhood story for sure. But you are seeing other businesses that are expected to offset the weakness in crypto. So you're looking at their trading volumes that are up, the prediction markets, that's their fastest growing segment. So that's what Wall Street is focusing on. Robinhood's going to be reporting this afternoon. And what I'm going to be watching for is that enough to offset the weakness in crypto? And if you take a look at what the ratings are like, I mean, there's 24 buy ratings on the stock for hold.
694. That's fucking crazy. This is worth everything.
But watch out because
everything out there, everything out. You know what I mean? Like far out so far is what I'm trying to say. It went nowhere from yesterday.
That's just a dead cat bounce.
Previously 4 p.m. close we're at right now.
I think you want to be cautious about jumping into the pool. I mean,
what the fuck?
Treasury, and so I think people who have sort of a skin in the game often, want to cheerlead and say, "Oh, that was the bottom. Everything's fine now." But of course, remember, it just was in mid-January that we were thinking like, "Oh, the worst is over. We're at 98K on Bitcoin. I guess things bottomed in December." And
I love the way this guy talks.
How many people predicted that we'd be at 60K a couple of weeks later? When you look at the positioning in the futures market for Bitcoin, there are still a lot of people adding shorts there.
QQQ came in strong.
Fake ass candle. And that's sort of a recipe for, potentially another leg lower. Nobody knows. I mean, is the honest answer, Brian? But I think you just, usually these kinds of, the full capitulation doesn't happen until you see a lot of long-time bulls selling their positions, and I don't think we've got there yet.
Eric, as someone literally in the trenches working on a Bitcoin treasury, why are you doing so? What is motivating you to create this?
Well, the kind of volatility we've seen in the last 3-4 months. I don't think the Generation 1 treasuries have an honest answer of how to deal with that, other than say, oh, just wait 15 years and then everything's going to work itself out. I think the market is hungry for a treasury that does have a more sophisticated detection system.
What the fuck is going on with Nvidia now?
System to kind of allow you to be
my options.
On Bitcoin and Ethereum,
I have some,
but to do so in a less volatile way.
It's moving
that
fucking lightning.
Drawdowns as we've seen in some of the players that are just sort of
lightning
sitting back and hoping for the best in the long term. So it's always a good time to start a company that solves a problem. Google
what a fake ass candle. Went nowhere.
And so hopefully time will prove out that this was just the right time to be starting my Gen 2 Treasury EMJX merging with
good luck.
SRXH.
Good luck on building that out, Eric. Keep us posted here. I appreciate it. Inez, always good to see you as well. We will talk to you both soon.
Appreciate you, my boy.
Take you to the market, show you what we're doing at noon in the East. Not all that much, but we have been surging. Dow is, right? I'd said record high there. S&P's hanging in by 4. NASDAQ's given a little bit back. Retail sales were a miss, a bad miss. Capital Econ, no real positives. They describe it. But stocks continue mostly to go up because we know about this K-shaped recovery. And, as UBS says, we believe the backdrop remains favorable, driven by resilient economic growth, supportive Federal Reserve policy, and AI investment and adoption. I will say this, in terms of supportive Federal Reserve policy, Beth Hammack is the Cleveland Fed president. She's on the tape, making some comments, and she is a voter, by the way, this year. She doesn't sound so supportive of future cuts because she says she's preferring to err on the side of patience for future cuts. Quote, we could be on hold for quite some time. Monetary policy is in the vicinity of neutral, and that is the latest from Beth Hammack. So you take that all into consideration, Stephanie Link, and it takes us where?
We're going higher in the markets because the economy is doing well. We don't need the Fed. I think the Fed should cut, but we don't need the Fed because we have all of these nice tailwinds. AI, we talk about every single day, but the CapEx numbers from the Mag 7, $761 billion in total this year. That's up 75% year over year. That is a huge tailwind. But that's not the only reason the economy is growing. The consumer is spending, and I care less about a December retail sales print, more about what Brian Moynihan said, the CEO of Bank of America, that January spend was up 5%.
IWM is the one rallying now.
So it is patient.
Can you believe it? IWM and QQQ just changed fucking spots.
Data points you like.
The market is bullshitting to the hardest right now. Oh my God, can you fucking believe it?
Today, real time, and they're front center, right, of what is going on in the economy. So I care more about what the companies are saying. One big beautiful bill in deregulation has not even really hit, and that's going to be $1 trillion in stimulus. Inflation is coming down. I thought the ECI today was pretty good. And then finally, productivity. And that is the real story of this economy, and that's driven by AI and all the technology. Add it all up, double-digit earnings. Earnings are getting revised higher. That's why the market is going higher.
Okay. I mean, that UBS, Steph, been saying the same thing. It's hard to argue against it. I mean, some of the consumer stuff's squirrely. It doesn't look great, but then there's other offsets to the retail sales report.
Oh my God.
There are, and I think we should be a little bit more excited coming into the show today. It seems like a quiet market day, but it's really not. And it's not
oh my baby, like, oh my God, so many eyes. I want you finally.
And we've had elevated volatility, and I keep talking about that.
Oh my God.
Just coming into the building, talking to a lot of the different traders on the floor, what's going on. It's kind of quiet. We're moving somewhat sideways. I like the fact that it's quiet. I like the fact that you are stabilizing at a high level. Okay. That is productive. And one last point on the volatility. I keep talking about elevated volatility. The one market you don't have the elevated volatility is arguably the most important, and that's the bond market.
Oh my God.
The bond market remains remarkably calm, and that is good for market availability and the cost of capital not being a moving target.
Josh, you know, if you're bearish, you probably hang on the, is consumer strength starting to falter? That's what Capital Econ says today as they look at the retail report.
Wow.
If you're bullish, you are like Steph and UBS.
Nvidia down 0.8% now.
The backdrop's still really good.
Oh,
resilient economic growth.
God.
The Fed's still supportive. Don't hang on what the Cleveland Fed president is saying. It's just one person and one vote. And AI adoption is yet another reason to be bullish. So what do you make of all that?
Oh my.
Well, Steph is right, and Steph has been right. And, you know, there's a whole cottage industry of people who want to nail the turn exactly as it happens.
Oh my
so
God.
they see a negative data point on the consumer,
man.
and they spin it up and extrapolate it into this whole thing that's just not based in reality. I know we're going to talk about the travel stocks later. I'm sorry. Hilton and Marriott is not like me pointing at to the Four Seasons Hotel. So yeah, it's K-shaped, but honestly, people are not voluntarily crisscrossing the country on vacations if the consumer is cracking. It's just not the way reality works.
1 minute gap filled on IWM.
How badly people want that turn.
Time is 3:05 already.
I told you. But the thing is, you listen to the JP Morgan conference call. They issue everybody's
Look at this shit on the video today,
credit
bro.
cards.
Unbelievable
They see all the
NVIDIA.
debit card spending, et cetera,
I had
et
a
cetera.
fucking crazy playoff NVIDIA at market open today.
Jeremy Barnum has to come on the call and say,
here.
guys, I know what you're all looking for.
Unbelievable today.
And once again, 12 straight quarters, it's not here. There is no sign of exploding credit card liability.
Bill singing.
Do this. And auto
singer
loans being,
in chat. We got a singer in chat.
Payments being missed. We don't have it. I'm sorry. So until we do, how about we focus on exactly what Joe and Stephanie are talking about? The absurdly
2 minutes showing massive momentum.
Picture. If you
Didn't
think
even
about it,
fucking start on NVIDIA. This is so sick. Look at the 1 minute candle on it. Look at the 1 minute MACD on NVIDIA. Didn't even fucking start.
386 basis points ahead of what the estimates were. Right,
the real question is, does this shit
pop
into tomorrow, man? Oh my God.
8.5% was the expectation.
Yo, remember this God candle? Does anyone remember this God candle?
This is quarter after quarter
940,
after quarter.
right?
So I'm not
right
saying
here.
every consumer is okay.
190,
I'm pointing
193,
out for the
950.
most part,
Does anyone remember this shit from yesterday?
Story. It's not.
Man. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, since that has happened, what is this shit?
For more on the economy ahead of the jobs number tomorrow, let's bring in Evercore ISI.
Oh, we got jobs data coming out tomorrow. We forgot tomorrow, Wednesday, folks.
It's great to have
Maybe
you
the
back.
market
Thanks
is
for the
waiting
time.
for Wednesday.
Anytime.
Day to day.
The range on tomorrow's numbers
There's
kind
so
of
much
wide. There's
damn
actually
liquidity
a couple
here.
calls for a negative print. At one
There's
the
so much
revisions might be-
liquidity
Do
here.
you think there's risk tomorrow?
Although detested on Nvidia, it just took the entire day.
Where estimates are all over the place, and frankly, with some good reason. It's
Time
been
is
hard
3.
to get a read of exactly where the labor data is going to come out through the adjustments following out of the shutdown, along with the basic uncertainty around the economy. Also, of course, there's these benchmark revisions and many other things. But I think when we try to look through some of the noise here, the basic point is that the underlying growth rate of the U.S. labor force has stepped down very substantially. And so the kind of number that would have looked quite weak in the past, say 30, 40, 50,000, would be an okay read. And a mildly negative number would not be catastrophic. And it's the kind of thing that we might have to get used to from time to time going forward.
From time to time.
Right. That's definitely been the administration's spin. It seems like they're trying to maybe soften up expectations in advance of the number. Still, watch the unemployment rate, and we do know that illegals, as they've been deported, don't collect unemployment.
Oh my God. Damn, it feels so fucking good to be on the winning side right now.
Risk unemployment rate edges up.
Feels so fucking goddamn good.
Coming employment report.
LOD is breaking on NVIDIA.
The labor market does
LOD
tend to
is breaking on NVIDIA.
Economic activity, even under normal conditions, and there seems to be a weaker relationship right now between growth and employment than normally prevails. Part of that is the uncertainty you talked about. Part of that, we think, may also be some secular AI-related effects on the labor market. So unemployment could still edge up a bit. Nonetheless, we do expect the labor market to gradually stabilize over the coming months.
Yeah, there's been some attempts to explain, for example, the rise in unemployment among recent college grads. The general thinking is that it's more about labor turnover, which has declined so much. And when that happens, it's bad news for the new entrants. How convinced are you that AI has something to do with it?
So I think it's not 1-0, right? It's not a binary question. You're absolutely right. That's the difficulty.
Man, I've been in fucking one thing only today. I can't believe. Fuck. Oh my god.
It's part of a larger phenomenon where
I repositioned fucking everything at 9:30.
Churn in the labor market, low hiring, low firing equilibrium.
Oh my
god.
god.
That means anybody who's trying to find a job is struggling. That includes the relatively small number of people who lose their job but then find it extremely difficult to find a new one. So in that sense, there's nothing completely, unique or technology driven about what's happening to the new graduates. But I think some of the careful work on this suggests that the spread between newly qualified graduate unemployment rates and unemployment rates of other cohorts is somewhat unusual at the moment. And that is probably some indication there of an AI-related effect on top of the general low hiring phenomenon.
Wow. Well, the day has ended. And today, oh, that's the day. All day, every day. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. What the fuck did I say? LOD broke. The video went through, right? Divergence. Man, SPY needs to. LOD divergence is clearing. LOD divergence is clearing. LOD divergence is cleared soon. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And the video was holding all day long. SPX was gaming all fucking day long. All day long. Right? Higher time frame on QQQ is bearish. What a day. What a day. Oh, 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 oh. That's the fucking music today. I'm sorry. Every fucking day the music changes, but shit. Yesterday was 50 Cent, Many Men. Today is whatever the hell I'm humming. Tomorrow, maybe tomorrow will be Christmas. All right, tomorrow maybe we'll have Santa Claus. But for today, LOD divergence is trying. LOD divergence is trying. IWM is the only thing that will not fall through yet. Yet. Time is 3:10. So the thing went down all day. It's probably a 1/3, 2/3 starting too, but I mean, yeah, it went down all day. 315. Wind direction was now north from pre-market into 10 a.m. Wind direction was south from 10 a.m. into 10:15. Wind direction is north or neutral until the LOD breaks, and there's no cycle confirmation bounce, so bears are in control in the 3/3 looks like to me. So damn choppy today, SPX, but it burnt the calls anyway. It burnt the bulls anyway. So damn choppy today. Just massive risk. SPX gap filled, and then chop, and then range down. The IWM holding. There's still a divergence at the floor. There is still a divergence at the floor.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Bitcoin is sliding again, but our next guest says there's no need to fear because crypto is following its historical script. So joining us now is Kiana Danielle, CEO of Invest Diva and author of Triple Compounding for Dummies. Kiana, thanks so much for joining us today amid all of the volatility in the broader crypto world. Now, you've said that you don't care why Bitcoin is dropping because it follows a predictable long-term pattern. Can you elaborate on this for us?
Absolutely. But I don't care because I invested in Bitcoin for
I don't
personal
care.
reasons.
I don't care because
fundamentals.
I don't care
because in my very well diversified portfolio. And so the reason I went in it was not to generate income, was not to just get on hype. We can talk about why I went in it, but that's the reason I'm not worried about its price. And yes, it absolutely has a very proven pattern that has been now happening over and over again.
I want to remove this box. I can clear this. I can see it clearly.
Bitcoin got to the then all-time high at almost $20,000. People were like, oh my gosh, this is probably a thing. Maybe it's not a thing. And then it crashed 85%. People were losing their minds. And then 2022, it reached another new high.
I don't even know how long I have that box extended for.
78%.
I'm about to just delete it for now.
Okay, so you did note that Bitcoin, we've seen typically it can fall more than 50% after reaching new highs, like we saw back in 2022 before, then it ran to over 125K. So where do you think now we are within that larger historical cycle?
Bouncing from the floor.
Right, so we're not even close to the one from 2022.
Everything at the floor except Nvidia now. What the fuck is this?
1.5K. I was like, okay, so I had what the fuck? And the next one for me is 57.
I took some profit, but like I'm still in.
And the reason they work is because everybody's looking at them. So
oh
around
my god,
56, 57.
What the fuck, cycle?
And if that level is also broken, and this is going to be insane if it does happen, $38,000.
40 minutes
left. Next psychological level. I haven't yet set my balance order. I'm kind of trying to see if it actually reaches 57.
Let this shit reverse.
And then if it does, then
reverse
I'm going to set
candle on the video.
If that does happen, people are really going to panic. So it's going to be amazing for people who have confidence in it and want to buy at cheaper prices.
That is true. I mean, it's always an opportunity if you obviously have strong conviction, you know, in the future growth
it's
and the
moving so fast. There's a lot of calls on
the
video, so maybe they're raising it back.
So you mentioned 38K. That would be wild. I mean, it would be definitely. I mean, there'd be a lot of, I think, noise across social media. I mean, there's already a lot of noise in the crypto world, but that would definitely create some fireworks. So say we were looking at 38 or 57K.
Man.
I mean, what would really your message be?
Are they really bear trapping everybody again?
A bit shaken by some of the pressure. You say just you're still a long-term buyer.
You gotta be fucking shitting me.
100%, because
look at this fucking candle on the video
too. Wall Street were actually backing crypto. Like Jamie
like
Dimon, all the people who were saying crypto's a scam now have position. And guess what? There is a limited number of Bitcoin. Now, I'm not here to create conspiracy, but people, you need a crash for these big whales to be able to purchase. So wouldn't you think that there could be in some world some sort of panic selling trigger so that the market crashes so that the whales can buy? Because otherwise, like, how else are you going to buy Bitcoin? Because there's only a limited amount. There's never going to be more. So they do want it. Like, I even heard like some of these like big whales are selling their private jets and private houses to buy Bitcoin. So,
yeah, I don't know about that.
Now that
I don't know about that. I call cap. Michael Cap.
For more on the economy.
Selling their jets to buy Bitcoin is kind of why wouldn't someone like if I was rich as hell, I would sell my Bitcoin to buy a jet. The fuck? Maybe that's just me. Fuck, I don't know. What do I know? I guess the world different, dude. What the fuck? Well, we have good news on U.S. home ownership coming up.
The housing market feels stuck. And that might be because it is
Housing
stuck.
crunch.
Americans
Homeowners
are
can't
in
let
their
go.
homes for the longest time in a quarter of a century.
Duration doubled since
that
2000.
means that people are not upgrading, not downsizing, or even
Not
relocating
downsizing.
or moving. And it's not because of
Ain't even
nostalgia, it's
upsizing.
because of
They ain't
simple
even
math.
downsizing.
Millions of homeowners
That's
are
the
not
access
eager to
tax,
trade their
6,
2
9, 50, yeah.
and 3%
About to figure out what
mortgages
I'm about
for
to
a
do.
6 and 7%
Let's be
mortgage.
patient.
Also, in pricey coastal and northeast metro areas, it's worse. Ownership tenure is pushing into the double digits, keeping buyers on the sidelines. Anybody got a bright spot?
I just bought in South Carolina.
Well, I don't want your personal anecdotes.
It's wonderful. People sold.
I'm doing great.
And guess what?
I have a
The
bright spot
housing
for you.
market is softening up down there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's,
I think
that's the bright spot.
And I think you know, when you talk about New York, California, even Connecticut, I live in Connecticut as well. You know, there's all sorts of reasons why people aren't bailing on a 2% mortgage. If they got what they've gotten, they're paying pretty high taxes. You know, it's hard to really move those houses. Who wants to move to New York City? Really,
but let me throw this data point out there. I don't think you mentioned this, and this is from Realtor.com. For the first time since 2020, the share of U.S. homeowners with mortgage rates of 6% or higher exceeds those with rates below 3%.
Right.
So I'm not saying that's
We're
good. If you got
getting
a 6% mortgage, you're not happy. But what that says something about the market. It means people aren't holding, like 6% mortgage is something you hold on to with dear life. You're willing to do something with that if your situation changes.
But roughly,
that's good.
All right, but I'm going to parry with you on that. But still, 80% of outstanding mortgages carry rates below 6%. 80%. So it's improving, but that's still the lock-in of interest rates.
But it's only going to go in one direction. Like, it's not going that whatever the ratio is, it's getting more skewed to people with higher interest rate mortgages. Again, I don't want you to have a high interest rate mortgage, but it just means this whole idea of like, I can't let go of my 3% is melting away, and that's what's going to change the housing market as long as you continue to get more supply on the market.
Yeah, but those places you mentioned that are skewing the data is not a supplier's market. I mean, New York, there's not a huge supply of new homes in New York. There's always
forget about New York.
Okay,
I mean, like,
stop talking about New York City.
How about Connecticut?
No, not Connecticut either.
Connecticut.
How about California? Like Indiana.
That's what I'm saying. There's a bifurcated market here, obviously, and you know, it depends on where you are.
I don't think it's all about letting the mortgage go, though. People love their low mortgage rate, but because of that low mortgage rate, especially, for example, if they got it during COVID, then they were really buying price-wise at the top of the market.
Yeah.
So if the market is softening and these folks are coming in trying to get a 6% mortgage and they're saying, well, I can't afford this house at 6% at the price that they're asking, and they're lowballing a little. I do see that here in New York City. The people who are really stuck on getting their price end up taking their place off the market. The people who are flexible, probably even willing to take a loss, need to move for a life event or whatever, they're the ones that end up selling. So I don't know how much that unlocks the market, because there are enough people that are going to say, I don't want to take a hit on this like that.
Well, we're talking about, if people stay in these homes, you're talking about roughly a $38 trillion wealth transfer globally over the next decade. Yeah. And there are many reasons why people sell and move. It's a death of a spouse. It is you need to move to assisted living facility. You have to relocate for a job. But one of the areas you mentioned Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut, has one of the longest average ownerships among metro areas, 13.4 years. And Merced, California,
the pizza, guaranteed.
Really?
Merced had the tenure rose the most from the prior year in Merced, California, 34% to 12.5 years.
Yeah.
People love it. They love it so much they want to stay for over 10,
I
12
can't imagine
years.
people want to move into New Haven. Trust me.
They want to go to Merced.
I've been there. They may want to go to Merced.
Quickly, Dagan, you talked about that $1 trillion in wealth that's being held up, which is why, and I think maybe it's been Steve Moore who said this.
Justin, how dare can you say that? Bullish, bearish.
Slow,
That's
but
bearish
not
right
totally
now.
collapse because there are so many homeowners who are sitting on wealth.
I ran to the
And
car.
you don't want to see that wiped out if prices really start to fall. So similar to how we were talking about inflation earlier,
bearish.
You want wage gains to go faster than the price increase of the house, but
LOD
you don't want
divergence
the
did
total
not
house
clear.
to actually fall in price because you have
It's
a lot
about
of
to
wealth
clear.
tied up there.
This
On a
is so
similar story,
nuts.
I'm wondering if people are
Time is
and you've talked a little bit
3:35.
about
There's
this,
10
and I
minutes
was one
left.
of them who saw
That
for
is so
other reasons
crazy.
because home insurance is no longer affordable, property taxes are going up,
There's
even though
20
the value
minutes
of the
left
home
until
is going
3:45,
down,
sorry.
the neighborhood is changing, and so you're
SPY,
willing to
Robinhood
take a loss
close
on
time.
the property because all of the extra peripheral issues
That's a
are no
DMZ.
longer affordable.
Demarcation
even
zone.
if the house still is at a 3%
DMZ.
DIVORCE.
I know what that
I can
spells.
get in here because Charlie.
I was just going to say that, you know, most people that are sitting on houses
Crazy Hope
outside of
candle
New York
coming
and all
on
these
Nvidia.
other places that skews the numbers are sitting on profits. So
Hope
they're
bulls,
selling
hope
off
bears.
their highs. They're not selling at a loss. I mean, that's something you have to keep in mind.
If you
where there's
bought
real
during
market.
COVID at the peak, I think it depends on
maybe,
the area.
Maybe in outside
Florida.
of Florida. I don't know. Florida had some
Florida's been crazy.
lately.
That's what I
Florida's
mean.
different.
If you
Florida
bought
had some
during-
appreciation, and then it came down.
It's coming down though.
Yeah, look, they got housing prices do have to come down. The ratio between incomes and housing prices is so out of whack. The idea that prices aren't going to come down a little bit, they can still come down a bit for a lot of people, and they'll make a very tidy profit. But if it's going to take forever. Even in a Trump economy, it's going to take forever for incomes to catch up to the starter home prices right now. It's absolutely insane.
We need a little bit of relief on the rates. I think the president is right about that. I'm not saying that his calculation is 100% correct. But
short-term rates don't control the market.
Crazy pull down and then bounce.
Just to put it out there,
Crazy
it
pull
looks
down,
like even
LOD,
with the
and
numbers
then
and the
no
data that we
LOD
have,
divergence
that
clear
the Fed
yet.
could cut potentially. It's not enough for this market 2 times this year. I think it would balance things, help balance
Data
it,
tomorrow.
as long as the bond market doesn't
Might
go
make it
crazy.
worse if the bond market falls. If
8:30 in the
inflation
morning or
comes back
something.
and 10-year sells off, then your mortgage rates are more expensive. So you got to be careful with that.
I said if.
Listen, Scott Bessent keeps trying to talk him out of the short-term rate and lowering the Fed funds rate. He said this, and he still can't make the case that you should
8:30
focus on the
a.m.
10-year.
Maybe that's why Kevin Warsh is
toast.
getting shoved
Everything's
into the
coming out
job.
before
We'll
market
talk
open.
about that next hour.
It's coming out everything before market open.
Now is Mark Newman, senior analyst at Bernstein. Mark, welcome to you. 15% gain if people are price insensitive means it could actually be a boon for Apple, but we have to see how they respond, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think 15%, that's kind of where things are shaking out right now in terms of how much costs are going up based on the huge price increase from memory. And, we think Apple's going to pass those on to consumers. So some consumers may decide to delay the purchase. Some consumers may decide to perhaps buy a slightly lower spec. So we've kind of tried to assess all of these impacts, but we still shake out at slightly higher estimates based on the strong iPhone 17 cycle. We think iPhone 18 is not going to have as much unit growth because of the higher price, but the higher price helps a lot, and so that's really where we're coming with still tweaking up estimates today.
Right, and it's hard. We're just hearing about the pressure on the consumer. So it's hard to imagine that some people aren't going to bulk and say, a phone that's 15% higher in price. I mean, it's going up $150, something in that neighborhood. I mean, that's a big, meaningful chunk.
Yeah, no, it is, and we assume that there's going to be a slight downward shift in mix because of that. and also some unit growth. We had assumed unit growth of 5 to 6% for 2027, fiscal year 27, and now we've got unit growth roughly flat because of that, and that's because of this. And that's irrespective of what's going on. If you look back, what's going on right now, one of the reasons iPhone 17 unit sales are so strong is because of this COVID cycle just lapping itself. You've got a lot of old phones that are 4 or 5 years old, and so I think that's going to help the iPhone 18 cycle. But despite that, we've just been a bit more conservative and assumed, like you're saying, some of these cost price pressures on consumers will hurt unit growth slightly.
Yeah, it's still been one of those stocks that people feel a little bit more comfortable with amid the AI wars. And it's a bit ironic because they were blasted for not being in the race the past couple of years. Can they kind of stay on the sidelines and say, look, while you guys duke it out, we're selling iPhones pretty well. You're using all of this new technology on our devices. I don't know if you need them to ramp up their CapEx much more and do different things with Siri in order to kind of maintain this position. They had that 8-week losing streak earlier on. So have they put that behind them now?
Lotto times are beginning.
I mean, I think this is what I wrote today.
Lotto times are beginning.
Today is I actually think we did a lot of analysis on memory prices because that's a hot topic right now. Memory prices going up and what's the impact. And so a lot of our note today focuses on that. But saying that, I still think actually a larger drive of the stock price this year
15
is really
minutes left
be
until 3:45.
What happens with Apple Intelligence or Siri 2.0. They're 2 years late.
Doesn't look the best.
This is the year that they've got to show something.
What are they cooking?
They have announced that partnership with Google Gemini. And
they're cooking
I'm
the
pretty
bears
optimistic that we're going to see something pretty interesting.
We better see something. I think we're going to see something at the 4.
I'm not saying it's going to solve all
We're going to see something at the 4
immediately, but I believe you're going to see a meaningful
major data coming out tomorrow
this year, and that's going to help. And I think there's upside to unit growth from Apple Intelligence because people are going to want to have the latest and greatest phone. There's upside also to services because Apple could actually monetize this with the Apple Intelligence. So I think that Apple Intelligence is actually the bigger driver for the stock this year, which is, we're positive on the stock and we just increased target price today, as you mentioned.
Did we watch that already? Yeah, we did. All right, well. What's going on, God? What's going on, God? Oh, no.
The House Judiciary Committee is Jim Jordan, and he joins me now. Congressman, you said the DOJ
the market is not moving so fast.
Phone records
Omar Ilhan. Suspicious.
When this investigation goes through, can you pin the
Oh my,
blame for
candles
this?
are getting
Can you
squished and
impose
squished and
accountability
squished.
on this?
Well, we know that they knew it was wrong because the Department of Justice has now changed the policy. You can no longer do this to members of Congress. So deep down,
I mean, at least the Bears are trying. The Bulls aren't trying.
And then if they did get caught years later, no big deal. They weren't going to charge them. There's actually an email saying, we're not going to charge these people. They're not going to know. Let's go ahead and do it. But it was wrong. I mean, think about this. They go get the Speaker of the House.
It's sort of suspicious.
16 days later, they go get his phone records for a 2-month time period from Election Day 2020 until January 7th, 2021. They know who he called, who called him, when the call took place, how long it lasted, and if Kevin McCarthy initiated it, they know where he was located when he did so. You can pattern a person's life, and this person is the guy second in line to the president. This is the top Republican in government. You know who he's calling before big votes, who he's calling after, when he calls his family. I mean, that is not appropriate, and they know it. That's why the policy is
LOD divergence is surely there.
Around January the 6th?
Surely.
I think so, and I think the Justice Department is looking into that issue and a whole host of other
Surely.
that started
Surely
clearing 10 years ago with the whole dossier and all that. You know, it was dossier, and then it was he was spying, then it was Mueller, impeachment 1, impeachment 2, Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Artie Cross, Jack Smith, raiding President Trump, all that. I think that's a conspiracy, and I think the Justice Department's looking at all that, which I think is appropriate.
Fair enough. Your colleague, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, along with her husband, they're under investigation over questions surrounding their finances. Her husband's business ventures jumped from a value of $51,000 to $30 million in 1 year. You're on the Oversight Committee. Is it possible there will eventually be criminal charges?
Again, it's way too early for that. Chairman Comer started this investigation. We'll see where it leads. We'll see what may happen with the Ethics Committee, which typically looks at things like this when it involves a member of Congress and their family and their interactions there. But it is sort of suspicious on the surface. We'll just have to see how that all plays out as we move forward with the investigation there in the Oversight Committee.
One more, if I may. You have subpoenaed 8 Affordable Care Act health insurers. You're investigating subsidy-related fraud. What exactly are you looking for?
Well, I think we need to back up and first of all remember, everything we were told about Obamacare turned out to be false. Remember when they said you like your plan, you can keep your plan, you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, and premiums will go down. They were 0 for 3. And now we find out from government watchdog reports that there looks like all kinds of fraud taking place. Multiple times the same Social Security number is used in a year to sign up for something. Individuals signing up repeatedly throughout the year because the broker gets a commission. So we want to try to figure out what exactly is going on in this whole fraud area that I think is even more on Americans' mind in light of what took place up in Minnesota and was discovered there. And I think other thing that's really important, the Department of Justice has now created a deputy attorney
6,000 flies, 6,951, 6,950, 6,949.
We're trying to help get to the bottom of all that. That's why we
Divergence is still there at the floor.
Let's hope so, because it's a lot of money. When I talked with Mr. McDonald,
you know what's crazy? The SPX gap is still here at the top.
He thinks it's hundreds of billions of dollars that the American taxpayers are getting ripped off on. People just stuffing it in their pockets like was going on up in Minneapolis.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. My goodness me. Jim Jordan, thanks very much for being on the show today, Jim.
Whatever that means. All right, they're leaving the SPX. I can't even talk. They're leaving the SPX gap up there.
Now it is a good time to go ahead and take a peek at your 401k because the Dow is in rarefied air. 50,400 plus. We have never been at this level before. That's the big board. Meanwhile, President Trump promising more economic growth and prosperity.
Never
he thinks that will prove a winning message for Republicans come November.
Can you beat history on these midterm elections? Carry the House and the Senate for the GOP. Can you do it on the economy?
I think we have the greatest economy actually ever in history. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. That's said by everybody. We have the hottest country in the world.
50,400. Let's see where the Dow is.
I guess I have to sell that.
50,300.
We should win in a landslide, and we'll do everything we can to do it.
All right, let's see about that with James Blair, Trump 2024 political director. James knows the ins and the outs of every state, every region, every number, every dollar sign. James, thanks for coming back, and good morning to you.
Thanks for having me.
How do you defy history?
Well, first, we have a story to tell, and we have a great story to tell. 3 big themes you'll hear us talk about. One, tax cuts. President Trump and the Republicans brought the biggest working families tax cut in American history.
Wow.
And every Democrat in Congress voted against it. So people are starting to see record tax returns right now. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
The environment is bullish. It's very hard for the market to pull back in a bullish environment. $3
every Democrat in Congress voted against all of those things.
Probably zero.
2, as the president said, economic growth. Right now, the projection is 4.5% annualized economic growth. What you just saw this month, the numbers just came out from the Congressional Budget Office, are a 35% reduction in the federal deficit year over year, January to January for the same period. And that is because of our economic growth. And think about that. Under Joe Biden, it was going the opposite direction. And then third, President Trump is stopping big corporations from ripping off the American people. He's making them treat them fairly. So these are things like most favored nation. We're now we're having massive price cuts to prescription drugs. There was a Wall Street Journal article just last week that said for the first time they've ever seen, the prescription drug companies are cutting prices so that American consumers
looks
don't
like the
pay
bears
any
are clearing
more
the
than
divergence.
consumers in foreign
Divergence is cleared.
countries pay.
Divergence
The
is
DOJ is
clearing.
investigating the big foreign-owned meatpacking companies, which have been fixing the price of beef
not
potentially,
yet.
which is why you see these prices so high at the grocery
Not
store.
yet.
The president has rolled out a proposal to ban big
IW, I'm
institutions,
chopping
these are
at the
big
floor
private
today.
equity funds, from buying up American homes in the future and competing with the American people,
155.
average people that are trying to buy a home. He's rolled
I
out a
said
temporary
why literally
10%
the same
cap on
dollar,
credit
same
card
cent.
rates so that people don't pay these usurious rates he's talked about. So the president is cutting taxes, he's growing the economy, and he's bringing fairness to the American people so they're treated fairly by big corporations. And
Okay.
Democrats
All right.
have fought that every step of the way.
I got the pitch. Hear it loud and clear. What's the risk that the good times that you're describing arrive too late and voters don't feel it?
Well, you already see evidence that it's turning around. There was a Gallup poll just out yesterday that shows a net 23-point swing in the direction of people thinking that the economy is going to grow in the next year. So now 49% of people saying they think the economy is going to grow versus just 36% thinking it's going to go the other way. That's a 23-point swing in our favor, which means people are starting to feel optimistic about their short-term outlook. There's also a majority of the country thinks the stock market is going to go up. And as you mentioned in your intro, we've had over 50 record highs. And all of that means what you're seeing in the polls already is that people now are starting to feel what we've been saying about the numbers. And I think when you carry that 9 months forward, it's going to do very well.
Specific question on the numbers. You mentioned the stock market. Okay, here's what we found about a month ago. How do Americans feel about the stock market? 50% say it's positive. It's a pretty good number. Only 25 say negative economic growth, just below that at 49%. However, just last week, PBS, NPR, Marist poll, President Trump's rating on the economy disapproved 59%. That's the hill you got to climb, James.
Yeah, I think the approval rating is already trending in the right direction. And I think that, again, 9 months from now is when the elections are. I think all of the numbers will catch up to the raw data that we're actually seeing in the economy. And again, we already see the evidence of that, as I just mentioned in the Gallup poll, where people may say one thing on one question about the approval rating, but the fact is their short-term economic outlook for themselves, how they feel their own personal finances are going to be, is improving under President Trump, and he will get credit for that.
All right, Washington Post, here we go. Republicans are anxiously awaiting a clear picture of the Trump team's plans as the president's sagging approval numbers and Democratic overperformances in special elections have darkened the GOP's outlook.
18 minutes left.
He's got a war chest of $300 million. I don't know how much Elon Musk is going to kick in. We'll find out. Tim Scott was in the state of Maine warning Republicans that that Senate race could go either way. Go ahead and size it up in the 20 seconds we have left. What will be the pitch? How do you close the deal?
Look, very simply, for the first time ever,
using
President Trump and the Republicans
the only
will have
thing.
far more money in their coffers than the Democrats do. And the media is never going to give us a fair shake. So we have to pay money for ads to tell people the truth about what's going on. And that's fine. That's what we're going to do. And I believe we'll be successful because of that.
James, come back soon, okay? We'll continue that conversation. Larry Kudlow, 4 o'clock Eastern today on Fox Business airs that entire interview with the president. James, thank you for your time.
10 a.m.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, Dana.
Monday.
Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the
We got to look at the mainstream news now. The fuck are they talking about with financials, man? Talk about so much. Financials took a hit or something, but what?
This is a huge story with a huge price tag. The Wall Street Journal reporting Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg has bought a $150 million home in Florida. The palatial estate is in the super exclusive Indian Creek area. It kind of makes Zuck a semi-neighbor with fellow zillionaire Jeff Bezos, along with Carl Icahn, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, Tom Brady, and more. Now, it's not clear if Zuckerberg is leaving California or just buying a Florida crash pad. Why not? But I did post on X about it last night and noted that companies, let's be honest, folks, you know this. Companies have a tendency to find executives hanging out near where their CEO is. And if Meta maybe could move some people to the area, they already have a growing office in Miami. Now, one of those who saw the post and responded was hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman, who responded to my tweet and said, California's toast.
See, this is the guy I want to see on CNBC, bro. This guy and fucking, what's his face? I want to see him and
end quote.
Dr.
Ackman
Burry.
is referring to the state's high tax rate for top earners. This issue obviously getting a lot of attention. Does it actually mean anything other than a rich guy buying another home? Let's talk about it with CNBC's wealth editor, Robert Frank. The hard-hitting question
never
is,
broke.
does this mean anything other than another rich guy buying another home?
Well, it does mean something, Brian. It's an important story, but maybe not for the reasons that Bill Ackman is talking about. There are a lot of billionaires in California with their hair on fire right now, calling this the end of California because of this tax, which let's break down the facts. So this is a tax that would be a one-time tax of 5% on the total wealth of any billionaire in California. Now, this has not gotten on the ballot yet. So number one, you have to get the signatures to get on the ballot. Number two, it has to get a majority of the voters in November to pass on that ballot. And three, and this is the most important thing, if this passes on the ballot, it will likely not pass the courts. And by that, I mean both the state Supreme Court and the federal court, because this would be the first ever wealth tax. But having said all that, if you're Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Page, Sergey Brin moved to Florida from California. Sergey Brin has bought a house. As you say, Mark Zuckerberg bought a house. Unclear if he's officially moved his residence or not. But if those folks eventually move, whether it's permanent or it's temporary pending this outcome, this is a big loss for California because as we've seen, Larry Page already moved. They're already moving their philanthropy. I know for a fact that some of them have moved their kids in schools.
What are they doing?
So, and some of them have moved their family offices. They've moved some of their private companies that are not attached to, say, Google, Amazon, or Meta. And so their own personal ecosystem, whether it's the company or not, may have already moved for some of these people.
Those are hundreds of jobs. And I want to clear this up because there's a, you'll see some politicians come out and they'll be like, they can afford to pay a little more and do their fair share, right? And it's like, we're not talking about, tell me if I'm wrong. We're not talking about a couple of % more on their income. Okay, yes, they can afford that easily. From what I've seen, because of the way the wealth tax is structured, some of this would confiscate billions or tens of billions or more of their income, because not income, wealth, because it's an equity, correct? What am I missing?
Be realized. That's what I'm curious about as well, Robert. So like, let's say you make $10, but your wealth is $5 million. And you have to pay $1 million on that. And what do you do?
What?
Well, let's just
be happy as fuck.
Numbers. So for Larry Page,
what the fuck? Oh my, we're not listening to that shit no more, bro. Not on my watch. And be happy as fuck. What the fuck do you mean? What I'm gonna do? The fucking question is that. Is that even a fucking question? Like, oh Lord, that's funny as fuck. There is 12 minutes left. All right, market. And what is tomorrow gonna bring, news-wise? I can't imagine the CNBC news overnight. Like, what the fuck is it gonna be, man? And the data comes out at 8:30 before market opens, so. What a day, what an ending, and what a Tuesday it has been. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for hitting the like button too, man. Really, this is like the 10th time, but thank you so much. Wow.
Precious metals. It's been volatile, Phil. We got gold here. We're back above 5,000. So dip buyers, they stepped in here, Phil. What do you see ahead for gold near to intermediate term? Phil? What are the levels?
I want to go look at gold too. Oh my God, look at that push lower, crazy. Let's go. God did.
It's really driven by that continued central
Time is
bank
350
buying, the
power
private
hour.
investor ETF
Fucking smart
flows,
money
the
is
Fed
here at
easing
350
that
into
first
4.
interest
This is
rate
the
cut
real
most likely
direction.
in June. We saw a setup here today
Market.
where it looked like it should move higher based upon cross asset patterns. What people want to really look at
Time is
is a
350
dollar
power
index,
hour.
which
All right,
provided the
big
fuel
boys
to
are here.
reignite the
350.
rally. So currently gold has an 80%
Big
inverse
boys are
correlation to the dollar
here.
index, which
Real
poses
direction.
a big lower high on the charts. And then you saw
Big
treasuries
boys
and
are
the
here.
dollar, they both fell as the Chinese regulators urged banks to reduce that U.S. debt holdings. So we saw
real direction shine,
and it was that combination of big boost to the gold market.
What
So let's say, Phil, we're
close?
And
Beautiful.
I say, Phil, you know, I got
the
stocks
fuck
in the portfolio. I
close?
got bonds. I don't
Divergence
own gold.
cleared.
Should I be buying here, Phil? Should I be buying at
Nvidia.
5,100? Or maybe there's going to be a better entry point here in 2026. What would you tell me?
Well, I would say that, you know, you want to allocate
350. This is the real direction. There's 9 more minutes left. There's 8 more minutes left until 359. The last checkpoint of 355. The real last checkpoint of 355.
You know, Bitcoin allocating
Insane
some of
reversal.
that because
What
you'll
the
have
fuck
more
candle was that?
portfolio
Maybe that was on
diversification,
news.
and
I don't
it's
know,
gonna
but that was
benefit
350
you
exactly.
and help you
350 is
against
basically
geopolitical risk
big
and also
boy times.
inflation. So we are
350
seeing
into
quite
4.
a bit of widespread adoption with those portfolio flows
Yo.
into it. So I would say that an investor hold no more than 10% of their net worth in the gold market, but really just starting
What a
off
fucking
with
way
some
to do
kind
this
of
shit at the end of the
allocation,
day,
like
though.
1 to 2%
What the fuck?
makes
A little bit
complete
low,
sense.
but like from
Phil, I don't know if you
yesterday
saw
into
this one,
Monday,
Bloomberg was
11 a.m.
reporting
since
data over the
Monday,
weekend
1/3, 2/3,
the
and
Chinese
3/3.
central bank extended gold
Right
purchases,
now it's showing
Phil,
something like
for
this.
a 15th month.
This could go
Do you
higher.
expect
This
that
does
trend to
not mean
continue,
bearish.
Phil? And
It
when
just
you read
literally
that, I
means
mean,
that the market
how
cycled
important
from
is that
HOD today.
as a tailwind for the kind of bull run
1/3,
and bullion that
2/3,
we're talking
and
about?
3/3.
Yeah, the central banks widespread are
End of the day.
diversifying away from the U.S. dollar, other currencies, and they're all increasing their gold reserves. On average, the holdings are about 20%. China's only has
This is
like
a real
about 8%
direction.
of their
Hour
reserves in
move.
gold, and the gold
Look
is
at that
really
big ass
valued up
candle
to
on
like
Nvidia.
30%
Just
across a
turned
lot
green
of
and
emerging
then red.
market central banks.
Can't go
So
up.
if you look at like India, for instance, their holding of U.S. Treasuries is
Man,
falling to a
look at
5-year low.
look at
And what are they doing?
SPX.
They're adding
Look at
gold, they're adding
IWM.
other alternatives and
Look at
taking this.
QQQ.
It's just this broader
SPX is the
shift
one
by
thing
some of the
going
major
big time now in
economies
the
to
3/3 by
incorporate
itself.
gold into
1/3,
into their FX
2/3,
holdings because of the
3/3.
fact
It's
under
10:30 in
Basel
the
III
morning.
reform, it's a tier 1
Time is
asset, so
3:55.
it's as good as cash or as good
And
as
time is
U.S. Treasuries.
3:55 now.
In addition to the metal, Phil, give me your take on the gold miners. What do you see?
Well, the miners, they're
Time
all
is
doing well.
3:55.
I mean, they
IWM
have
melting
their own
350.
challenges because of the fact that they're companies. I always tell
Real
people
direction.
if you want to buy gold,
Hour
why not just
moves,
buy
man.
gold, buy the
350.
futures or buy
This
an
is where
ETF
smart
that
money
tracks
hedge
it
funds come in
because of the
sometimes.
fact that's what
I'm not
most
saying
people
at
are
all
going
days.
for.
I'm not saying
Now, I
every
do
day, but I'm
understand
saying
that people look at
sometimes
leverage
moments of
and
cross
things like
junctions
that
like
when they're
this.
buying these miners.
350
They look
into
at it
4.
as long-term
This shit
call
is
options that don't expire on the market.
doing a lot of
But
things.
you
I'll tell you,
really
number
gotta be
one, it's
careful when
destroying
you're picking
fucking calls
miners
on
because of
Nvidia.
the fact
Number
they
two,
may be
it's
listed
destroying
as a
calls
gold or
on
a
SPY
silver
at the end
miner,
of the day.
but the reality is
Overnight
that
as
there's
well.
a number of
This
other
does not mean
metals that they
bearish
are
until
producing
tomorrow,
out there.
but this
You've
just
also
means
gotta
it
look
was
at their
bearish.
debt. You got to look at inflation. If fuel costs start to go up, if interest rates start to trickle up again, that's where those
All right,
really have some
692.
problems.
So we talk gold, Phil. I do want your take on silver because it's been making some wild moves. What do you see ahead there for silver near intermediate term?
There's 4 more minutes left into 359. 359 is the real 355 because this is the end of the day. End of the day rule says 1 minute candle states that the last minute of the market, 359, reversion before 4 p.m. is 355. Bears are in full control. This is 355. Let's see if they go lower from 355 into 359. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes left. 4 minutes and 28 seconds into 359. Nvidia is falling through.
So high elevated costs.
At least it's
with,
not
like,
bouncing, so I'm
components
happy
and
as shit.
Solar panels just less
Could bounce
economical.
overnight,
So you have this
but it's
substitution
whatever.
risks that occur. So when these prices go
XLP is
vertical,
turning down.
it's really important to have a
XLF.
strategy and an exit strategy. I mean, you're going to reduce
Trying to
your
go
demand
bearish.
for silver or for jewelry, for
Well, I mean,
silverware.
I guess the entire market is
And
so
if you
wow.
look at the ETF flows, they have not eclipsed those 2025 levels. So there are a lot of things out there to just be aware of. I'm not bearish
355
on
bounce
silver,
trying.
but you have to look at both sides of everything.
Phil, we got some important economic data this week, right? We got jobs report, got inflation data. One, what do you expect to hear there, Phil? And two, what could that all mean for the precious metals we're talking about?
It seemed like some of the officials were really shooting out some warning signs that this number could come in low. I mean, the consensus is like
4 more minutes left, and they're digging and digging and digging and digging. IWM is going into new LOD. Time is 3:55, and they want to set the new LOD into 3:55 on IWM. Wind direction was south when it broke the LOD at 1:55, right? I said wind direction is south, and they fucking going at the end of the day. QQQ end of day LOD 3:55. SPX end of day 3:55, melting into close. Divergence on the floor has cleared. Everything is cleared. Long term, short, long term, medium term. Calls are fucked. Bulls are fucked. And they've cleared the divergence on the floor.
Who I want run the Fed? Kevin Warsh. That's my guy.
Time is 3:59 in 3 minutes.
When they announced
2 minutes and 54 seconds.
You saw the price action in the market. Said they were really coming out that he was hawkish. He's against,
3:55 bearish as fuck. SPX is melting right now. Insane.
The reality is that the
End
models
the
that
day
they're
insane.
incorporating will be able to
goddamn
better
lotto
time
insane.
and better make some adjustments to monetary policy than some of the things that
1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
I think that's that kind of shift of
Chop,
having some
turned,
new
right? I
elements in
said
there
this shit's
working
gonna range
closely
down on
with Scott
QQQ,
Bissett.
right? And it
I
for
think
sure
that they
did.
could really get the job done.
Because
And
of the
we'll see
divergence
much
at
more
the floor.
aggressive interest rate cuts.
What a day. Time is 3:59 here in 3 minutes. Time is 3:55. Insane. This shit is insane. Wow. This shit is 3:55 now, right? 3:57, 3:59 is 3:55. Right? It's more healthy for the market to bounce at 3:55 into 4 p.m. no matter what candle that is. What that's at 3:57, 3:58, 3:59. If they push lower into 4 p.m., then that means there's only one direction, wind direction, and that's a little bit scary as shit. That only happens only once a year. I've only seen it once in my life, and in the past 2.5 years, and that's when we were super bullish at 600 SPY. It never happens. It's so fucking rare that in the last 480 maybe days of me watching this shit almost every day, I've seen it happen once. This is why I have certain rules about this time 1 minute, 5 minute confirmation shit that I have absolute fucking confidence about because I've seen it before 100 fucking thousand times. Alright, if they bounce it here, it's more healthy. Little ass bounce or not, fucking 10-cent bounce or not, little this tiny ass green candle or not, or they go lower into 3:59 and then they fucking revert into 4, but this shit is more healthier to see than that. This is more than enough. On SPY, I don't want it to go lower, I'm scared. I want Nvidia to go lower, but that's QQQ. I don't want to feel FOMO into tomorrow on SPY, man. Alright, it's fine. It's all good. All is good. We're about to see how the options chain is after market close today at 4. So, all is well. God is good. All is well. God is good. All is well. God is good. Reverting into 4, trying at 3:57. This is 3:55, even though it's closer to 4 p.m. This is mathematically speaking the last single checkpoint of the market. 3:55. 4 p.m. is here in 1 minute. More better to see a little bit of bullishness or a little just chop here and close rather than break LOD into 4. That's unusual. I don't like unusual things. Market usually does not like unusual things. LOD into 3:55. IWM, QQQ, and they went into almost the last candle. 3:57, 4 p.m. Market is closing in 40 seconds. Alright, LOD is 3:55 and they're closing like this. Reverting, wind direction is reverting at 3:55 into 4 p.m. That's what it's showing. The wind direction is northern neutral from 3:55 and 3:55 is 3:57. God did, everybody. God bless America. Thank you so much for being here. Please hit the like button on the way out and bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Shit. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh my my God, look at our poll. Look at our poll. And look at our American flag. Where is our American flag? At the fucking tippity top of the world. And look at this shit. It can't break 355, right? Market close. That's how it's done, folks. Market is healthy. This is good to see. 355 LOD reverted to 4 p.m. Right? Never even broke the LOD on Nvidia, but we closed really down south on Nvidia today. QQQ closed at 611. Rejection from the pink line. Pink line, I said, was an important watch yesterday. It was an important watch today, and it completely rejected tech with news. Look at this weird ass chop, and I was like, oh, they're fucked, right? And I was like, oh, we're gonna see. The higher time frame was bearish, but like, look at this shit. 15 minutes showing now, right? It was impossible to see on the 5. It was impossible to see on the 15, but it was possible to see on the 30. It was possible to see on the 30 because higher time frame suggests higher time frame leads, and smaller cycle creates medium cycles that creates bigger cycles. Okay, have a good day, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye. If you have any questions, just message me. Questions about life, questions about anything. Shit. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll talk about anything. Fuck. Talk about anything today. I'm in a good mood today, so. Alright, let's go look at the SPX put to call ratio now if we can. Man, what is the news saying now? What's the news saying now? No news. Love it. News is slow. Okay, maybe this still hasn't updated. Alright, well, I'll update it later tonight, but yeah, I'll update it later tonight. Secretary Bassan said, absolutely not. On. Government cryptocurrency.
The documents, some of what you saw in there had redactions. How much new information then did you see that was unredacted, or did it look pretty similar to what we've seen publicly?
I mean, what we're after is the
look at the MACD on QQQ, or sorry, Nvidia.
Trafficked women too. We want those names published. We're not out
2 hour turning bearish, so Nvidia is showing more bearishness than SPY for some reason.
We went in there hoping to see that in 302 forms. What we found out is those 302 forms were redacted before they got to the DOJ. So, but our legislation directs the FBI, which is the agency that produced those
FBI
to also produce these documents.
MACD neutral.
The Attorney General is ultimately responsible for that production, so that's why we're here at the DOJ to view these files. But there needs to be more.
195. We went so close though. 193.74 is fucking in my eyes 195, and I was like, today we could possibly, but it did not.
They need to do a little more homework. There are 6 men. We went in there for 2 hours. There's millions of files, right? And
are there any things you guys want to see before you head off today?
Names have been redacted who are implicated.
SMH lower high than yesterday. This does not mean bearish, but it could turn down slowly or not. Spike up candle on the weekly. Man, they were saying gold 6,000, right? Gold futures. Same spot as it was. This thing only moves at nighttime. It's so, like, gold is so scary. I've never seen anything in my life where it only does anything in nighttime. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Consolidation use. Like, what? XLP. Consumer staples. Consumer staples losing it into close with the 5-minute gap.
Time now for our chart of the day. Joining us for a breakdown is the one and only Ben Watson, Senior Manager of Trading Services, Charles Schwab. All right, it's good to see you, Ben. So let's dive into your short-term chart. You've got a 5-day first. What do you notice in that one for Palantir?
Well, good morning, Diane. Yeah, this is another one of those kind of backhanded upgrades, if you will, because it comes with that reduction in the price target. Nevertheless, the price of the stock overnight and over the last couple of days has been moving a little bit higher. So I've got the awesome oscillator on this particular chart down in that lower panel, and that upward move down from that support level around the 128 level has been positive. It's got positive momentum, but it's been a little bit less than awesome, the response to at least this overnight upgrade. You see price kind of pulling back a little bit into that diagonal trend line that's still there, still climbing. But I think there's a bright spot on this particular chart using the volume profile tool over there on the right-hand side. I've highlighted that with that circle. There's a little bit of a volume gap. So the volume profile lists trades at particular price. So volume at a price level. There's a little bit of a vacuum.
My mic was
that
muted.
Could suck this price back
I don't know.
up to
I don't know when I muted my mic, but yeah, hood. I said some things for like 3 minutes, but I think my mic cut out. So I don't know what part caught, what part didn't. But damn, Robinhood markets. Nobody likes Robinhood. What happened? If Tesla, like, this is what I was saying. Okay, I have an interest to watch on Tesla, but there's so many retail bears on Tesla, intraday, weekly, and monthly, that I have no interest on Tesla right now. And if the Tesla thing bounces for 9 days, or I don't care. But maybe they do bring this back to the Cathy Wood box or not. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days and pull back with the market and maybe go back up to the gray box. I don't know. Hood. I don't even follow Hood, but I want to see the higher time frame. But my chart is broken. It won't even update. So tomorrow, folks, we have data coming out. We will see how the data does. Before we get off, let's see how QQQ is looking. QQQ rejected at the 0.5 Fibonacci almost of the entire range of the 4-month trend line. It has a pink line at 616. It rejected for today. Man, my line is broken. I don't know. 4 hour came back up strong since last week. Today is Tuesday, so Friday, Monday, Tuesday. It counts as 3 days. This is not 2 days, it's 3 days because it started the reversion at 9 a.m. or like somewhere down there. Thursday, Friday, I don't even know. The MAC, you see the MACD though. It says the MACD literally Thursday, and then Friday went bullish. So Friday, Monday, Tuesday, 3 days.